This is so rough. Cammy and Seti, they had such a difficult tournament run, and when things were finally starting to go in their favor, finally starting to look good, it ends in tragedy. Went down by Seti and and Vidil a bit. They sit at 312. So a distance to make up, but a distance that they can achieve.
Joe and Ziandi out of this match. Seti Cammy out of the match. Wheezy Vino still in. Malibuka Merstash still in. Pink and Off still in, but on the borderline here as they're trying to find an entry. The grapple glove gets used, but Pink now has been cracked. The whole lobby saw that. They know that he's low. The reinforced ramp comes in, and it looks like there's not actually going to be any pressure put onto them.
Pink and Anas are looking really good right now. They obviously have 245, and they have quite the distance in order to catch up to Queasy and Veno. But they certainly can overtake what Joe and Ziandi were at if the cards do fall into the right place. And you can see that's going to start with moments like this, applying pressure to boxes, trying to pick up a limbs along the way.
Using that grapple glove to pick up a bit of resources. They are down to 50 builds. Could be more, especially seeing the long ways that they have to go. You can see their rotate at the bottom right. They have to go all the way to the zone. It's far. But for Queasy and Vino, they're in a great position here, high up, even with a chance of pulling that half-in, half-out zone. As now the shots from Vino. Vino day 2. Is it going to be the day where you put that crown on your head? As the momentum has to continue forwards. A great position.
How you doing, Z-Man?
To take some shots, do some damage. And Vino's doing a great job doing exactly that. You can see it's paid off. 194 above. All these players that had to rotate in now, trying to find a way in, but the ones that rotated early, like Janice and Vidil, the hard work is getting paid off now. But it's all about this last match. Game number 12. 5th zone gonna be appearing in just 35 seconds. And this zone could be the deciding factor to which duo takes it home.
This is such a big moment. So many of these players have never been in a situation this intense, and it's all congregating around the logjam Lotus. Mustache, Manabuka, they might be starting to feel the pressure, but they can't allow themselves to. They still have such a big task on their hands. Not only do they have to come through and win the game outright, they realistically will have to get a bunch of eliminations along the way, because Janice and Vidil are still alive and kicking in this one.
Mustache hits the shot onto Tayson, cracks him. Chapix as well. No shield to work with, but Mustache, he knows that danger is close. He decides to make the push. They want to pick up that extra loot. They get it. It's chug splashes, it's resources. They've recuperated a lot here, but they don't want to get too aggressive. It's another full duo, full HP, full shield. They cannot get eliminated here, especially after pulling the 5th zone.
Mustache and Manabuka will profit from the loot fruit of and Alexa's labor. They take that loot for free, basically. And he's even going to dip back in for more. But that could go a long way. That refresh could be everything they needed as we head into the latter stages of this game. For Janice and Vidil, the key is to just hold on. That's all they need to do. Hold on, stay alive. Not too many power plays here, there, and everywhere. Just staying alive will allow them to hold on to first place. 15 points separating them and second place.
I'm getting stressed out just watching this. I don't even want to imagine how Vino and Queasy are feeling right now. Nefrizzi Lusha up above. Japco Karma as well. A lot of duos up top. They won it. Where's that 6th zone, that first moving gonna pull? Is it gonna open up the opportunity for Queasy and Vino to not have to make a risky play to maintain the high ground?
Hello again, Z-Man.
Or is it going to pull on the opposite side and cause them to have to make a decision? As Vidil and Janice seem to see something in zone, they're looking for openings, looking for damage, but with this bird's eye view, you can see all the players boxed up.
Are you muted, Z-Man? What are you doing, dude?
Ground team's hungry as Pink and Anath continue taking shots.
Pink and Anath. There's a lot riding on what they do in these moments here. They're looking to drop down eye drop in Duraki. And if maybe they kept spraying, the opportunity would have arisen. Both of those players not working with much eye drop on such low HP as well. Not sure if they realize it. If they do, that's a free limb just waiting to happen. But the priority
Time for a Coca-Cola.
On a limbs.
Hello, Z-Man.
They will make their move. With not many charges left in this grapple glove.
There, now we can hear you.
Shots come in. If you looked above, Lucia,
Thank you for deleting that, Z-Man. You probably shouldn't post that kind of thing. Thought that out after a second. You playing Fortnite? What are you up to? Just watching the last game of the FNCS EU server. 33 people left, 17 teams.
Easy falls. There was nothing he could really do. There were so many players around him, and he didn't have the HP to rival anybody. But Vidil and Janice, though, these were some huge eliminations.
I should be home by 6 my time.
That is
Nice.
exactly what Janice and Vidil need if they want to stay in first. This is everything right now, but they are rising.
It's some
to the
crazy
occasion.
games.
The eyes are Vidil. The eyes are on Vidil and Janice.
At our cabin, there's like a military place like kind of around the area, and there was a jet flying around, like it was really low, you could see the missiles and everything, and it flew by, like it flew like in front of you, it was gone, and by the time you couldn't see it anymore, the sound would like just come by the jet. It was faster than sound.
It's pretty crazy, isn't it?
We also saw a mama deer and baby deer.
Nice. Hope you took pictures.
I did.
Nice.
But can he handle it? There is a player knocking on his door, trying to get in his box, and he creates enough space to get away. But can he do what it takes to stay and push into first?
He keeps moving forward. He's on the edge of the zone. He cannot go down right now. If he wants to secure this tournament, he gets an elimination. That's a few more points on the board. But Janice and Vidil, they're still up as a duo. They're still moving through these zones.
Oh yeah, look at that.
30 builds on Vidil. Janice as well with some. The chug splashes are here. Everything is on the table.
How hot is it today?
Mustache keeps pushing. There remains a chance, but with Janice and Vidil doing what they do best, staying together as a compact unit,
Hey.
it will almost become impossible.
What
at
is
this
that?
stage. Mustache though is
It's
trying
supposed to be
everything, and he has his eyes set on space.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. It's just thumbnail on mine till I blow it up.
Needs more builds, not working with much whatsoever. The chug splashes gives him a bit of time to play with, but how much is time really worth to him right now? He needs the limbs and he needs them fast, and it's not gonna happen.
Tiny little things, aren't they?
Mustache is just down to such low HP. Will he fall? It's looking like
Oof.
it. That is it. He wasn't able to catch them. Vidil and Janice are
I think we
riding
missed in that one.
Dude. Which would you rather, left or right?
Chapter 3, Season 3, Janice and Vidil. They're
The
looking
charger.
Yeah.
Though up above, gonna try to do everything he can to spoil the party. But with Vidil and Janice looking so strong throughout this whole tournament, let's see what they can do now when they're down to bare bones. No materials left, just their shotguns.
Downloading
They know what they
Twitch
can do
right
with
now.
it. Looking
Oh,
for
nice.
opportunities there. There's players scuffed beneath them, but can they hit those shots?
They continue building forward.
Maybe you'll be a Twitch streamer someday.
He gets knocked down. Vidil is now playing alone. He has that E-limp, but he wants to secure as many points as possible. He wants to show the dominance of this duo. They don't want just the crown. They want to have that
Twitch
crown.
does not want to lose.
Separation is now with one tick away from Vidil going down. He gets dropped below in the mud and he continues forward. Still 1 HP on the board, just 6 shields. He is 1 shot away from going down. How long is he gonna be able to
Dude.
He gets a refresh. Mixon goes down. Another elimination for Vidil. Are you kidding me?
Vidil manages to do it every single time. Showing us here, he's a showboat. He doesn't care. They've won the tournament, but he is now just showing why he is revered as one of the best fraggers in all of Fortnite. Continuing to hit shots as well, and eventually will fall. First place is sealed. What is left though? Thomas, Trippin, they've done everything they can to try and move up in the standings. And with Thomas and Ahmedmis left in the zone, will he be able to clutch up a couple more points for his team? That certainly won't be the goal. He needs these other players to go down though. The Frizzy, Lusher in a 2v2 against Yusri and Kiduo. Can they win it out? We've not seen much of this team today, but finally now an opportunity to show.
Thomas has gone down the storm. It is the 2 versus 2. High ground up above with that advantageous position, but they have to make something happen down below. Yusri and Kiduo are in the mud. They're getting the materials, farming up what they can. They need to find an opening, an option to go up, take the engagement, take the battle, and this could be it as the Frizzy goes down. Lucia now is separated. He's alone. The high ground has been retaken from Yusri, Kiduo, but Kiduo gets knocked. So does the Frizzy. It's the 1 versus 1. Lucia has to connect the shots, and he does.
Lucia and the Frizzy will win game 12.
Wow.
But the story we are all focused
That was a good
on
game.
right now is Janice and Radil winning the tournament and in impressive fashion as well. What a top
Never heard of him.
end to Fortnite it has been. Special moments all across the board. But in the final game, not too many surprises it seems. We see high ground coming in clutch when it mattered. Lusher did so
won.
brilliantly here in the final moment.
I'll get it in front of me so I can pronounce it. It's one that I've not heard of before.
Great way to finish.
Someone named Ilusha just won the last game, but they didn't get. There it is.
They won FNCS.
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure I know who it is, but I don't know how to pronounce their name. Just give it a second. They got to do the walkthrough of, oh, let's look at the points, and we'll announce it in a second.
It was Janice and Vadil.
Janice and Video. Janice and Video.
In such a spectacular way.
I thought it was gonna be Malibu though.
Perform all season long and delivering on the biggest stage yet. It's been an absolute pleasure casting these 12 games with you, Takata. What a season it has been and a brilliant finish. We're going to send it back to the best analysts in the game to break it all down.
11-2K Tokata, thank you so much for an incredible set of games. Fantastic cast from both of you. It's done. Janice and Vadil, they are your
Never heard of them. Wave,
Season 3
Janice, and Wave Vadil.
Congratulations to them.
Never heard of them either.
No.
Nail biters.
WAVE is their clan, though. Wave.
We're watching these duels in the back.
They got 337 points, 2 elims, or 2 victory royales, rather, 40 elims.
Reese, amazing, amazing. Down to the last game, down to the wire. I am so impressed.
FNCS, that's pretty good.
Agreed, yeah.
Unbelievable. I mean, to be honest with you, Vadil himself, I'm going the wrong team. It doesn't matter.
Especially grand finals.
Right.
So impressive through this entire season. DreamHack doing so good in both different days of the event, performing in the qualifiers and
Because
semifinals.
it's only the same lobby of 100 people
Yeah.
each game.
And he won twice out of 12 games. It's a nice sky shot, man.
Oh, 12 games.
Yeah, they do 12 this season. 6 yesterday and 6 today.
Oh, I thought you meant like in one day there's 12 matches.
No, they split it over yesterday and today. All the NA East is up next in 2 hours. Yeah.
They were rotating to that north side zone as quickly as possible. They wanted the positioning. They wanted to ensure that they weren't going to be threatened by anybody bringing them from backside or whatever. They just fully ensured. And again, it's ridiculous to me that with 6 shield, 1 HP, and a dream, that Vadil still manages to make it happen. 5-1 insane refresh and just continues to hold on when he doesn't even need to.
It almost looked accidental, but I know it wasn't. Such a beautiful shot. And I think the most impressive thing that these two have done this season, I think you could put a lot of that down to the IGLing of Janice, is the fact that today, out of the 6 games, 5 of those were north zones. 5 of them. They dropped Greasy Grove, south map, and they rotate completely all the way around the map and have been in a good position in 4 of those. It's really unfortunate almost that the one game that they got snuck up on earlier was the game that they ended up getting a zone on their POI.
Yeah, it probably would have been a little, like, over a little earlier, right? Yeah, I mean, it's close. Yeah, that's fair, all right? We like to have the back and forth here.
And this announcer's name is Monster D-Face. What a dumb
I
name.
also want to give props to the duels, right? I worked in Merstash. They didn't necessarily come in first place, but second place, that's still quite a bit of money, and as well to be able to say, hey, look, we came in second. Here is a breakdown.
Damn.
I mean, even
Talking about Greasy and Nino, right? Like, take a look at this prize money. That is absolutely insane. Sure, they didn't come first place,
but to be able to be in that top 3, even people like Joe and Ziani, I'm so excited for this duo to finally have that moment in the sun.
Absolutely. I mean, I know that all of the teams second, down to 6th, including 9th in there as well, all basically just wanted first. They didn't really care about anything else. And, I'm sure Mustache Malboka, some of them will look back and be like, yeah, we played well, but again, all of these people will be back again to try and claim first place. It's not enough.
There's like an S2000, I think is what you call it, like that trailed away because he got hit or something.
A little bit of a disappointment, a bit of a heartbreaker for them, even after
Like, the Japanese car.
Right.
It still doesn't matter. I think you can feel pretty fantastic by walking away with $120,000.
I'll take it.
They don't want it.
They don't want it. I'm just saying. I'll have it.
Man, so well fought. And just to once again reiterate, these lobbies are some of these are 50 of the best duos that EU has to offer, right? So for even any of these duos to make it in that top 10, well fought from every single one of you. How do you feel about the whole week, the whole season?
I think it's been fantastic, of course, more than anything else. See that some of the top teams battle out, and it's great to see a team be crowned like Vidil and Janice on top, who deserve it, who put in the hours, who put in the practice. Similarly to Mustache, every team, the top 5 is a list of the players who basically just put in the most work this season, reflected so nicely on the leaderboards.
Vidil especially is often regarded for his obvious passion for competing, but it really just showcases itself that when you put in as much time as they have towards scrims and everything else prep, the overnight analysis that I'm sure they had to undergo, given the fact that they had such a fantastic day 1, but you wanted to maintain that the whole way through. It's not easy to have that midway break in between a day 1 and a day 2, and they just never step off the gas.
And I think props given to Seti and Kami as well. I know they were higher up going into that last game. They were in 6th place, and they dropped down till 9th there, which, unfortunately is a big chunk of money lost out on. But they were 21st, 24th in that range coming into day number 2.
Right.
Bunch of 0 elimination games repeatedly, and at least in the end, they picked up a victorial, they clutched things up a little bit, and obviously flew up into a much more respectable position. Again, similarly, it's not first. They're not going to be happy, but if you look at the score sheet through history time, now it's a single-digit placement number.
It's just something that's a little bit more indicative of what I think a lot of us tend to expect from this duo, because they have so much experience behind their names. And then not only that, but I think that they are also just a duo that understands how to perform under pressure. And granted, I guess we could say the same about any of these duos that we're looking at in this top 10 leaderboards, and even some that weren't able to make it into the top 10. But regardless of the circumstances, also have to keep in mind that Pink and Anas as well, I think that this is without a doubt probably one of the most improved duos that we've seen throughout the season.
It's not even season, the year. This is the most improved season. I'm throwing off. The most improved duo that we've seen throughout this entire year. It's been
Absolutely incredible to see their development across basically from season to season to season. That's right. We have a great surprise for you all at home. Woo. We have an interview with Vidil, one of the players who just won Chapter 3 Season 3 epic.
Let's go.
What's going on, Vidil? How you doing, brother?
I feel great. It's insane.
Oh yeah. All right, so talk me through everything, okay? Because you come into day number 2 strong, first place, and then you end the day in first. What does this mean for you as a player?
I don't know. We just played it for this. Me and Janice, we had a plan. We just did it, the whole time.
That's amazing. Okay, so here you go. You're playing first, day number 1, comes into day number 2, starts off well. However, Janice gets snuck up on. He gets picked off early. What is going through your head at that moment?
Yeah, we screamed. It's unlucky we get camped on. We win it anyways.
Right.
Well, it worked out.
Was there even a point of realization, though, for you that you guys in that round 12, once you saw, or did you by chance see the Elim feed and realize that, hey, we've actually got this?
Yeah, we saw them dying, and then we just played it out flawless again.
Dude, that's so awesome. Vidil, for you especially, I feel like some of the community doesn't give you the respect that you deserve. Right? And now, with this win, you can officially say, no,
yeah.
I have the Axe of Champions. I am a champion. For you and your career and moving forward, what are you hoping to gain from all this? What does this mean for you? Is this just like a trophy? Are you like, I'm good? Or no, this is just motivating you to go that much farther?
This is the first time I'm playing 24/7. I go sleep, then I play, and then go sleep again. Like I did it like for 3 weeks now, and like this is just a start, I think. So I'm trying to win the next episode as well. Then.
That's awesome. Does your family know? Have you told them yet what's going down?
Yeah.
Are they excited for you? Do they understand? Are they like freaking out?
yeah, completely.
Dude, that's so amazing. Congratulations once again to you and Janice.
Thank you.
Go out there, celebrate, raise that Axe of Champions 2.0 high. You have earned it. Thanks so much for hanging out with us, man. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Congrats, buddy.
Thank you.
Man, oh man, huge smiles, not only from Vidil, but from all of us as well. And of course, we got to rejoin our in-game team. My goodness, boys, what a great show, what a great season. How do you feel at the end of it all, Minnie?
Couldn't be more happy. I feel like I've won FNCS with the happiness that I feel right now. I'm so happy for Deal and Janice, of course. As you guys mentioned, the analysts, you know, they were talking about how much work they're putting in, and finally it has paid off. We talked a lot about Janice being quite an emotional player in previous seasons, but today they pulled it back. Even after a bad start in game number 1 of 12, they have done it, and I couldn't be more happy for them. A little bit of a bumpy road for them, but couldn't be more happy.
It's been incredible, though. So much has happened throughout this FNCS, from Payson and Chapix being contested every single game, to Malibuka's solo clutches, Ziandy's 1 versus 3. There's been highlights that I'm never gonna forget in this FNCS, and it's been a pleasure. It's been exciting. I mean, I'm speechless.
Honestly, I'm just happy seeing that excitement. It's been such a fun ride. Of course, again, congrats to Janice and Vidil cashing in on them scrim bucks, baby. That's what you want. Honestly, I think going into further competitions, I'm really interested to see if they can keep this up, because we know how hard they've worked, and we've seen teams in the past maybe not quite keep, you know, that level after they hit their high. But hopefully this is far from their peak. Hopefully this is just the standard for these guys now.
That's right. I'm sure they're thinking ahead, right? FNCS Invitational, we get ourselves a win. Now we look to compete there in person. If they get a win there, man, like, dude, that's it. Hats off, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course, they've done well on in-person events already. They've done well online. If, like you mentioned, keeping up that practice, keeping up the grind is what a lot of players struggle with after a win. The motivation sometimes tanks. So if they can keep that up, man, I don't think we're going to be watching something really impressive.
That's right. We have to wrap this up with predictions. So across the season, we like to kind of play the same prediction game, you know, see how things go. And at the end of it all, we give away a prize. Who is prediction royalty? Let's take a look at the results of how all this has gone in the very end of it all. 11-2K! You are prediction royalty, my boy. Bask in the glow. But, you know, the thing is, Reese, you were also last champion.
I was indeed.
And so we thought it was only fitting to make you immortalize you forever in part of this award. So Reese, I'm just gonna show you real quick. You know, there you go. So for you guys at home, 11-2K is prediction royalty. You got himself a little Resub there. It's the biggest great time. And of course, great minds think alike. Congratulations, 11-2K. Prediction royalty.
It means so much to me. I didn't think I had what it took, but I've really worked hard for this. I'm happy. I'd like to thank my mother. All thanks to her. I'd like to thank Reese Hub for just not being up throwing this season.
Yeah, had to throw just to give you a chance.
Yeah, he wasn't quite there, but yeah, I'm gonna hang this up in my room. It's a great day for 11-2K, and 11's on fire. Mini Mine is terrified. I could go on for ages. Someone's probably gonna have to cut off my mic soon.
I got it.
Yeah.
Let's do that quickly.
Yeah, let's do that quickly. Once again,
Oscars music.
thank y'all so much for being a huge part of this. A fantastic way to close out the entire season. Janice, Vidil, once again, to you, congratulations, new FNCS champions. But don't forget, we have NA East coming up not that long from now. More champions to be crowned there as well. Until next time, the Invitational, we love y'all. Keep yourself safe. And we'll see you on the battle bus.
How you doing, Z-Man?
How long do you think you'll be on?
Oh, I'm gonna be on till 9 o'clock. I'm only gonna play Fortnite for another 60 minutes. The FNCS starts in 1 hour. NA East. Uh-oh, my teammate dead. Dead.
How
you doing, FaceTime?
Doing good.
Alright, that was good. He's right there. See you later, FaceTime. The other one not coming? How you doing, Jamie?
I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic.
Nice.
What are you up to, Jamie?
Right now I'm playing with them.
Ah. Nice.
Alright, so you guys.
Watching the FNCS.
You playing the FNCS?
No, I wish I was, but my teammate let me down, so I didn't get to participate. I'm watching this season. All right.
What's crazy to me though is that we already had 6 games of competition, the halfway point, and still so many teams are able to make such a shakeup in our leaderboard, like Acorn and Edgy, and of course the ones in that one.
I'm just gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back, Jamie.
What is that?
Yeah, that's what you want to be able to have happen. Be able to trust in your teammates. I said at the start yesterday, if they have that same performance they did through the qualifiers, they could crown themselves champions.
Yeah, and of course we have so many incredible players competing here today. But we're actually going to be hearing from one of our players as well. We had a quick interview, everyone, with Eonso, so let's check out what he has to say.
Hey there, Fortnite fam. Jacob PR here, and this is In the Lobby with none other than Eonso. How are you doing? I'm good. How are you? Doing fantastic. Glad to have you here. And how did you first hear about Fortnite? I came home from school and my friend was playing it on his phone, and I tried it for the first time at his house, and I actually just went home. A couple days later, I tried again at his house, and then I went home, downloaded it on my console, and so take that jump from just jumping right into competition.
I can't fucking use this one.
Looking at like the top pick the last maybe like year and a half too, but I was just always texting my friends on console, and I just wanted to go for it.
Is there
Welcome back
anything
to-
specific you're looking to move on in or out of the game?
I'm definitely looking to improvement on duos because my best at the CS placement is either 7th in Grand Royale, Legion and Dodge, or 7th in the last CS competition. And I'm currently playing with Jamper now, so I'm definitely looking to take the number one victory right now.
Alright, speaking of Jamper, your new duo, how did you guys meet and how did you decide on Jamper being the one?
Me and Jamper have been in the same friend group for like around a year now, and I can just tell him he's trying
All right, I'm back.
to win because he's got
Welcome back.
sometimes.
What's that, Jamie?
I said welcome back.
Welcome back, indeed. I just turned that off.
Rival, somebody you want to go up against?
I don't really have any rival in Fortnite because I know we're uncontested.
Oh, man, damn, no.
Really stop us besides ourselves.
What would you say your role is for the duo and how does that work with you?
My role in the duo plays a big part because I know Jamper has a really big brain, but there's always like 2 perspectives to it, and I know Jamper's like a really good mid ground, and this season I'm gonna turn into a height demon and dominate.
This has been In the Lobby with
A
Eonso,
height
but I know
demon.
You got a lot of fans out there. How can they find you?
You can follow me on all my socials. It's usually just Eonso or Eonso1.
Thank you so much. This has been In the Lobby with Eonso.
Thank you so much, Eonso, for that interview right there. Currently sitting in 4th place on our leaderboard, and obviously we have a lot of duos that we're going to be focusing on. So I want to focus on the team that's just above them right now, and that's going to be
Canada.
a
Nope.
team that almost didn't even make it into the finals.
It was close, Jacob, right? Semi-final session number 3. They were the last team on that consistency leaderboard to follow through to the finals, and honestly, they only got pushed into that top 6 because one of those top 6 teams got the victory royale. So it was close, but now they're like, listen, yeah, qualifiers were hard, semi-finals were a little tough as well, but finals, that's where we're comfortable.
Yeah, and I like the way they progressed through each and every one of the qualifiers, through to the semi-finals.
He's lagging.
One of the biggest problems for me was
What are you
the
playing,
lack
him?
of aggression. Since that first time I noticed it,
He's lagging.
they're cleaning up the
Uh-oh.
problem, they're cleaning up the lobby, and they're shooting their way to the top.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing that I love about this team is they're so versatile. You can see them right now on the high ground. They've played mid ground. They've played low ground. Everything is possible. Everything is in the back pocket as a play style for this duo. And that's what just makes them so good. And honestly, it comes off the back of them playing for so long together, 6 seasons consecutively now.
And obviously, they are doing an incredible job right now in the finals, and I don't want to give disservice to their ability, but how much of that success is due to these northern polling zones?
5 times yesterday.
They have been tough, but they do play into the favor of, like Kelly mentioned, some of these teams that are landing up to the north. Now,
behind you.
I want to mention one team who has kind of thrown all that out the window. It's Booga and Miro. These northern zones have not affected them at all. Landing all the way down at Chonker Speedway, they sit in 2nd place right now.
Yeah, I like what you're saying. They're throwing all those excuses out the window. Matter if it's a far polling zone or close, they know exactly what they need to do. And you even kind of mentioned it a little bit behind the scenes about they even switched up their drop spot a little bit, being forced down even a little bit more southern from Chonker Speedway. So for them, it's all about adaptation. And for both of these guys, they're looking to cement a legacy here. Multi-time FNCS champions. Booga won the World Cup. I think this is a good way for them to round out the year and round out their position in Fortnite.
I mean, yeah, they definitely don't really need to round out their accolades. All like the list is already so long. But you know, what's another one for these guys? And the thing that I love to see is that we've seen like a new Booga and Miro when it comes to the end games, because they've both been alive in a lot of these games. Whereas
he was in a bad spot though.
One is left to solo clutch. I think we only saw one rendition of that happen, and the other times it was just duo.
Yeah, it just goes to show that no matter what happens in their
My dog was in a really bad spot.
Without a doubt, another team that might have some tricks up their sleeve is a team that we actually just got an interview from with Iamzo, Jamper and Iamzo right now.
Yeah, this team is constantly grinding, and they're one of the few teams.
So you going, Callum?
Well, it's so good. Good. How about you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Sitting in first place. This team, Jamper and Iamzo, there's so much
Peterbot. Yeah.
He's been with so many
Well, they're going through the list of all the who's playing here.
coming in. He's so confident. He knows how to play, and it's amazing because then you think of Iamzo as this confident mechanical.
Damn, bro.
Then you watch
That
things
team
like
is
this, like
so
Jamper is the one showcasing
tactical, though.
mechanics, getting in. The aim is there. Everything's there. Game sense. It doesn't phase him at all.
Yeah, we were kind of talking a moment ago about different players having those solo clutches. This time around, though, we're not seeing those solo clutches.
That's not necessarily a bad thing. That's because they're working so much better as a duo this time around.
And one of the more surprising duos that we're seeing in our top 10 right now, Shoni and Omni too.
What a performance we saw yesterday out of this duo. It's absolutely phenomenal. And to mention, this is actually their 2nd final East. Even them only made one FNCS final before this one. But the biggest stat line that I want to pay attention to, average eliminations right now, 4.0 for this duo. That's why they are shining so well. But let's compare it to some of these other teams. There's only 2 other teams throughout this FNCS lobby that have at least 4.0 average eliminations. And that's going to be Booga and Miro with 4.0 as well. And then Peterbot and Bila with 4.0.
Hello, Lady Crochet.
Eliminations. And that's our top 2 teams. But these guys right now reside in 8th. So they need to clean up a little bit of their placements. They need to transition these good eliminations that they're finding into the end.
Left my water in the freezer too long. It's completely frozen.
For sure. Yeah, and I like the way they're picking up those eliminations, because I even heard Monster yesterday surprised about how early they were picking up those eliminations, giving themselves a cushion, giving themselves a lot to work with. These guys, like you said, might only be their 2nd appearance here in the finals, but they are playing like veterans.
Yeah.
It's amazing because, the place depot is where they're laying alongside down there with Kanata and Aegis. They got to pay attention. They got to, keep their eyes peeled for some of these top contesting duos around them.
Yeah, and being a part of being a top duo is being able to handle kind of any situation you're given.
Of course.
And one of those situations can be you're going down early, but only one of your teammates is down, and you have to do a solo clutch. Now, when these kind of happen, we saw a lot of them happen yesterday, actually. How did they handle it?
Yeah, we saw a wide number of solo clutches happen, and one of the first that we are going to see is the World Cup champion, Booga and Miro. And fortunately enough, Booga did go down pretty early on in their game number 1 and left Miro alone for 10 whole minutes. And some, that might be a little daunting. It might kind of intimidate others. We all know Miro, multi-time FNCS champion, back up against the wall. I definitely know that his bite was more ferocious than his bark.
Yeah, and we saw Namian actually, one of those interviews, say, hands down, Miro, best fragger of all time. And he's just shown her, it doesn't matter what situation you put him in, he is so good. And I love these positions of Miro because look at this. He's kind of getting ahead of the zone and then looking back because he knows other players that are still back here in the backside of zone are going to be be in worse situations than him, was getting those free shots in and picking up so many points.
Yeah, another example here is going to be Crisp Nevify. There's going to be a lot of examples here because that's just kind of the name of the game in Fortnite. You lose your teammate very, very early. You're forced to kind of pick up something. Otherwise, your game's going to be over. But take note, Chris goes down. They have 4 points. Immediately, Nevify starts to get active. They go from 4 points to 29 at the end of their solo clutch. To me, that's just incredible performance. But another team I want to talk about is Clicks and Duke. You kind of gave it away over there. The multiple, and I mean multiple clutches as a solo, picking up 15 points in one game, 20 points on another. Fun fact for you guys at home, they're in 6th place now. Without Clicks' solo clutches, they'd be around the 20th place mark.
Clicks, there you have it. You right now are putting your team on your back.
Yeah, and just looking at the next one's going to be Kanata and Agers. This one is very, very big because some of them will look at it a favorite to win the FNCS this weekend. They have about a couple, I think 115 points, give or take, right? A good percentage of their points were this clutch right here for Kanata. He picked up 33 points.
I told you, my money's on Kanata.
Somebody better find out because he's vying for it.
There you have it. And honestly, I think a lot of these solo clutches come from the fact that this new storm surge is a thing. We already know that on average, at the 5th zone right now, coming in after this storm surge was implemented, the average material count is way down. So coming into these end games, a lot of these players are just shambles, right? And ultimately, you're just going to end up losing your teammate in one of those situations. But some people just thrive in those, and that's why some of these teams are doing so good.
And something that I saw there from most of those solo clutches is that those players were either in the low to mid ground. But what we saw yesterday is that victory royales come from the high ground.
And we saw it multiple times. Honestly, I feel like a lot of these teams had figured out this strategy that they need to get a refresh and then afterwards go for the high ground. And that's because, just like what I just said, on average, teams have less materials going into these moving zones. Here, you can see, Agers picks up a refresh, gets those materials that he so desperately needs, and then he realizes, okay, listen, now I have an advantage over the rest of the lobby. So let me use my grapple gloves. Let's get to the front of zone, and then instantly, let's go ahead and start to pressure this team. Kind of get rid of some of their materials so that later on we can then build up for it because we have the refresh, we have the materials to back it up, and there you have it. A clean build up secures on the high ground, and then ultimately the victory royale as well.
Yeah, you can't always predict that you are going to get elimination. You can plan for it for sure, but it's not always going to come to fruition. So quick thinking from Kanata and Agers to immediately go for that high ground and really take possession of it and kind of terrorize the lobby from there on out.
That's what we love to see, and we saw much more examples of this happen throughout the day. Pamstone Fast were also another team who kind of used this strategy, went up in that 7th zone. But honestly, we talked about how these players play in-game, and Kelly loves to keep us up to date on the out-of-game.
Thank you so much, David. I mean, we've learned about solo clutches, we've learned about the high ground, but what about the players knowing their duo mates? So here we have it, everyone. Duo, you know me.
If I could bring back one POI, what would it be? It's gonna be a hard question. Okay, I think I know the because it was the best POI to fight at because there was like a lot of chests and everything.
You might have the same one I have, so we'll see.
Oh,
Okay, they're both good ones, but yeah, no, I love Neo Tilted. How the buildings were, there was a lot of chests, a lot of people to fight, and I also played there at World Cup, so like that was my spawn, so there's someone else in the community that I look up to.
we're gonna try RDS. Am I fast? I don't know.
Yeah, do that.
Yes.
I don't know. Brendan is so well around the game, and I think he has like a great image, and he's really good also. He wins a lot of tournaments, so if I could only carry one healing item from any chapter or season, what would it be?
Okay, I'm gonna try one thing. Yes.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, I feel like splashes are just, they're really good, and they were out of the game for a bit, and I think we, all community kind of miss them because they're really good in team modes, especially. What's my favorite genre of music?
Oh my. Okay, this one's gonna be hard.
Yeah, we have one song we put sometimes when we play. Rap only when playing, but pop in general, I like better, but rap when playing.
I tried.
What's the better aim, me or you? I've been putting the work.
Okay, I think we know.
Yeah, but honestly, his pumping is probably better than mine, but my aim in general, I think. Yeah, I play a lot of aim trainers like daily, so.
What's my favorite solo job?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, how you doing, Jamie?
That is really hard.
Oh, okay. It's just weird that
No, not that.
Joes
That.
and the
Oh.
AE scene, we call
Oh,
it the
never
French
mind.
Street. I feel like we're two Frenchies, but in general,
Huh.
it would be known as Lighthouse. But if I could choose between the original pump shotgun and striker pump shotgun, which would I pick?
Pretty much
It's
trust
fairly
yeah.
easy. Okay, I think I know. I have a good video. I have a good reason behind it. I have my answer. Oh no.
Ooh.
No. Every time I play and I get 200 points, this is like the worst feeling ever. I'm shocked by this answer. Who's better at building, me or you? I don't know. We both are like building a lot and working on the mechanics as well. So. The both egos. I don't know. I play PGs 8 hours a day, so I think my mechanics are really good. Yeah, I think mine are really good as well because I've played the game for like so long. Do I prefer playing high ground or low ground? Oh, this is an easy one. This is an easy one. Is it? Yeah, I think. I mean, we have played this for like so long. Yeah. So I think. Yeah. It was obvious. I took my finger on it, but yeah, low ground. We play low ground a lot, like in most of our games, so we're way more consistent on it. But I think we can be really good when we decide to play high ground in general, also. What's my go-to meal before competing in FNCS? Okay, that's really hard. Touch my nose. I'm putting an answer, but I'm not confident. Okay, I got it. Oh, it was close. I knew it was some pasta or something, but I didn't know which one it would be. I think we did good, but I think we will do better in FNCS. So this is true.
Okay, well, I think gonna be pushing a lot down.
Thank you so much, Pamsto and Fatch, for sharing us your insight, not just the game,
Ah,
but each other
yes.
as well. And you guys know, there's
Yep,
been some people
knew
who I
it.
feel like we've come to know
Hot
and
job.
love here as
Yes,
well. They might not be
knew
a
it.
duo, they are a trio, and that is our in-game team, everyone. You saw them from EU. We got Mini Miner, we got Monster Face, and Shio Wager.
Feeling good. Day number 2, always hyped, mind moisturized. It's nice.
Your hair is quite moisturized as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Coming back to Army Print today too, you know, in good finals fashion.
Absolutely.
I don't mind read that.
It was crazy as well to come
Okay.
back from that. It was unbelievable. We saw some crazy scenes on there, Kelly. I just couldn't believe what I was seeing.
I imagine, I mean, we all just got to see it. It was absolutely incredible. But guys, we got to get into NA East. That's what we're here for. But before we can get into Game 7, we got to talk about our predictions. Of course, Mini Miner, you and I sharing the prediction of the 3-time champs, Puga and Miro.
Yes, Puga and Miro, they are hopefully going to be the 4-time champs today because, you know, they had a solid day 1 despite the fact they had some North Stones. They answered all those questions. They had
My money's on Canada.
They went through to the Joneses instead of the natural rotations for them. So they had a lot of questions after them and they had all of the answers. I'm sure more to say.
Dude.
Yeah, us two had the 2 hit wonders from yesterday, Kanata and Agers, who started off the day kind of strong. They're sleeping for now, but rest means awesomeness for day 2.
Yeah, to me, I'm going to be positive. I'm going to be hopeful because Kanata's 33-point solo clutch gave me hope because they would have went from 12th to 24th. Without that, I think anything's going to be possible.
For me, it's going to be 7, Z, and Cold. Listen, hopefully they have a better day number 2. Right now they reside in 39th place. So not the best day 1, but they did get contested unexpectedly. They just weren't as good at adapting to that. Hey, listen, don't worry. You could ride the vehicle with me. We're the struggle bus here. We'll continue as the day goes on. Spade and Chip, my friends, to have an opportunity today to hit the drum board, come back for day 2. I think, of course, that's going to be the story for both of our picks here. So hopefully they've done their homework.
Well, we're going to be moving from the struggle bus to the battle bus, everyone, whether it is a far polling zone and unprecedented, uncontested drop spot, or so much more. Anything can happen here in the FNCS. So let's get to it, everyone. Game number 7 starts now.
Oh, here we go.
Game 7.
Finally. What?
It's day 2 of the finals, and of course, you saw the standings. We have a big leaderboard in front of us. Peterbach, Byla, Pamstool, Thatch, and of course, Acorn, Edge, and many others here, Shia.
Yeah, absolute stories of redemption all down the lines, and a little bit of deja vu to the top of the boards. And we're interested to see who runs out of the gates just blazing at their feet in game number 7.
And of course, yesterday was littered, and I mean littered with Northern Zone. This is going to play huge favor into our own teams like Pamstool and Thatch. But now you have Northern Zero, who potentially have the opportunity to get a little bit of late luck and fortune on their side today, as we have 6 more games in front of us.
Now that's a skill from that team too. Net zones pulling their adapting.
We can hear some of that, Jenny.
Not being as fortunate in making decisions getting towards the top, but Anything happened, a whole day in review, 24 hours almost, Monster. They're rested, players are ready.
Absolutely, and of course, the pressure. $692,000 is on the line. Let's see who's going to take it away for game number 7.
Drop rolling in, the stories are already set. The top 5 looking mighty alive. Everyone after that wants a seat at that top table. That being said, the people who were in the lead yesterday by the halfway point felt confident. By the end of the show, we're resting with the fishes down below, even the top 10 spots. So nothing is for certain. Even if you're in the lead, you're Peter Byler, you're used to winning FNCSs, you're Bugamiro, you want it back. You have to win off spawn. For Chris Nebify, every single game yesterday, it was just 2-on-2. I think they won almost every single one.
That's right, and if yesterday was any indicator, we all know game 1s, game 2s, the way you begin your tournament does not determine how you close out. You absolutely have to have a perfect strategy for Nebify. Chris, they come back in here, they close things up, they pick up where they left off. Can Skakuga and users do the same here? I mean, at this point, they've managed to continue to survive this drop. They have some of the best odds at survival here. Can the other opponents overcome the hurdles?
It's all about the drops, how fast you fall right now for a bunch of the teams that were winning it towards the end of yesterday. They're holding on to that type of legacy, that type of push-pull situation. Synapse Station, Castor Nico having a few tough drops all the way towards the bottom. He's got power and loadout right now, but Elite and Glace, they've got the numbers.
In the feed as well, you see Walkers pick up Bryce there in another contested fight off on the side. But first, Synapse Station. An interesting draw spot here. This is a fight that, of course, is not too far off from Booga and Miro, who have been farming this general area. Notice on the map, already we have some early action.
They like that joggers.
Activity coming in this general direction. This is, of course, going to play into the benefactor. But no, look, that's actually D-Roller and crew rotating on by. But let's get back over to center map, right? This is a fight that we know has to conclude.
Yeah, user Suga up against Bank and Tahi, and this fight has never gone this way. Usually ends super fast within 15 seconds. There's actually builds now being involved really far. Tahi actually having enough to actually push this fight. That's huge. Users has to adapt. You're just 3 builds to be able to use for himself. This cone going to be the key.
Damn.
But at the same time, he can't lock the door. No shots landed. Tahi escapes down below. He used everything to have this little bit of a distraction. Gets users on the jump from side to side. Tahi tracking this entire fight. Doesn't need to even help Bank. This man's got the cash inflow. Scuba down. Bank and Tahi are back.
Like week 1 again here, where they were having successful wins out the gate. This time again, drags on a little longer. Donnie and Aviv are here to play spoiler. Shots coming from
You say it again, third party.
Could be 7Z. Cold potentially will land just south of this, but Donnie and Aviv, stories on you as they're starting to slide on in, looking to play. The big upset there, and Bank gets crushed with a huge shot from the 2-pump shotgun there. Okay, looking pretty good. Tahi's now looking extremely desperate behind the walls. The opponents in the general vicinity end up backing off for a second. Someone new wants to take a peek, but Donnie's going to be quick. He's going to close this one up, and just like that, they earn themselves 2 dealers.
Third partying in, especially with 2 teams that fight so deep like that, it's so much easier for Donnie and Aviv to just come through and make it look like practice. Mason and Enfen, who were setting up a lot of traps actually towards the games, do exactly that to D-Roller, who wants to get to Knifer. Mason sees it coming, covers the left side right after that. He's control. He's able to control so much and dictate where Knifer wants to go. Nice wrap up, and those are all the early fights. Now we look at the leaderboard in terms of who's first, not just in elims, but overall in the competition. Peter Byler leading the pack by 20 points.
Incredible, right? Honestly, incredible consistency across season after season is nothing to overlook. What stands out to me is, of course, that Agers and Kanata point there. The fact that they literally only had 2 end games yesterday, 2 of 6 games, and that places them up at 12. They have just proven that they can find some of the most elims.
Yeah, and you'll also notice if you're watching this, you have some of these stats based off stories that have happened. It feels like you're turning in with a tournament already halfway. It's just the start of the day for NA East. There were 6 games yesterday. This is a 12-game total format. If this is your first time watching a total tournament, and right now players have had a break, they're coming back in. It's the exact same lobby, nothing's really switched up from the drops though new from these fights. Definitely tips from maybe coaches or people reviewing you and your teammate how to talk and what to do to improve the way you play the game. We'll see differences all across the map.
That's right, for Jack and Nosh here, they land outside the Tilted Towers. They typically tend to go into the city to take a fight, but Kicks and Spanks learn from yesterday's mistakes. They exit faster, and now that battle continues on the outskirts for Pamstone. In fact, this is their shot. They get to this metal tower here, they break it down, they consume as much material as possible, and they take this on over. Already, the continuation of the zones. It's coming north. The map reveals that it's somewhat in their general area. It's looking pretty good for a current top 3rd position team of Pamsel and Fact.
For these guys, a lot of the times when you're watching top teams play, even Duke and Clicks, it seems almost effortless the way that Clicks likes to clutch. For Pamsel and Fatch, the POV we just saw before, you can feel the effort, the work they're putting in. Different work has to be put in for this team, though. For Duke and Clicks, it's about staying alive, staying together. It's a duos competition, and they have a majority of their points from either player just clutching.
That's right. This is a team that, of course, when they are together, I mean, it's a match and it's a flame. Anything can happen. The combustion is always there. You never really know. But so far, we've only seen one or the other component, both not quite making it to endgame.
Yeah, you're talking about synergy, then this is the POV to watch. Iamzo, Jamper, always together. And they're playing like they want to win this FNCS. A lot of the times, Iamzo's playing like he wants to win every game, and that puts him way up in the top 5. But they've been looking at consistency more than anything else. They have a tough decision to make, a far rotate. They don't risk as much anymore. They stick together, stay low, keep their heads down, and wait for the right time to strike. We'll see if that type of play style is good for day 2, or they should go back to controlling more of the game.
Jamper and Iamzo have the same thing in common with Edgy and Acorn in the sense they play for that extreme high ground position, right? They try to get as high as possible here so that they can survey the entire area and really make it difficult for players to rotate center map there. Meanwhile, Clarity G and Slaps, completely different situation here. They're on the foot. Move right now, and they're being held out in the hands of Rhythm and 20 here who have that high ground position. They're starting to look down here. The angles are good. A great counter fire by Clarity G. This is a team that's on the bubble. Not out of the conversation by any means. A couple of great games today, and they'll be on that rocket ship on up to a well-placing tournament. And for 7Z and Cole, what can they do? This is a team that realistically has never left the conversation of a top 5 or so, but my gosh, we're seeing the struggle this weekend.
So what happens when your drop is just kind of affected on day number 1. On day 2, looks like they have gotten rid of their rivals. Either Donnie and Aviv went somewhere else, or 7Z and Cold are also switching up their spot completely. Blake Burke also rocking in. What I'm liking from a bunch of these teams is that you can still see the confidence there. They're ready to go. There's new things happening on day 2 with how they move. 88 players left in the lobby so far. What to watch if you tune into any of these POVs is looking at the points they have. That golden number right next to their health bar. If it's triple digits, that team's doing really well. Has a chance to stay in top 10. Shonye, OMG Me 2, 124 is that number you should be looking at. It's really nice for those guys over on day 1. This is one of the most aggressive teams we watched, Monster. It was so much fun to tune in.
There was a point in time yesterday where it looked like OMG Me2 and Shonye were unstoppable. Quite literally picking up some of the fastest chain of elims in the early and mid game that we've seen in any tournament.
All right, Lady Crochet.
If they can repeat that performance again here, they'll surely rock it up and close that gap. As we know, it's around 20 or 30 points or so. As we
They build these crazy towers.
So it will be a hero's effort, a huge game, a monumentous game in order to jump off. Iamzo, meanwhile, gets eliminated by Golden in the feed there. That is one of the most crucial takedowns early right now. And we know they're typically positioned high up on top of that mountain, so caught on the rotate here, you don't expect that.
When you're playing Fortnite competitive in this type of lobby all the way in the mid-game, what you want to do is just start dealing damage to people. If you don't, the server starts to deal damage to you. You want to stay active. It's a mechanic called Storm Surge. How Jamper and Iamzo play it, the teammate of Jamper, Iamzo just went down, Monster mentioned it, is that they split apart a little bit and cover more ground. If a duo comes in that likes to stay together like Golden and Silver, they can just single out Iamzo, make it a 2v1. It's so much easier to win that fight. That's exactly what happened, and now Jamper's just by himself.
Season Day also play that type of play style, and interestingly enough, they do that around the same exact area, which is really cool.
Absolutely. Big changes from day 1 to day 2. Mini, keep up the news as to what's actually happening.
Yeah, big change indeed. Now, yesterday we saw Booga and Mira landing towards the left side or the west side of Chonkers Speedway. Now they're landing towards the east side. This allows them to use
Lux.
the what I find interesting about
Knock off.
at the moment, even though it's a north zone, they're actually going back to Chonkers Speedway. This allows them to get a few extra surge tags onto the team, Costa and Zeus, that is contesting them over at Chonkers Speedway. You can see the tags coming through right now. And of course, they are able to get all of the metal that is around the edge of this side of the map. You can see all these little cars that are being able to be farmed. So this actually maxes out Booga's metal, you can see on the screen right now. So they're just playing the edge of this map, and of course, they can get all the scraps from the loot that Costa and Zeus left at Chonkers Speedway. This is really the key to their success so far.
Thank you, Manny. Absolutely. It's the ebb and flow, the back and forth, and their drop has so much to put down. They're still farming up precious materials. You want to have that metal all the way up and still dealing damage because we are getting towards that middle portion of the game. So huge for Bugamiro. Second place overall, too. They want to keep rising.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see that they're taking advantage of the newer teams in the area. Austin and Zeus don't have much finals experience. So for them to go ahead and recognize the weaker players in the general area to take advantage of that, and honestly outsmarting them, switching up that draw spot in case that team was looking to do their homework, change up the strategy, and ruin their chances this weekend. You'd love to see the cautious actions take place there. But let's hop on over to some more fights here. Quad and Tab G trying to get active here. This is definitely the strat at play. Over peaking while you have the barrel.
Let's go, baby.
In the open.
Let's go.
Doing it. They're ready. They're willing to go for these exchanges. So far, Quad and Tab G are going to get the benefits of the tags there and get the damage leads. That's going to be perfect for them. No shot that team peeks back. They have to heal. They have much more to worry about, and they use this time to rotate. Smart play for Moon.
Storm Surge.
And of course, level up. Quad right now, you love it. And look at that. That puts them 100 above, so those tags will push.
Gotta be careful though where you
He's
make
so
the bases.
fast.
Quad Tabs, you stayed there for even a second more. There were about 5 different teams. I could have shot them up, so I like the fact that they actually moved. Pilot Peterbot, it's not going to be a base race for them as much as storming the castle. This mountain becomes so big and vertical all the way towards the top. There is a team up there.
I don't know what the hell that was.
For the next team to shoot, so if they can find one. If not, obviously they really shoot too many people. Yeah, they're only about 87 above. They have to get to fighting fast. First place, want to keep that lead.
Crazy to think they were just moments away from clashing against Panther and Bats right there, who were just bending around the mountain. But a fight that is breaking out right now, our 9th place team, Paper and Lawrence. A great day one for a team like Paper and Lawrence. Just dropping a single game there. The difference and why they slipped down and lost that bit of consistency. But this is a team that surely has been playing very, very well. So far, so good for them. If they've managed to stay consistent enough to go ahead and not really have too much of a pressure situation lining up in front of them. Meanwhile, the Reds and Macwood seem like they're on the prowl right now. The call, the line was, Macwood is back. What can they do right now? They're going to have to continue to prove if whether or not he's really in shape right now.
Need a lot of damage, 100 below, so either Macwood or threats on screen right now needs to land about 3 or 4 shots on someone.
Just do it.
He's gonna be looking for it. The chance of
You better
into a
do
player's
it.
body. Not gonna be enough. There's 2 opportunities here. 2 different players, Pump and Teo.
We're trying to watch the FNCS, man.
The entire lobby now moving from that side as
sorry.
Lonzo Jamper running into lots of problems with their early game. They've dealt no damage to anyone. Haven't had a conversation with a single team. It'll come back to bite them. Why? Because the Yamzo went down. Jamper had to pick him back up. They're going to go fight exactly who took down the Yamzo. It's revenge there for Fatch and Pamsto. Shifty Shafts, who said there'd be a collision monster. They'd run into trouble in this mountain. They definitely have.
They're 85 above, but this med kit's on the ground. They're not even touching them. Hello, Billy Viking.
Hello, Callum.
It's a crazy FNCS today. I still say Canada, but it might be Peterbot. They keep saying Bugo. I don't know. It'll be one of the 3 of them. EU, I'd never even heard of them.
Hello, Callum.
Hello again, Billy.
Oh, you said hello?
Yes.
Oh, my bad.
Are you watching this? What are you doing?
Getting ready to.
Legends Landing is where it is. They give you backbling. I got a backbling already, and a Twitch. I got something too.
You take that clip, you put it in slow motion. Look at how quick they were able to react there. But hold up, 3rd place on the walls of our 1st place team.
Damn.
Got him.
Hello, Jamie.
I'll be one.
All right, let's go. Congratulations.
Yes, I do.
He pushed in the box and lost. Like, that's the best part. Yep, these guys are dead. Dead. Yeah, Jamie's here. Akira, Jamie, Akira saying hello.
except for Bugamiro, except for
I best right now. How are you?
She's in the Trovo.
Stormrunners to come in from darkness.
I'm gonna get on the Trovo now. Hello,
I would
hi.
trade there too. The fact that Thatch trusts Panstone enough to be
I'll
able to
say
finish
hi
that,
to you.
put his body on the line for it. That was just such a good display, and they needed that too. They needed
Trovo.
At this point, personal mistakes were made. I should not have had any
Did you see I downloaded to Discord again? I mean, D-Live.
No, but that's cool. D-Live's good. I like the D-Live. Trovo, both. Two of the best things I did.
I was like really Trovo.
Hi, Jamie. Entered the space. Welcome, Jamie. I'm calling Jamie. What? My? Let's go. I'm calling Jamie Mihai from now on. Why? Yeah.
I mean, Callum, I was hoping I got to end yours.
You want to get in my lobby? Well, you should have been here an hour, 44 minutes ago. Come on, man.
What are you gonna do me like that? I don't feel like.
If you're here in 14 minutes, I'm gonna say 8 minutes, 14 minutes when the game is over, I'll come back to lobby and we can rejoin together.
Okay.
But if you want to watch, she's right here.
Yeah, man.
Oh, she says he's here more than Jamie. Yes, let's go. Mihai's and when you think about it, Mihai's in not Ukraine. I almost said Ukraine. He's in Romania, so like it's 2 in the morning most times when Mihai's in here.
I would hope he wasn't in the Ukraine.
Well, if you get out a map, Billy, and have a look where Romania is, it's right there.
No, because what happened with the Ukraine and Russia.
What's happening is still happening, and he's right there. The dedication, right? Mihai. And check the time. Yeah, way more hours. Well, lifetime indeed, Jamie. Yes, sir. Even with his September to whatever break, he took a long break too.
Hey, yo, I swear, this could make me lose this game, bro. I'm gonna get sad.
Okay.
Oh, your mom take it.
She's just teasing with you, Jamie. Relax. Yanking your chain, my man.
Nah, God. If you watch a match, you have to hear it's a long hours. I say about a year. Like through all platforms, I say about a year. I've been on Twitch most of the time since I met Carl.
Oh yeah, we put a lot of hours in just chilling, hanging out, playing Fortnite.
Yep, that was way. I think I met you when it was season 6, I think.
Literally, yep, right at the beginning.
Get on the train and get to the next portion of this game. Donnie going down, who's visually taking them out. A lot of the people on the right side coming in from Tilted Towers. Not gonna have the most pleasant ride, the most scenic route to the end game where a lot of points are handed out for placement. 7's inside the box. Well,
the builds are doing it's crazy.
Eliminations, but it'll cost him all his shields. He'll have to heal up here. Loadouts will have to basically get chopped in half.
Definitely a tough spot to be in here. Even Donnie versus Holden.
They pushed it. It's not a tough spot. They picked that spot.
On over to Duke and Clicks. 200 above the surge, so they've managed to do enough. Also, Zone Pool's favoritism towards the south here. Not too far for them, as they're also in front of the congested passage. It's pretty good. Meanwhile, Playify falls in the feed there to the surge, just to alleviate the surge for now. So basically, stop the damage from going to the rest of the lobby. Everyone gets to have a moment to breathe here.
Dude.
It's only going to last 55 seconds.
Crazy shots.
Another set of eliminations. The gap continues to close here. And also, 23 duos remaining equals more placement points now as teams start to fall. So we are really jumping into the 0 point threshold area.
Oh, these are great. Wait till you see the end. This isn't even the end. Wait, just give it a minute here. This is about to get. This hasn't even gotten insane yet. Just wait. 39 people up. 22 teams. Look at this little bottom corner right here. Look at this little circle.
just been information and action overload for the team.
They are all going to move too. I'm betting it pulls into tilted the way they hold the map.
Swinging the mobility, look at this go. Matt's still running out down to just brick. Use it up, has about 10 more boxes to make. If he's kind of frugal with them.
This is when Fortnite turns into not really Fortnite. It's just a build box battle. Up hills, down hills, over landscape. Look at this. This is insanity. And they're all taking pot shots at each other.
We don't want to speak too soon, though. There are still new teams looking to make headlines today. Jackson and Chubbs being that, setting the example right now as they have high ground. They have an opportunity to take home a victory royale should they hold this out correctly. Commandment and Avery, we've seen several times.
Now look at that next circle they got to go to. Look at this next circle. Look where they got to go. Look where they all got to go. I could never either. But I'm working on it, Akira. Booga down? No, not yet. Oof. Clicks.
So that team is absolutely running on fumes. Clicks and Duke, though, waiting on the backside. They love rolling the zone late, so let's see if they can survive. Donnie just revived.
Look at all these little bugs. They all got to move into that little box. Moving. Alright, hang on. We're right at the finale here, Jamie. The big finish. Oh, he's dead. Clicks is down. Let's go. Merrill. Oh. Yeah, just lost me. This is great. This is why we're watching this.
Is Booga still alive?
No, if you're watching it, you know he just died. Come on, Billy. You gotta watch this if you're gonna comment.
The lobby's so close to each other from top down, but the ground actually gives out. We're moving off a mountain straight down to the dirt.
Fetch. They're gonna be like fourth, I think. Fetch. Those two are pretty good too.
Not have the mass to be able to just stay on this ride towards the right side. Costa up inside a few boxes. If he had his back, Donnie's gone. Kanata by himself. Aegis tried to take to the skies, but his wings were clipped. So now it's up to Kanata to float. Kaz lost Too Fishy down in the depths of the water, but he can move throughout the storm. It's raining. It's pouring. Kaz though, he's looking for glory. Any type of shot, and it's Donnie that he sees. The big jump. And
boom.
Boom.
Damn.
What, Kaz? No chance. Donnie survives.
Donnie hits the shot that matters most there. We couldn't have set it up better either. He should have connected, but hey, these things happen when the pressure is on. Meanwhile, Crispin never fought on the ultimate low.
Boom.
Trying to make clean up the dust under the carpet, but no, never fights back. He loses his man down. Chucky gets the siphon, and he will have a little bit more time, but this is weird terrain. You can actually walk through this, so we're gonna have to reevaluate the situation there. Meanwhile, Camsto in fashion, second place right now. They jumped their way out. They managed to close the gap and catch up to Peter and Vila, and now things become even more contested up top.
This little tiny box over water. Let's go.
Natural habitat. Looking at every single build, looking at a clutch situation. It's Wood here. He can jump into any moment, but he's waiting his time. Fetch! The protagonist, Camsto, the hero. In this game, they can definitely take over.
It's another one. Never find out. Swinging his way all the way outside. Will this be another one served up?
The storm is like 8 DPS.
They're dangerous and they're on fire here, so you do have to be
Boom.
careful. Meanwhile,
Dead.
Never Fight gets caught up in a web's trap there. Costa is the one who gets it, but you know what? Pamps and Fast are fighting back on the same exact team here. They're already putting down big pressure. Acorn and Edgy on the other side, just completely quiet.
Well, watch. So these two guys on top are going to try and... Here we go. Yeah, this is where it is right here. These guys on top.
And Chubs are on top, racking up eliminations. They also have been extremely active here.
Hello.
Hello, Billy.
You were in a public match or a
public?
This is a victory lap. Nawson, the last person left. He's got
Dead.
a pistol in the inventory. Chubbs, what type of loadout is this? Swagging on him. Nawson now down below in a 1v2. It's possible.
And if we're going to do it, we're going to do it quick, so be ready, because this game's almost over, and I want to come right back in this lobby. I want to hear the play-by-play. You should have already been here.
As they start to jump back up into the game here today, but the low ground player has so much to work with. MPED looking very good here. Nawson is going to get shot.
Dude, there it is. Damn. All right, Billy, I haven't seen the party thing. If you're coming, we better do this.
I'm heading back into lobby.
Oh my goodness.
What's crazy, not a single team wanted to contest their
Hurry, just do this quick. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Alright, here we go. Back in quick as we can. Ready up. And why did not? Oh, for fuck's sakes! Come on.
Of course, we also saw, oh my gosh, Puga and Miro having a little bit of a struggle as well, and having Pam.
I thought my screen was black for a second.
That second place spot.
Absolutely, yes. Going down early means that some of these teams that are on the chase have the opportunity of a lifetime. Make a statement. Game number 1 of day 2, ultimately game number 7, and Pamstone Fatch did just that. They made it into the end game, and honestly, it looked like for 1 second right there that they were actually going to win it because they were playing so well on the low ground.
Yeah, bringing that momentum from day 1, channeling it over into
Oh, it's
day
gonna make me
number
watch
2
it this
here.
way. No, it's
They
not gonna let
already
me
have
watch
the
it
blueprint. They
full
already have
screen.
the recipe. They just need to be able to execute on it, and if today is anything, they've already got things going in such a forward progression. You can see teamwork really making the dream work, because while Pamso backs out, Fatch is just going ahead and continuing that
Callum,
process
I'll
to give
tell
them
you
time to heal.
something.
Yeah, I love this right here. The last second,
There's
right,
a
they realize
glitch
they have no builds,
in
no
that.
cohesive dive down
glitch?
into the water, like synchronized
Hold on, let
swimmers,
me get
both
over
going
here.
for the shots, making sure that they get as many points as they possibly can, and ultimately, look, that effort is going to put them in first place with 194 points.
I thought they just stole
Hold on.
second, but stealing first place. But there is only just a 2-point
I told you,
difference
Fatch.
from Peterbot
They
and
thought so,
Viola,
too.
and that's due to the fact that Peterbot and Viola, although going down early, were able to grab just a few amount of eliminations.
And the storyline is set up here perfectly, right? Because guess who they went down to, Jacob? They went down to Pamstu and Fatch coming out of the storm, who looked like they were so shambles. They needed storm surge, but a little bit of a mistake from Peterbot and Viola, leaving their top open. Pamstone and Fatch took full advantage. That instant one pump that comes out, they get the knock, the cleanup is there, and now they are in contention for winning this whole thing.
Yeah, I said it yesterday about Clicks and Duke, but the Cinderella story might be Pamso and Fatch, because they were almost not here at all, not even a chance, but they got it served up to them, and they're taking that serving and really putting it to work.
I feel like there's so many stories going on right now on our
It's a
leaderboard.
lot.
So many big names, the top names of NA East.
Billy,
And
I
then,
thought
of
we were
course,
gonna sit
still
here
have
and watch
newer
this.
teams as
What are
well,
you
like
doing,
Shoney and OMGB2. But speaking of new teams, we have to talk about Chubbs and Jackson.
First of all, somebody has to have a conversation with Chubbs. If he has a coach, got to make sure that he knows that pistol is not ideal in an endgame loadout. But look at him, he is making it work. Maybe it is the big damage numbers coming out. We can see him right there picking up the elimination. And then I also saw later on that he actually finds Ager with it as well. You can deal big damage with it, but I mean, like, listen, this was just free for these guys. I don't think anybody even realized that there was a high ground team. They were all just like, oh yeah, that's fine, just leave them up there. And as a result, they have so many materials. I mean, 60 builds right now going into the 9th zone. How in the world do you do that?
Yeah, and I think it kind of played a part of where the zones actually went. It was pretty center for the most part, getting pulled over, tilted, and just the amount of work.
Jamie, we can hear all that,
And that's
dude.
going to give Chubbs and Jackson a
Oh,
ton of confidence continuing on the rest of the day, because
No, I'm just
how
I'm
you
focusing
start,
really
it's how
hard
you
right now.
finish
You
that
don't
is
know
just as
how.
important.
I mean, you're hating on the pistol, but I saw. I mean, you're hating on the pistol, but I saw eliminations coming out of there. Although they didn't make it into our top 10, a team that did, Nevify and Crisp, who had almost double-digit eliminations in that game.
Yeah, they bumped up 11 places, put themselves in the top 10. Agers and Kanata also now, they were 12th place coming in the day number 2. Now they're 9th, so the rise is there. But somebody that I love to see right there, Acorn and Edgy, knowing full well that coming into the day, that they were on the chase. Then they realized Buga and Mira went down a little bit early in that end game, as did Peterbot and Violet, and they took full advantage of it as well. We can see them right here in the end game, playing their game perfectly. They find themselves in a position on the low ground to where they can show off their mechanics, show off their teamwork, and it worked so well. And now believe we can see them in the 4th place position on day number 2.
Yeah, and we kept talking about all these north pulling zones and what some of these top teams were able to do while the zones were continually pulling north. But once you get that zone that favors you, that's almost a must-win situation for Acorn and Edgy. Even though they didn't necessarily win it, they won in the sense of they just bumped up a lot of points, giving themselves more of a cushion to work with.
A team that went down
Look at
just
me,
a little
Callum.
bit, though, was
Dude, I'm
Bugha
here
and Miro,
to look at
and
the
although they did
FNCS
kinda
building,
have a
not look at
struggle
you,
towards
buddy.
the mid to late game there, I think Bugha
No,
was down
you
at half
can
health
look
for
at the
3
FNCS.
zones
Yeah,
right
yeah,
there.
that's
They
okay.
were actually able to last a lot longer than I
I know
thought
your
they
mom
were.
didn't pay enough
And that's the name
attention
of
to
the
you
game for
today.
this
It's
duo.
all
They
good.
will never go down.
Come
to
pull
that
up a
game.
chair, have a
Seems
seat,
like
Billy,
at
relax,
least
get a
20
beverage of
points.
choice,
I mean,
watch
this
this,
is actually
please.
phenomenal. I have no idea how they do so good in the Storm Surge category because Mini broke it down in the middle of that game. They
We
used
literally
that
gave
red
up
down
full
there, and they
screen
ran
mode to
even
come sit here
further
with you,
south
so
than you would think, right? With a northern pulling zone coming up to the center of the map, they don't even decide to go for it. They're like, no, listen, this is what we're used to. We're gonna still stay all the way down here to the south, but still, I think when the first Storm Surge warning popped, they were like 300 above. I'm just like, where did you get all that damage from? And then again, coming into the end game, they had 0 eliminations.
And honestly, a lot of people in the community might be thinking, like, what happened to Bugha and Miro? Why are they moving their drop spot? I think that is just calculated play coming out of them. They're giving up most of Chonkers, going south, like you said, using the rifts, coming right back. So they didn't really change up their drop spot too much. All they really changed was their plan.
And one thing that changed in that game that we didn't get to see yesterday is a more southern zone, but I say southern because it was in the middle of the pack, and one of the teams was kind of complaining about it was Kanata and Agers, and we did see they had a better performance in that game.
Yeah, just a little bit better. We saw Agers going down to that pistol that you talked about before. Kanata still showing that he has the gusto to kind of pull out those points as a solo, but I will say this is Duo FNCS Finals day number 2. Those solo plays are great, very, very entertaining, but enough is enough. It's time for them to outlast everybody else as a team.
5 games left. I believe the gap between 1st and 10th was about 60 points, and that can close very quickly, so we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, and you know, we had a lot of northern zones. We also had a mid zone, but now I'm asking for a southern zone right now. Game 8, let's do it.
You better not pull what she just said.
When the day began, it was looking like a 2-horse race. All of a sudden now, so many others have entered into the competition. I mean, this track is long.
Absolutely. So all the catch up now inside NA East day number 2. Let's get right to it, Monster.
Let's jump on that battle bus. Let's get on with it. It's game number 8 here.
All right, here we go. Game number 2.
An incredible
Actually,
kickoff
game number
to our NA East finals. I mean, already
8.
the standings, the leaderboards the teams are looking at, it's feeling like an iconic day already.
Absolutely. Vivid already mentioned it from 1st all the way down to 10th. Jacob 2. 60 points of difference. It's very, very close, and that can quickly get caught up in the next 5 games. You mentioned too, $692,000 on the line. There's a few hundreds in there too. There's some mathematics, but these players are focused on the points.
That's right. I mean, because the points at the end of the day are going to equal out to your money. And what's really cool about the pricing breakdown is that, hey, you can earn so much more, and you'll see it as we start getting closer and closer to game 12. Those little bits of big performances are going to jump you up so much more, and it's going to mean so much more. But of course, to get there, you have to win your early game fight. So again, we get to see these struggles, these same exact areas. These are going to be our early game entertainment, if you will.
Absolutely, and for them, whoever wins, it's about the power and loadout. It's one of the only times where you can really analyze what weapons people have. Casker had the right position. Him and Nico finally winning off the spot in record fashion. It's a lot more of a struggle city nation for them usually. It's all good, it's all fine. Nawson, we just saw, gets 2nd place in the last game, also contested up against Naves and Aaron. They have the most cinematic fights, I feel like, across the entire map in different locations.
Could you
Like
just
watching a
sit still
movie
or
from
no?
day 1 to day 2. This time, there's a pause on Aaron's arc and storyline. Nawson rises all the way to the top.
I'm
At this point,
trying to figure out how you
you know what?
zoom
We're
in.
going to fight at
There
this
you go.
building now. Yesterday it was on the coast or the side of the mountain. Now it's just here at this exact area in this building. So it's very interesting how this team continues to clash into one another regardless of what strategies they decide to employ. That's what happens though, because as you start to realize their draw spot, I mean, there's not a lot of loot here for multiple teams to split up and break apart. This is one of those situations where you quite literally have to beat the team to get access and gain access to the rest of the loot pack.
Yeah, there's not even a trap you can put down to gain that access against the other team. It's a very adaptive type of fight. Sometimes builds get railed up all across the top of this house like they are in this game. Other times it's a low ground fight. So mix of both in this one. Aaron just trying to survive, running wise and clapping back. He has no builds to be able to actually play any defense here. He has a sword, but does not have a shield. Bryce has a mix of both for the moment, going on the chase down, but Doesn't want to commit too hard because, yeah, he's winning against Aaron. It's a different conversation if Naves gets involved and it's a 2v1. No matter how many builds he has, he's not going to be able to handle that pressure.
Wait, a new game now, Sam
He has to
Kalam?
back up, use the 1 mini that
We're
he
in the
has
middle of
left
another
in the
game, yeah.
inventory. Will he double back to Bryce here?
Oh, nice.
Looks like it. Bryce is going to go in and play support to his teammate as he swings around the outside. But once again, it just brings up that conversation. This team kind of have to end the battle because if they don't have access to that extra loot. There it is. They absolutely needed it. The siphon, the materials, what they had left, all swings into their favor. Look at that, they get to upgrade SMG as well. So it was very much worth it.
Very genius from Austin as well. Sacrifices about 110
Get the ball.
HP to be able to place
Booga
2
Miro.
pre-edited
Let's go.
walls. It gives his teammate from the backside access to deal as much damage as possible. Bryce was there, and he landed every shot that he needed to. Just wraps up that fight. One of the best things too is not just winning your POI, but saving a lot of time while you're doing it as well.
Notice Booga and Miro get the equivalent of a half vault there, which is very, very important. Kept emphasizing why they're giving up half of their drop spot, but you know, the trade is, you know, they get early access to the vault. They get to rotate from there to Condo Canyon or back down the coast and take literal pick and choose who they want to farm for tags and possibly fights.
Yeah, for a lot of these top teams, Fashion
I
Pants
thought
will
the
include
Booga
they're
just
gonna trade
had
off
his
risk
name
and
as
bigger chances of
Booga.
items
Booga.
for consistency.
Yeah.
Yamzo Jamper, this is 5th versus 6th. Avery Commandment landing right beside them. They're going all in with the risk. A little bit of a surprise. You know exactly how Avery moves. This is what happens after you review on day 1. Waiting for them to come straight to this rock. This is a little bit part of the early game. You want to farm up all your mats. These rocks give you so much brick. You're usually taking about all of them as well. The smart thing for Yamzo Jampers are all the way on the far rock. There's not too much to be able to build over here. Usually you're by yourself too. There comes a surprise. Avery on the right side. They have a pinch on him now too. Instantly down. Jamper had the next shot landing in. Commandment has to be mad about this one. He has such a long way to go. You waste so many builds going back there too. This was genius from Yamzo Jamper, and it worked out perfectly.
Not only that, if you clip that moment, Iamzo intentionally steps past Avery there to box him in. Before he even realizes he's getting pinched, they are ahead. Literally multiple steps ahead.
Absolutely, and Avery has to turn around, look at Iamzo, and react to his building. Jamper, 3 shots to the back. That's absolutely amazing.
That was the perfect execution of an ambush, I think, that we've seen on the day. Yesterday, we saw an attempted one at the north side. It flopped. It flopped. Oh, in the end, the team on offense did end up winning, but that was an excellent execution here. Meanwhile, Byla and Peterbot here, put yourself in their shoes. They were in the lead by so much, 20, almost 30 points there. They come into game 1. They drop the ball, and now all of a sudden they're just neck and neck with Pamps and Thatch here.
Yeah, they were taking a few more risks overall. I talked about that versus consistency. They're staying in the zone, taking their time, weren't really pushing forward and doing as much active work as we saw on day 1 in the early game. As a result, they were a little bit later to get in. Mac with threats. They had that drop down, but yeah, Fashion Pamps just wanted it more. I feel like they have a fire under their feet right now.
The most difficult part, realistically, is everyone has to stay consistent. As we all know, it is very, very hard to do with the ever-evolving nature of Fortnite. The zones, the players, the loot, the loadout, right? Like, how can you continue to stay consistent? That's the hard part. That's the most difficult question to answer day in and day out. As Clicks and Duke here are eyeing up teams, they see what seems to be an abandoned base in the distance there. Trying to feel out where can they find some tags. OMG, Me Too, and Shonye, they have this drop spot on lock here. They understand how to play it out. We saw Kanata and Agers fall victim to OMG, Me Too, and Shonye when they were hovering around a little too long, and OMG, Me Too rotated on their heels. They will not let a team escape them, and that's kind of their strong suit, if you will. So you do have to be careful.
They're trying to attract any players to see them as well with those geysers. Slash and Clarity might be doing the same thing with these overall slipstreams around and the silos available. Peterbot and Byla don't need these types of gimmicks and distractions. They can just go straight for a team. A nice box fight, but for users, Skuga, they might want that. They like it when fights get slightly dirty and a little bit scrappy on the low ground. Peterbot edging forward to it, but they want to have it at a perfect time.
And they might be thinking, because they saw a chest to the right, hey, wait a second, these guys might come out and actually go for that loot too. Does seem like they just finished up in elimination. There's some loot around. It's clear that the builds are just getting there. So they are trying to set up another ambush here. Here it is. The opportunity to open up. Oh my, it's not looking good for you users. And he gets boxed up so quick, he can't even react. Byla is already in there, and it's over before he can even call for help from Skakuga. Skakuga does put some shots down, but it's not going to be enough. He has lost his teammate as quick as a flash there. In that moment, it's over. Notice the team to the north turns and burns. They're out. They say, oh, that's Byla? Later. I'm out of here. They left that team immediately.
Match number 8 out of 12, a game of traps and trades. That's exactly what's going on right now. Every single team is just setting things up. They're learning from that first day. They're interrupting people doing their daily duties.
Now let's talk about this. For the first time today, we get a southern, actually, scratch that. The first time in 2 days, southern zone. Aegis Kanata gets to get in there. Booga Miro get to be in this zone as well. The problem here lies now for Pamstone and Fash, the northernmost landing team of all the teams inside the top of the standings. But not only that, they have the pressure of being in first place currently. We have yet to see them overcome the hurdle in this final settings where the lobby pulls this far south.
Literally, the first place team has the longest rotation to make. They have to be on their feet 24/7 and deal damage and farm and make sure they're safe. So, yeah, for a team like that, Monster, you're correct. This will be a very tough game. And Kelly asked for a south zone. Are we in the desert? Kind of. It's a little bit towards that top right side. That first place team will be thanking the zone lords for making it pop right there. A bunch of everyone else will also have to adjust and move towards the right.
These towers they keep
waiting
building.
for things to go to the desert. Rocane and Dubs, kind of that same type of situation. Talking about Pamstone and Fatch, though, I want to see exactly how they're making this rotate. I'm tossing Mini right into the game.
Damn.
I'm in the game, and so are Pamstone and Fats. They're in the South Zone game at the moment. How are they going to overcome this obstacle? Of course, they've had so many North Zones, as you guys mentioned, and this is where things get a little bit difficult. They're getting as many attacks as they possibly can on this sort of west side of the Daily Bugle. But interestingly enough, they're actually rotating to the east side of Daily Bugle. They're playing for the dead side. They're wanting to try and get as little eliminations, as little action as possible on this rotate. Just trying to use as many of these tanks as possible, and interestingly, trying to get dead side instead of the central.
Right.
All right, Monster, hold on to this imaginary rope.
I seriously thought I had it
We gotta pull
still
out of the game.
Oh my God.
Too many facts. Too many facts. Now we know exactly what Pamstone and Thatcher are about. We were talking about risk and consistency. They're keeping things very cool. They want to be invisible this game.
All right, Minnie, in the meantime, learn how to swim. We don't want to pull you out. Again, we want to make sure you swim right on over to us. Byla and Peterbot are floating right now, casually holding out Skakuga here. We already saw him pick up that elimination. They're just hoping to get that second extra. Let's watch the highlights go down here. Commandment and Avery find themselves against Golden and AV inside the storm line, deep outside the safety of the area, and it does seem like they managed to find Golden there. Shots go in, Commandment gets punished, but they do finish up that team. Very good for them.
Yeah, it looks like they're the ones actually hounding for that fight, but I guarantee Golden
Who's about to die?
maybe we're doing something
never mind.
sneaky inside the zone. These guys are like bounty hunters every game, taking out a top team.
It's
This
only
time,
one
though, Commandment and Avery
DPS.
stopped them. This means there's more of those top fives alive. Avery and Commandment take over as well. And this is also kind of surprising. It's going to be huge for Avery.
These guys
to
all
get
ride the
elimination.
storm. I'm
We
amazed
saw
at how
that
much
trap
time they spend
entire
in
play
storm.
go down. So Avery's now back in the game. Yamzo Jamper out
Same.
the damage. They can move out. But
I'm surprised
yeah, they have to catch up on time.
that they don't die in
No,
the
right now
storm.
they have so much to
out of
overcome
storm.
at this point that probably was the best case scenario for them. The fact that they can actually get eliminations onto 2 players, because more often than not, when you lose your teammate that early, it's over. You are so far behind the Storm Surge, you are quite literally in a position to be defeated.
Yeah, in terms of items too, when one of your teammates is down, the reason why it's so tough to be able to win the game, have more power when you pick them back up, when you reboot them back into the
Hello,
game.
Zimmy.
They have no inventory right now. Chewy's going to be in that perspective in just a sec if Jack and Nosh keep this up. That zone is moving way far
I'm
away.
finally
So that's a whole
home.
minute
Also, you're muffled.
to catch up to
Oh,
where safety
because we're
is.
just sitting here chilling watching the
Good for Nosh
FNCS
and
even.
Jack, 'cause that puts, Chewy under a
Oh, you're not
timer,
playing?
but if he lands shots like
No, it's
that,
FNCS Finals, NA East,
that's
right
how
now.
fast it was. Pixel accuracy.
We're at Legends Landing, just watching it.
Chewy, he's not stopping the pressure.
Trying to work his way down now. Knows better.
It's pretty
Switches
good.
the angle there. Hits a good shot onto the down body. This
I'm
puts
gonna go
pressure onto
stream.
Jock
Right.
to go ahead and play for the pickup. And now he has to make the decision to let Nosh fall. He will just pick up the loot instead and play for the reboot later into the lobby here. Now there are options, but the real question is, will he just completely disengage or try to play for the finish of this fight? Nope, he wants to finish the fight. That's what Chewy wants to do here. So the battle will continue. Another great angle from Chewy. Talk about unpredictable, standing on the ledge of a floor edit there. He just seems to be ahead of Jock here. I'm not sure, but he's working the situation really nicely right now.
Jock knows when to shoot, but where is the question that he's not going to be able to answer, at least with the first 3 shots. Chewy's weird
Two.
angles.
Right? And they're just hovering in storm. Like, look how far they gotta go, too.
Fire correctly, it seems like. Chewy now, though, will go on the maximum aggression. This
Dude,
time,
now he's in trouble.
It actually does hit. That's what we were waiting for. And Jock actually lands his mark, his target. My man hurts. He's inside Chewy's
Walk right by Big Boss.
Another team, maybe.
What's that, Z-Man?
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be pretty for those two.
Also, this is Chewy interrupting a fight.
And they don't have swingers either. They're really pushing Tuesday's introduction of Dragon Ball Z.
Of his teammate as he ran back over that loop pile there. So
Flying objects weekend.
he has a decision and options here. He does not have to completely finish his fight if he didn't want to.
And thankfully, UFOs leave tomorrow morning. So.
With the floor there, ramp behind him, another phase through, and now he's
Yeah,
all
that's
inside
really
as he
good.
builds. Again, grabs that wall. He's playing very,
I
very
think we need a
cleanly,
second to
but the shots
really
need to connect
look.
first.
Ooh, focus
Can he
is
outsmart our previous FNCS champion?
there's a lot of good stuff out right now.
Yeah. Are you gonna make champs for tomorrow for the Solo Cash Cup or no?
I don't even know how many points I need to.
Oh, okay.
I need 7,500, and I don't know how many points I'm at right now. It's gonna be a minute.
Chewy had the rhythm, unfortunately did not find the base.
43.50.
No type of shot on a jack, no response on the
Yeah,
misses
I'm
either.
trying to play creative a
Very
bit,
well,
warm
very
my skill back up after the while I've been
Pick up
gone.
his teammate, keep moving, hopefully we'll
Oh, I
see Mosh in the game.
understood playing.
Avery though, looks like this man was never knocked out of this round. He is just active, landing every single burst
Oh,
fire
you're
shot
not
that
even
he can.
appearing online in the game.
Commandment, big on him for getting him back into the game. Their ammunition also looking really good.
This is gonna feel really-
Stranger's gonna be in their sightlines next.
Impressive elimination from Bila in the feed there again as well. They are making up.
I don't understand. They just keep pushing in like this, Billy. It never makes sense to me, but they just looking to fight somebody.
Yeah, I talked about a catch-up for the rest of the lobby in this game. Everyone kind of has inspiration to get towards top 5. The top 5
That in
teams
the
as
East
well.
Finals?
They have been struggling a little bit. I feel like.
Yeah, I guess because of I saw C9 Avery a little bit back, and I know he's on the East. He played with Guga, so.
17 Cold used to being there at least by this point on day 2.
Why is that guy's name Matt?
Also, I just want to say works.
I don't know. There's some weird names in here.
Whom, by the way, land just to the east of this.
That's 7Z, 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 7Z 100 times.
Meanwhile, they have to rotate in a little later. Much worse position to be in, like Edgy and Acorn here.
Yeah, Edgy and Acorn kind of tough. Muzz play also going down. Some updates on that previous fight. Jack could not make that huge storm rotate either. So, you're right, Monster. A lot of these further out teams who want to play towards that edge side, they're going to be running into a lot of traffic from a lot of boxes. Fashion Pants, though, I'm not sure which highway they took. Lanes are free. Everything looks like it's that
About your
diamond
fear,
lane.
you have underflow, right? And all that, like a wing underflow.
6 lanes
Yeah.
in Texas, brothers.
Okay.
We're our own country.
It's LED lights mounted in
Take
the
a look
frame
at this, though. Past and Fashion.
Yeah, I
you
know
talk
what you're
about
talking
to
about.
match the color of the
Oh,
car.
did you put your setup in the setup thing yet?
No, not yet.
Chubbs and Jackson, though, in the struggle of a situation.
Oh, now I
where
can
teammates
finally see the
down,
pictures. I put in the general chat.
Oh, yeah, it's weird how it takes time to load them in.
A bit earlier than they would have liked.
No,
They
like,
jumped
it
themselves,
loaded in, but I
jumped
couldn't
around,
see
they
my
didn't have
own
a
because
chance
that's
to
how
play
bad the
top 10
service
as
was
the
out
game
there. It was all
continues on.
spotty and messed
Talk about
up.
a surge of confidence as well
My
to
mobile
take
phone
home
does
the
the same
victory
thing when
out.
I do
Definitely
this, what I was
something
trying to say.
not overlook,
The
especially
service
on a day
is
2
terrible.
So,
It's like, well, you already know what the pictures are. Why do you need to see it? It's like some override
At the definite cost right now. We
where
were just mentioning
it knows
highways,
it's
and how
your
theirs is,
picture or
you know, a
something,
little
so
bit
it
faster and
doesn't
free.
waste any
The
energy
big thing
to
about them, though, if you look at their loadout just here in
bandwidth
a
rather
sec,
to
got the replay real quick. Spade and Shemp popping off.
Yeah, my mom just gave me some
Unfortunately,
weights,
not going to be
but
that good
okay.
for them, even if though they're getting that
Look at
first
these
elimination.
kills. The Shadow one right
Roman.
here, Billy, he's a Facebook
Shadow's
gamer
gonna
that
be
I used to
too much
watch.
to handle
He's like
inside the
14 years
storm.
old.
that puts them in top 10. So that's a very big set of eliminations there. They were in the storm that entire time, so the Siphon's going to keep at least Shadow alive for now, but no Walkers here. Walkers was asking me on social media earlier, hey, hype me up. You guys are doing good. You're going to have to continue to step up here. This will ultimately come down to Shadow if he can clutch up at this point and keep them inside the top 10.
My money's still
It's
on
really tough to
Canada.
do it from the fourth zone. Canada ages, you talk about
Yeah,
catch
Canada's
up, they definitely
probably
need to
do
now get
pretty
all the way
good,
up
I'd
towards
say.
that
You might not
200
win, but
threshold.
still gonna do really good, I can
Top
tell you.
team started at 190 right now. They're about 50 almost points behind. But we know about these guys. It's big swings. It's 2 crucial games each and every day. To win the FNCS, they're going to need at least 4.
Why in the world do I have
That is
80
right.
ping?
4 big games as well, or 2 monstrous games
Oh,
like
for
another
you?
Ager to just
What?
keep you somehow in the conversation. So
On
if you
it,
can
my
surely
NA
happen,
East
especially
ping
after
is
you see
137.
early upset. Peter
What?
Ball is falling, giving us.
Australians know it's been using my internet in a long time.
So,
My internet's
so
kind of
Zeman,
spotty, I
it
bet.
might be because the servers are really taxed right now with the FNCS too, right?
Can surely
Oh,
be in
it's-
that
it's
conversation.
lowering.
Take this entire weekend home.
Well, just remember, I've been gone for a long time, and the internet's been pretty much cut off, so the internet's kind of spotty. Not spotty, but it's warming up, I'd say.
Game 8. My gosh, we've had so much Fortnite here. Mirror and Booga, take a look at this. Above the surge threshold, they don't care.
They're
They want to
doing
continue
good.
to
He's got a
fight
good
Mirror
loadout.
for the side angle.
I don't know why
Is the
they like
reason
that burst
he led
though.
on
He loves that
eliminations,
burst.
not only yesterday, but
Hey,
season
fun
after
birthday.
season.
It's really
They
good.
work together, they execute well.
Well, I like your loadout, Z-Man, with the SMG and the shotgun. And if you look at some of the other ones, that's literally what they're only running.
Straight back to their bases, Miro looking for more friendly players that are running around but doesn't find much.
Heavyweights.
Well, and Mihai was saying a lot of them carry the AR for the early game and then ditch it for heals late game because you can't really use it,
Them to get to this spot, a toll on that highway, so to speak.
which I hadn't thought about.
Not looking the best. Their ammunition not as high either. They haven't seen many teams, but it'll be Quad and Tabs G that might give
Storm
them
Surge is a mess
a little bit of
here.
that treasure they're after, damage. It's enough to keep them above that threshold for now. They're still going to be taking a lot of punishment, though. Tabs G and Quad backed up against the walls. Pansto and Fatch.
They all got to move.
It's 3 teams side by side. If one makes a mistake, all go down.
And they know they're all coming this way.
Single tag and then they back up. They're like, all right, let's rotate. Let's focus on positioning now. We're not going to get hit for the surge for now, but we got to get in a key position to win this game.
So close, they almost even took over this entire base. Macwood and Threats so low up top. Yeah, they find more mats.
Yeah, I don't know why they left all those mats there, but
400 brick for Fatch. I'm not sure if that's a robbery from Macwood's base, but Bilo's right beside them too. Both teams neck and neck. They're pushing way back into the lead as well. Getting eliminations. Panso Fatch haven't been able to do that this game. Getting punished by Surge, it looks like, or some team in the lobby around them. What about Bilo though? Right back, and now both teams tied.
One of the worst positions to be in for sightlines, though. Bila's on this low level. They can see a slight exit to the right, but otherwise they'll have to take a box fight if they want to.
everybody likes Peterbot too. The odds are good on Peterbot too.
Peterbot's really good at the game too.
Teams. That's no easy
It's going to be probably Peterbot or Canada. Wait, are these solos or duos?
Duos. So my money is on the team Canada, second Peterbot, and then third Booga. And then fourth is this new one, 33.
Wait, who's Canada's teammate?
Edge Years.
Oh yeah, it's going to be Canada for sure then. Who's Peterbot's teammate?
I'd have to see it again to remind me.
Do you know who Booga's playing with?
Yes, but I'd have to see it again to see it. Mitrax. Okay, so Peterbot is with Mitrax.
Okay. Who's Clicks with, I wonder?
Yeah, Clicks was just on.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I saw, but who is his teammate, I'm wondering.
I would never want to box fight Clicks. Ever. Especially if you have Storm
I
Surge.
might just probably going to go Canada, Clicks, and then Peterbot, and then Booga.
Okay.
Booga's not as good as he once was, that's why I don't have him too
And
high.
then you didn't see the first game, the first match today. There's a new unknown team called 33, and they won and they made top on the leaderboard with their elims.
Yeah, I bet against these pros, I bet they're not gonna be. They're still gonna be high, I'd say, but not too high, because a lot of these pros have way more experience and stuff than them.
Look at all these people here, Billy, in that little tiny circle in the bottom right-hand corner. They all got to rotate. That is insane. All right.
Oh, you should have seen this game I was playing with this kid. We were doing scrims and we had a game just like that, like 60 people and like moving.
There
we go.
Can they get a victory royale here to put them in that conversation? They managed to do so.
That's why now it's not fun.
Dead. Peterbot dead.
Oh, Day and Clicks are together. Yeah, especially Clicks are gonna be up there. Both Clicks and Day are really good.
And Booga's Miro. Booga's with Miro.
Stay ahead of the competition in this game. 10 points slightly
I'd
behind.
actually say Clicks,
And
Canada,
here,
and then
bottom
Booga.
right-hand corner is that 33 fetch. The bottom right-hand corner one is the 33 fetch kid.
I bet you it's gonna be Clicks' team, Canada, and then Booga.
Okay.
Because Clicks and Day are really good together.
traps and things.
I'm
to
liking
drop
this
players in
one
their
day Hero
builds.
33 though, really.
Teams all around, and it's Angers going down. Another top team affected.
Booga and Miro starting to get active as well.
Yeah, this
Three
33 did
eliminations, so
seem
much
not
maps, much
bad.
more to work with. Clicks and Duke looking well is here too, as they have maps, they have heals as well. They're starting to get ahead. Acorn is going to get punished here.
Dead.
And out in top 4, and now Avery and Commandment have a chance to steal that spot away. They're at 5 eliminations. They're looking excellent. Kanata finds Acorn there, and now he goes for high ground. He peeks at it, but Cease Day block him out.
Season Day, one of the most oppressive duels, and they are on height, are doing magic. Meanwhile, the secret weapons, the spells cast for Commandment and Avery, they're not going to be active right now. They have no health to be able to work with and dip in and out of the storm. Miro and Boo going to have
Dead.
to push over D-Roller and take these teams and push him way down to the low ground, separated from his teammate Thatch.
Dead.
Not a die.
Yeah, the 33 just got
The
killed.
third place team, 6th place even catch up. The entire
Oh,
board
33
can
got
rise.
killed by who?
This is an opportunity.
It happened quickly. They just showed it as a recap.
Commandment though, he's gonna just go down to the storm. Meanwhile, all the way up top, Blake takes down Day. He gets the full elimination too, so Height changes hands.
Height is going to be available for anyone to grab her. Cease is now by himself, a solo on high ground. That's not easy to maintain here. If one player figures it out, it's all over. Meanwhile, Miro and Buka on the low ground now have a chance to take that first place spot here. Just a couple eliminations away here. Kanata continues to fight as well, just a single elim. We haven't seen him this inactive in so long, but hey, the end game, the placements are great. Buga finds Rise. That's a big one. He needed that.
The weight of the world is on Cease's
Dead.
shoulders, though, as he's up on high ground all by himself. No one's noticed yet, and no team's really active high enough to take that spot. Clicks finally using that low ground to do what he does best, just win in every single box fight situation.
Nice.
Miro taking the long route. Buga doesn't just get rattled down by Duke up top. They control this low ground land, although they can't really breathe. They have to stay quiet, stay low.
On my recommended, it shows Fortnite, and under Fortnite, it just says Fortnite. Fortnite.
Ultimately get that siphon in the end. Kanata now by himself. Miro 36 HP.
Damn.
On it, gets dropped.
Oh, did you try the new map side, DB?
I have. I do like them. The build one I haven't enough time into other than just get it added to my favorites, but the other one I like really.
Which one?
The edit. No, the aim one.
Well, that A one has a bunch of other ones. The edit one has 9 different courses.
Well, that's what I saw. That's what I saw. So I just got to pick away at trying the different ones. I wish they'd bring back the other one.
The other ones are pretty good.
Well, he will need the mass to maintain high ground, but TK on the low has been the disruptor.
This is the end.
I like that running gun.
Hang on.
Survives the early game contested fight and will make his first appearance in an end game, but Burt and Blake are trying to do that as well. From Condo Canyon now to the end game. Duke versus Cease on height. Duke will hold it down here, and now it's his to win. He finishes out Cease, and now he's in control. Low ground is still in play, but those are all solos.
Eradicates leaders, now there's a duo all the way up.
Clicks is still up.
2v2 situation. Blake and Burt, who've taken down every single
Versus Clicks. Yeah, it's a
Clicks is gonna
2v2.
win
It's a 2v. I don't know.
The air in the sky.
They do have high ground.
Clicks is going to win this, I'm telling you that now. Clicks is really good at the game.
Burt and Blake clutch up here in an unfashioned,
Especially him and Gabe.
low ground turnaround. Here it is. They start to look up.
Dead.
It's looking like the classic days. That's how you got to play it. You got to play and fight back.
Damn.
Offense will win. In the end, Clicks hits the shot, and he hits the
It was
other two,
Clicks.
and there we'll take it
Good
home.
call,
Blake
man.
and Burt cannot stop the power that is Clicks and Duke. What a shot from him.
Alright, what were you trying to ask me now, Z-Man?
Mano doesn't need that height advantage. He'll take you on your lair. That's where he started too. I like that from the team. What a dynamic way to take height and win the game.
I mean, listen, one of the most asked for, the most requested perspectives is Clicks.
My aim with the AUG sucks, but my aim with the Ranger is actually not bad.
Have you tried the hammer yet?
Yeah, the hammer's good for close range, not far. The Ranger's medium, the hammer is kind of close, and the AUG is like, the burst is like far range, I'd say. Yeah, it's not good for like medium or anything.
Music plays. It gets exciting here. Clicks and Duke will take
Clicks and Duke.
number 8 here,
8.
and they jump their way on up
Dave,
with the victory
not
royale
Duke.
inside, well inside that top
Oh, they keep
5
calling
now,
it Duke.
solidifying themselves a great spot.
A beautiful way to win in a
Oh,
new
he
one
stopped
for
playing
Duke.
with Day? I thought he
It's
was.
never that methodical. Usually so much more emotion packed into a performance like
He is
that.
playing with Duke. I thought he was playing with Day.
Yeah, definitely, and we have so much.
Evidently,
more
he ditched him.
development
I don't know. That's a fun one to find out.
They used to play a while ago, so I thought they'd still be.
Duke, you know that chat is popping off right now, but also Blake and Vert on the low ground run and Cease's solo high ground. Just so much happened in the end game there.
Oh, I tried so hard. I was excited to see Cease and Day on the high ground, right? We saw the victory out of them yesterday, and after that, they didn't get
It's a
much
crazy
more, so I
game,
was
eh,
like,
Billy?
oh, yes, they're going to start playing for this high ground more, and we're going to see them rise.
I can't hear
up
Billy.
the leaderboard.
I can't either.
Unfortunately,
There he
does
is.
Go down a little bit early there, and finally, though, Jacob, look at that. We saw a South Zone. Booga and Miro, you know, they're finally happy, but another team that is happy, it's got to be Clicks and Duke.
My mom's yelling, that's why I muted.
That's okay. Just making sure you got to see that. That was crazy, eh?
Fans rise, of course,
Sky, I said, Sky, I said hi.
We've seen them as a duo in the end game, and they show us
She was
why.
in here the other
If they
day.
get there as a duo, you have to look out.
Yeah, you were saying Clicks and Duke got to be happy. Probably the thousands and thousands of people cheering them on as well, because they have to be the fan favorite. But that momentum I was talking about from the qualifiers bleeding through.
Okay, did I tell you about the slide that they had at the river?
No.
There's like this 20-foot drop spot, and I'm wearing, so I wear my Crocs, I go on the slide. I didn't notice how far of a fall it was. It was maybe 10-15 feet of a fall from the slide that you just drop from. And I landed so hard, I lost one of my Croc gibbets off my Croc.
It's going to be closed all throughout the day, and honestly,
I went hunting down to the
Now, why
bottom,
don't we
I
have
couldn't even
it?
reach the bottom.
Why don't we have video of that?
out of them yesterday, for example.
Because it was at a pool and no one expected that to happen.
They had to kind of fight for this lead.
I went to try to go see if I could even reach the bottom. I couldn't. Like, I put on my goggles and everything. I got ready, couldn't touch it.
There's your 33 fetch.
And second place, but still,
Who's in first place right now?
They haven't done the leaderboard yet. They're working up to it.
But listen, this is what the rest of the lobby has
Who goes in second?
Okay, thank you, Billy.
You know who's in first?
Kind of feel some of that wrath of some of these zones, but it's just phenomenal, right? We mentioned it time and time again. They can
Not yet.
play any way they want to, Jacob, and it works.
Yeah, and I like the way they're just continuously adapting on the fly.
Here we
Game
go.
Number one yesterday,
All right,
they
so
had measly 5 points. That
Booga is second. Fetch, the 33 fetch, that kid I was just telling you about, they're still in first.
At the perfect time
what?
and are looking
Yeah.
to take the top spot.
What's Clickson?
And Jacob,
I didn't see clicks on the list yet. They'll show it again here in a second. Hello, Jamie.
That ladder, hopefully not afraid of heights because they still
Hello.
got more climbing to do.
Clicks
But it's Kanata yet again. They're doing a great
is in
job
fourth
rotating
place.
towards the end game as a solo. Agers unfortunately
So it's 33 fetch, and
still
then
doing good.
yeah. I don't see where Kanata is either. Kanata came down the board too a little bit, I think.
19 points though between Clicks and Duke in first place. Honestly, they've been in this top 10, right? They came in today 6th place, and it was like, you know,
Whatever
they're
you're saying, we
close, but
don't
now
hear
these
Jamie.
top teams have been kind of falling short a little bit from these end games. Clicks and Duke are like, hey, listen,
All right, we got 1 minute and 43 seconds before the next game, Billy. I'm going to quickly go use the bathroom, everybody. I'll be right back.
issues with storm surge. So obviously we're gonna have to break it down once more.
We have to, and honestly, it's just such a pivotal part of the game because it can decide whether you go down early, whether you go down late, and it all is on the back foot of some of these great positions that we see out of some of these teams. And Rise and Trashy are a great example of this. As you can see, we did have that sort of a southern zone. Now I want you guys to pay attention right here. This is their position. They decide to build up, but then look at this. When the second zone comes in, all of these teams that are all around here, they all have to come directly to Rise and Trashy, and it just works so well. And then I also want to mention it's a genius spot because just to the south of them, there is also a river that teams love to use to rotate because you can swim a little bit faster than you can run.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about when the game prior, when it ended in a tilted zone. It's great to have those phenomenal performances where you're rotating left and right and you're taking the journey to the center of the circle, but you have to win those spots when it is your zone. They immediately realize it's pulling time and time again, just like Vivid pointed out, almost 400 above the damage threshold. What that means for them is when it starts to begin those rotating zones, they don't have to peek for shots. They can continue on trying to stay ahead of zone.
This is what IGLing is all about, Jacob. It's not just about making those endgame rotations. It is setting yourself up for success when storm surge mechanics are on the back of your mind. And right there, Rise and Trashy, alongside a lot of these other teams, had a great position to make sure they got into that endgame.
This has been such an incredible journey so far. From our first place team almost not making it and being the literal last team to make it through in the semifinals. Peterbot and Byla, the reigning champs, slipping out of that first place spot and second place spot, which is now taken over by Booga and Miro. And of course, the fan favorites, Clicks and Duke, slowly climbing up that leaderboard. Who is it going to be for this game? Well, our casters might have the answer to that.
The climb is steep on day 2's game number 3, and right now, Monster, a 3-way tie up top 2. It's too much to handle.
I'm thinking hard here. I don't know who's going to take it all the way. This is a very difficult position to be in if you're any of the players, because now what happens is you are left to answer the question, can you step up when the games are literally tied and your opponents are neck and neck?
Rise to the call, the pressure is going to be so high. A few of these teams are already used to that type of tie, but now it's real. It's halfway through the day. Your surprise type factor plays aren't going to be the most impactful. It's about being consistent and making sure that no matter what happens, you stay resilient, stay next to your teammate, and make it towards the end. All the way at the start, though. 3-way chest fight. Pickaxes up in the way. First rifle for elites, and he takes out both Castor and Eagle in record time. That is the fastest sign-ups fight I've seen so far.
That is definitely the quickest they've managed to complete this early game contested battle. But my question for the entire lobby, especially our top 10, is have you played every card in the book? Have you played every option, every strategy you have? Has it all been employed this weekend, or do you have something else? Are there anything hidden that you can reveal now to go ahead and solidify your final half? Because ultimately, in the end, we don't want to see any regrets. Look at this. Crispin Never 5 jumped all the way to top 12. Can we just talk about how incredible that is, like, on its own? Granted, last game,
I think you should have started off in freaking Marinos though.
The 2 Elam points every single time. It is 50-50 contestation, so it's so tough, but we're doing so well with it. And it's not just one game where Ritual and TK make it all the way to the end.
All right, Billy, what did we miss?
These guys have been in end game, so Evify and Chris missing a bunch, but still making big money.
Yeah, making some great placements so far. They have a real chance to go ahead and earn something substantial.
Okay.
Hold up. Let's get
lovely. Thank you, Billy.
They're at 90 points or so right now. Not too bad. All things considering, almost approaching the middle of the pack for the tournament. And again, just keep in mind, if you're seeing some new names and faces, a lot of these guys are making their first FNCS appearance here today. Naves and Aaron, of course, being in that conversation. Bryson Dawson, you know, they've been
Is that what you just changed? I just saw that go through. Dude.
Ow.
It's still a great day of celebration. Worthy of note.
No, come on, man.
He's managed to turn this fight around in his favor.
What?
No, I'm
trying to heal up, put all the pressure on Austin. He's going to be able to control it for now. Naves and Aaron want to get right back into the south spot. A little bit of a space of defense, but look at Austin!
Dead.
With the colors well. You cannot
Dead.
run, you can't hide, and this is you in their sights.
This is what you show up for. Pick up your highlights, pack them up, and take them in the luggage to go. Nasib will be able to do just that. Nicely done and executed there. I'm sure he'll be happy to watch that one back later. Users Eskakuga managed to stretch out their early game contested fight against Tahi on the other side of the wall alongside Bank there. And this has kind of been the story of day 2. They've really slowed down the action here at the Loot Lake. So with that, let's jump over to Travis and Dom, a team that has also been fighting in the early game this time here on the western side.
So do I.
Oh.
When I'm playing on one, I have one.
Celebrating how well they were able to play, but they didn't see this coming. This is why I talked about what other plays you have up the sleeve.
And you know what?
Yeah, the big thing about these early game fights is that I get it. You know, you can win them, you can get used to them, and they do give you points. They also make a lot of noise.
Damn.
Other teams can rock in who are struggling on the boards and pick you up right after the fact. So you have to be fast on time, move out, also win the fight. It's almost impossible every time you're contested. So very impressive if teams do rock in. And once again, the tie up top. 212 points for 2 teams.
Yeah, I joined.
Past that, Peter Bottom Bila, 1 point behind.
Are you talking to me or to Jamie?
This close
we got a full lobby at the moment. We're just spectating this thing. I don't know if you can get in. You're more than welcome to try and join if you can get in. It's
because you're not full. I can't because I can't see you online. I can only request it to Billy.
Oh.
Then you have again. Clicks and
please come join us. Absolutely. I just don't want to.
Somehow, some way,
oh, you just now popped up for me.
All right. Oh, damn it! No. See, this is what.
Way inside this chance here to do something.
What happened?
Nothing.
It just says creative for me.
Okay.
Consistent. All of our top 5. Peter and Bila having the worst average
placement. I can't join whatever you're in.
Maintaining
Legends Landing.
Much of a better score.
It says creative.
Alone, so
okay.
I don't know which way it's going to swing.
Yeah, can't be joined. I'm trying to leave.
Hunting down people mid-game, having enough elims and refreshes to start their end games hot. And at the end, if you're picking up elims, it's going to be huge to
Cash Cups tomorrow, 6
I
p.m.
think there's a contender hype cup, I guess.
Yeah, there's a contender hype cup tomorrow, probably. Yeah.
Haven't made it too deep and towards the end game, so
It'll get you a lot of hype
Sure
if you
you're
get good
there every
points.
single
I'm
time.
sure you will.
Mem and Avery,
Wait,
a nice
what
shot
time
for a
is
comeback
it?
last time. It bumps them
Tomorrow,
up
I
and
believe,
keeps
6
them
p.m.
in
Eastern,
fifth.
Billy.
They might
Right,
feel
same
like
time as the
that
cash.
anyway. The
You'll have to
biggest
look when you
spot,
go
you have
back.
to have
It's the
impressive
same time. I believe
games
it's the same time as the cash
back-to-back
cup,
as well.
Billy.
Well, actually,
6
climbed up just a
tomorrow.
little bit. Remember, Jamper and
But
Hamzo
that would be
were
funny to
above them,
depart
and
to my
last game
room.
should have been the end of Avery. He was taken out early with the,
I'm gonna do
of course,
it.
that ambush plan. They turned that into an end game. I don't know how they did it.
See how
We're gonna have to go back into the footage there and review that one, because just talk about an incredible comeback. Talk about being resilient and playing extremely smart and executing when it matters. Hero and Booga playing the ocean side right now. This seems to be a
All right.
really tough spot.
Hello.
Hello.
Costa
Are you
and
gonna bush
Zeus
camp
somewhat
it or
ready for
what?
their strategy.
So, D-Man, what I've been doing is I've been playing that 3v or 2v2 32 thing that you showed me, and some Team Rumble. So the plan is, yes, to indeed bush camp the first 2/3 or half, and then just explore my way to see what I can find.
That's exactly what they do. The game plan for Booga and Mira will have to switch. They'll have to move down, right.
But I've been getting some good kills lately.
Fortnite this time.
Aim training's paying off.
Hamzo Jamper also can't really surprise much.
Taking the fight to people with Rumble helps.
Way past them a lot faster too. Every time there's a south zone on the map, the majority of people
Start to push in pubs, and once you get confident enough where like you win most of your fights, you should move on to try and get an arena, and you eventually just build up that level of skill.
They do manage to take them out of
Bro, my skill last on the levers and stuff.
This game is looking like they're
Alright.
the teams that Heroes Booga have been
I didn't know
farming
that.
for surge tags.
You playing on bad ping though.
Collapse inwards
Yeah.
towards this general area.
I got you some kills in arena, Z-Man.
Yeah, but when you call us when you're in champs though, Billy, like, make champs though. Getting kills is good and congratulations, but call us when you're in champs, buddy.
Invert also sweep around the
I'm over here in like, I'm over here in Division 6. I'm dropping like 10, 12 kill games on like good time.
What were you trying to say, Billy?
You can't even go outside, can't do much in terms
I'm in a Division 7.
Yeah.
Booga and Miro to move out of chonkers and stay safe.
It's good.
Acorn farming tags onto Cold.
He's been
But let's
grinding.
get back to the action that matters here. First place.
Yeah, well, just remember, it's only started like playing
just
for like
the
3
correct thing
days.
to say
now
is
they get to-
congratulations, Billy. That's awesome.
They are in the worst position we've seen them since
did
game
say
one
I know you
of
did.
yesterday's kickoff.
Just let it go.
A couple tags, not enough to really initiate anything.
You got 3 more weeks, Billy, to make champions. So see if you can do it.
Just letting his guard down and being outsmarted right now. This is again the first time they've had any kind of resistance
I'm
like
still trying to
this.
wonder if I'll actually make it.
I like that follow.
Mira
I don't know if I will.
This is so different.
is
from Booga and
pushing
Miro. I just
them.
don't
They
think
really are, aren't they,
how most
Billy?
of these games are going.
They need the damage though, right? In order to beat the storm surge later. So they're forced almost to do damage.
And taking revenge, as you said, Trashy and Rise.
They don't necessarily have to kill them, they just need to get the damage.
Yeah,
That's
that's
the whole
literally
point.
what they're doing. Yeah, they're just taking little pot shots at
For
them.
them to jump back into this, you only have 3 big games.
They were a second place team monster on day 1 at one point.
Well, I mean, when you're playing for $111,000, I don't know what you want to do. But personally, 50 grand, it's kind of nice. I'd play at my best.
Mentality. And you know, a lot of these fights may feel insignificant because players can heal back up, but think about how much time you lose.
I'm pretty sure you even get money for being last place, by the way.
In the FNCS, you do, yes.
Yeah, but not much. Maybe like a few hundred.
Dude, they just want the ability to be able to say, I actually earn money in the FNCS.
Ranges on in that bottom right corner.
Or you could just say you got the grand finals. That works.
What are you saying, Billy?
How do you get to fight in the FNCS?
You play in the cash cups and you work your way up. It starts in the cash cups with champs.
It's where some of these teams built up their base.
And then they have the qualifiers, and you qualify, and if you get to qualify, you get to play.
A lot of the teams were trying to come back to my
Next to summer, Callum, at the beginning of a Fortnite season with John, me and you both are two champs.
Some of the stickiest players that deal the most damage, so hard to take out.
That's
Teams that have
if.
more HP than everyone else. They take so much punishment and just don't go down.
Tabor and Lawrence have
The next
really
season
been
starts
the
in
stars
3
here.
weeks.
They've managed to continue to stay consistent enough to remain inside the top 10.
3 weeks is
Meanwhile,
less than a month from now.
They're walking up. They got Aviv and Donnie inside. Aviv and
Then
Donnie,
less than a month
although
from
they have
now
been
is
playing
not that
quite the
far.
crazy weekend here, they're at 4 teams really pulling it all together.
There's no way this works. There's just no way. It's like I'm watching a cinematic Fortnite trailer for a new item. You know what I mean? That type of thing, just crouching up right next to a big base.
They build these crazy bases too.
Donnie, they don't get fooled.
Yeah, these people in
People probably
that.
look at trailers like, no, where do you get this gameplay from? It never looked like that for me.
The FNCS,
yeah, you haven't tuned
You
into
gonna
the
work tomorrow,
FNCS
Calum?
yet. The clips come
Yes.
directly from here. These are the fun moments that you wait for, that you tune in for. And even Donnie get punished though. A big shot there.
Because I know sometimes you don't go.
Well, I signed
don't know
up,
what goes.
right? So I signed up on Patron. I'm hoping somebody will make me their Patron, whatever you're called, where they donate enough money to me so I don't have to worry about it anymore. Just be
Too many teams here, so you do have to be careful on this distance.
What's Patron?
Patreon. It's where they that's where Patron. I don't know. Patreon. Read it.
Talk about Patreon?
Tomatoes, tomatoes.
But you.
They're in zone.
So what were you saying though about it?
For this team, they've
See if you
actually
can, if you sign up, you get somebody to sponsor you, and they just give you monthly checks.
Their strategy, of course, they're no longer in a north
That
zone.
sounds
It's now
nice.
south zone.
Yeah, that's what too. That's why I signed up.
Really, really
Money. Yum. Money.
Of course, with those buildings, and of course with the
I want
mushrooms
that.
that are nearby as well. Trying to tag as many
I like
teams
money.
and players around.
It's just literally where they were exactly the last game, taking these same pot shots across the open. Kanata and Ages shoot at these two way over there.
In the zone, in this
In the
south
pros,
zone,
you can
they're
do whatever
still
you
splitting
want.
up, trying to
Yes, yeah.
maximize the tags that they can get, whilst just being pretty close to each other, but not quite in the same box.
They have the zone, they control space, they control time.
Feels so weird to have a
doing so
controller in
much
my
damage.
hands.
Thank you, Minnie, for the magic. At the same time, though, Monster, it's a very good point he makes. The fact that they have zone, their biggest weakness has been rotation.
Oh, shield tagging.
The fact they don't have to rotate is going to be huge. And right now, Miro and Booga, up against one of their late game weaknesses, looks to be Clicks and Duke, and the fact that they play those same layers. And they're right beside each other on the boards as well. Look right at the head, but won't actually resolve the fight.
And it's crazy though. You have Dom and Tragics, a bubble team on the outskirts, Knifer and D-Roller, a team that has nothing to lose listening to this go down as well. And that is probably the worst concoction of teams that you have around you, because you effectively open yourself to everything that's inside the melting pot, all in one spot. Teams at the bottom, the middle, and the top. Each of them will react differently. So you have all those elements. That's such a tough spot to be in. But on over to Panther and Fat, who are also in a desperate situation now. 130 damage below the surge here. They will have to heal. You have a lot to sustain, but so many players will have to fall here. They're very far from safety. They will have to fight shortly, but the rotate matters. 20 seconds in order to find some tags. Otherwise, they will be forced into a box dive situation.
Don't want to have that. Or maybe they do, because that first game, they really jumped right in. Good about a byless box. Might be trying to set up a trap. Maybe this was the answer last time. They were low on surge. Thing is, though, they're really good at interrupting a third party, or just being a third party, interrupting a fight and having that type of situation. Right now, the pump and Teo, Pam still fakes right, follows him towards the backside. And they're staying towards the box. There's so many teams in the same situation. Inside Storm from 100 damage now down to 223. This is going to be desperation. Fatch deleted, taking out the pressure of the tie. Too much to handle. They don't move as fast as the previous games. Pump denied access to Pamsto's body for even more shots, but it's just a matter of time before he goes down. Surge on one side, two players on the other. They're following. There's just no chance.
So annoying.
Hit a huge shot right now. He might have just taken out the player down low. He does. Teo is hurt. Pump is now left with nothing. It was close, but not close enough. As Pump finished it off, for a moment there, I thought he was going to be able to do it. Pamsto will fall to the hands of Cold there with the big tag. And all of a sudden now, Pamsto and Thatcher, French-Canadian favorites, are out of the competition for now, sent back to the lobby.
Oh,
that will
shit,
hurt. They will have
man.
to sit in pain right now as they wait it out. And they have now lost the chance to break away or keep up with the lead of the others. Duke and Clicks are happy about this. They will have an opportunity now to close that 10 or 15 point gap or so.
I mean, you talk about it, and they just flicked from 3rd to 4th place. So they have that chance to rise up. The thing is, though, they really want to make sure they do it patiently. There are some people running out of patience.
Tomato,
at a time. Jack takes down
this one I might need
Pilot's gonna fall here. That's gonna
Okay, just remember we can hear you.
spell a story.
Your cat's meowing. Dude, listen to that cat.
Now it's just a lock. Meanwhile, Duke has a problem. Two teams left.
Do you have a Siamese cat?
Too far away from safety. Clicks is gonna lose all his HP.
All I know is he's red and white.
And now Another team inside the top 5 has issues on the horizon here. Clicks gets finished. Duke is by himself. Can he pull?
Clicks is dead.
The story off. Can he pull the
Duke is dead.
Gold.
Duke is dead. Click is dead, and there's still
Norwal's not even here to back him up.
57 people left. Wow.
That's who he finished. That's just
Click streaming, I wonder.
I don't think they're streaming the FN not live, Jamie.
30th place team affecting someone in the
Click's
top
not
5.
streaming,
That's
sadly.
3 teams
I'm
back
sure
to
they'll
back.
do like
Tied.
video on
We're so
demand
close
or
to podium
replays or
status.
whatever.
Who had it, who could have ran away with it, away from the competition. Just stop in their tracks.
At this point, where is Booga and Miro? How well are they positioned to do something with this game? Because last we tuned in, it was not looking good. They were next to Clicks and Duke, and every other type of team you can ask for outside the Chonker Speedway making their way to this
Oh my
rotating
god,
zone.
stop texting me.
Vert and Blake, Knife for D-Roller, and then of course the rest.
I didn't mute
Reggie
again, did
Acorn,
I?
though, they're under pressure here.
Definitely under pressure, but they have not had a window like this. Well, to the other side, the opposition as to how they're looking at Acorn and Edgy, and I'm looking at them too. This is the game that they can climb.
You're lagging out, Billy. Try it again.
Pressure from Talia and Bank. They're desperate. Here's a second one. Here's 10 more seconds of farming. I don't think
No, we can't. You're gonna have to reset your Discord, Billy. We can't hear you.
Trying to break into the box once again, but it's not a wall. It's not gonna be possible to rain through. One taken out. Kazu fishing for the next challenge again. That's
Try it
so
again.
much loot. Another POY that they can basically just grab off the ground in terms
Hello, Billy.
of a loadout. And Edgy takes it away.
And the most important thing, they actually pick up 4 more armored walls there. So all the armored walls they used was great, but they get to get even more. Take a look at the replay. One of the most important ones.
If you're talking, we can't hear you, Billy. Yeah.
Peterbot gets chased down. 6 HP.
Peterbot's dead. Oh man.
Of Jock and company there.
Let's go.
To that other side.
We're focusing on the top 5, but it's time to flip the coin.
Peterbot just got killed.
The top 10
And his
right now,
teammate.
because now everyone from 5th to 10th has a chance to rise
And
up.
there's still 50 people live. This is crazy. All the low end people can move
We just
up.
saw one team, Acorn and
Hello,
Edgy,
Billy.
have that
Try it
window
again, Billy.
And dive straight past the pain. Commandment
Okay.
and Avery.
There we go.
They've taken lots of bludgeoning.
Did a
punishment. Now they
Buddha
can also
and
rise.
Miro die?
Commandment,
Not yet.
Acorn,
I don't
Edgy
think.
Are all the teams in the
Okay,
run right
because
now.
I had to go take out the trash.
Okay.
Blake and Vert
So,
survived that early game.
Clicks
Rotate.
died.
Vert's extremely hurt here. They're trying to actually see what they can muster.
Oh,
As far as
wow.
loot goes, there's not much though. Nothing found. Not even worth it.
Look at the stretch they have as well to make. Every time we've seen a team in this position, I mean, just saw Pancho and Fashion one, they didn't make it. Pitabon and Bala as well, same situation, did not make it. Clicks and Duke, same type of stretch. That 70-meter, 100-meter type of run you have to make. Even if you're the most healthy in first place, it's tough. Vert's at 1 HP. He can't actually back up now. It's only move forward.
At this point, Vert, just drop your mats for Blake and let him grapple to the new
Dude.
zone because
at
you are
who's
running
fighting.
out of plays right now. It's not looking good. Miro and Booga have eyes on this
There's
team here.
Booga, Billy.
This is revenge in full. You rotate into us, well now
You
we
gotta
get
turn
to
it up
rotate
now,
in
bro.
front of you and
Okay.
hold you out here.
Not even that. You take us out a few games ago. You deal damage to our bodies
Hey, yo, wait.
towards the end as well. That next game, we're hunting you down. Miro and Booga, one of the best spots to be in. I can't really focus on for now. Once again, the entire lobby even. There isn't that much congestion in any box. If you're not on Surge, you don't have the options of a desperate box fight. Everyone in Metal 2, so you're not going to be able to beam any walls. It's just Jack who has the opportunity for one right now. And with Nosh by his side, there will be trades inside the box. So maybe we'll reign supreme in that one for now. It's the only fight really happening. Acorn and Edgy also part of the business, so 6th and 4th, 2 teams that really want to just stay away from each other and rise together are forced to clash.
Commandment will find another elimination as well in the meanwhile. Jeffrey Yamza though, I mean, they're playing with house money here. They don't have much to work with. No shields, no HP, and much less in the inventory compartment. Meanwhile, Avery and Commandment have managed to find their refreshers here to position up in the mid game, and they're inside the zone. They're just above the surge threshold. Just 5 players here separate them from safety. But they're still looking. They're not content with being in this position just yet.
The question is, from everyone else who's left in the top 10, who wants to be first? Booga and Miro still on the board, but everyone else is frozen in time.
Kanata's dead. Yep.
Will not have an answer to that
Damn.
question. This game, once again, taken out.
Wow. This is where Booga can really move up here.
Up against Jack and so many other players up inside their own boxes are having their own party overall. Taco, Chewy, he has to watch his friend go
Dead.
down. That's just tragic and unfortunate. Horrible to watch. 50 damage below that surge. Just need one more shot, but not, and Chucky will not allow it to happen for free. Absolute disaster for so many teams everywhere. Ghost and Blake finally go down. DT Rise and Trashy from 10th place. This might be their comeback story.
This is really the story of the bubble teams. the opportunity to get back into the conversation and hop your way on into top 10 as we are approaching the final games of the NAE Finals weekend here. 2 days of competition, 2 days of struggle, happiness and pain, everything in between. The emotions
They got a
of
tunnel
playing through
everywhere
these
they
lobbies
go.
here continue on. But now, in the end, so far, Miro and Booga do have the opportunity to jump away. Avery will find another one, and finally now, that will be their second elim here onto Chucky.
Almost at that 200-point range. They're about 15 points behind. Well, first place was at the start of this game. Focusing on all the bubble teams, but look at the infamous Booga and Miro for the moment. A red tag around their name. If you get another flyby, Rhythm and 20 will be up top looking to control the game for now, but Booga and Miro are one of the only teams who are inside that top 3, that tie, that actually survived. They can push this lead so far, have not had an opportunity to do so this entire FNCS. This has been part of the pack so far, so if they start to gain the lead in game number 9, they can win this entire tournament with that momentum.
Absolutely. Acorn and Edge are in that conversation as well. 5 elims have closed the gap as well to put them on up to that conversation threshold. They're just 5 more away from Booga and Miro, who haven't picked up a single one, but they want to change that. Avery Commandment. Finally now, we've seen them round after round looking for high ground.
Total high
Opportunity did not present itself until here.
Hello, Blue
Until
Ices.
now, they actually go up way sooner. And this is outside of the zone pool. They were dead center. They said, you know, let's go for high ground here, and we're going to build all the way out. Talk about a bold strategy, literally playing for the victory here, playing for first place.
Game after game, they wait for the zone to pull to them. 50-50 goes the other way. This time, they grab the game by the throat, try to choke out every other player, and it's getting constricting. OMG Me Too, Edgy, right below him. Rise wants to also get all the way towards the top. So many teams desperate for that sunny spot on high ground. Cold, though, down below will be in his natural habitat. Finally, with 7Z up against that front portion of the zone. Down towards the backside, everyone like kicks. There's going to be a bounce back, and now they are the center of attention. That's where the spotlight is, and Avery covers that spotlight with a huge bunch of shade. Up top on high ground, there's a 2-layered tarp that's reconnected. It's going to be impenetrable. But Booga and Miro are focusing.
Still up.
Up on height. Command losing his shield for the moment. They're looking for an opportunity to get some control of this game. DT Rise pulling towards the skies. Trashy also coming in from the backside. It's a high ground retake, and it's a disaster for Avery and Commandment. They're trying their best. They're using so many mats right now, but Team 9, they actually had to use half their builds to get to this spot. Booga and Miro will for a
take high ground.
Possibly take down Rise from the bottom. It's a third-party situation that's spanning 15 layers from bottom straight towards the top in the clouds. Trashy now left alone. What can he do?
He has to play this one out, and that was the worst-case scenario of all games, of all teams to go for height. A great one attempts it, and it does not work out, and now everyone is left to pick up the pieces on the low ground. Champer continues to fight on. This is the 3rd elimination as a solo Jamper's managed to pick up here. He is continuing.
That harpoon gun gets him through those walls pretty quick.
He is working his way to the top 5 spot. But hold up, there is so much more at play on the high ground as Booga and Miro there too. Trashy still lurking within the build and now completely out. Acorn will find Jamper. That story is going to end here, and Acorn and Edgy are continuing to fight through from 5th on up to 2nd, and now big fight for 1st. Miro is hurt. No
Dead.
on the other side. The peanut butter egg was great. Acorn fakes him out, and down he goes. But the body picks up the height, so someone else is taking home the loot. It's not going to be for free.
Booga's on top, yeah.
Box side by side. They've had some very big premium battles, and now it's up for them to pick up the scraps. Avery and Commandment have held on, but how much fuel do they have left to keep this domination on the lobby? Booga's just cut off their oxygen. He's picking up every single elimination. Pickaxes from the right side. Desperation from the side of 7Z and Cold. They take apart opposition on the low ground. They's not going to be able to survive. Edgy also now down. Miro and Booga have a blockade, stopping height from having any conversation towards any teams down in the turns.
6 elims for them. Who Fishy and Cassie are in the conversation. Avery's down. Commandment by himself here. We see Commandment clutch up.
Booga Commandment.
He takes out Miro. Booga's now a solo too.
They swap places. A huge U-turn. Booga now has to maybe put down that pressure.
Builds.
Commandment has run out of mats completely. So many teammates and players in front of him. Can he find any type of pressure for the moment right now? Cold on one of the best sides to be in.
Solos.
All in. He's got no mats either. Look at every single team. Booga in the best spot to be in. Cease alive this far. Cease in the driver's seat, but his car crashes. Cold picks him up. 5 elims for the boy, and he's in his natural habitat. Another big shot. 107 to the dome. Bye-bye.
Let's go.
Hello, says Booga.
And here comes Booga.
The next shot. No build. Has to mantle. Has to use movement. Damn. The way 2 mats might make him a champion in the
Dead.
game.
You couldn't ask for better. Solos in the cold continues to earn his stripes. Down goes Commandment. Cold versus Booga. The cold comes in.
Booga! He did.
And wins Booga and Miro do it again. They break away with a huge lead after that game there. And it's going to be 8 elims separating.
Let's go.
Cold takes out everything.
Yeah, I think Booga is going to set the pace here. That was really good.
That just basically sealed the deal for Booga and Miro.
I don't know if sealed the deal, but it definitely set the bar pretty high, didn't it, Billy?
Yeah. Wait.
Boom!
How many games is that?
How many total games? There's 12. I believe there's 4 more.
Oh, okay, never mind. I thought there was only 10.
12. 6 yesterday and 6 today. Boom! Booga. That was good.
Finds a tree, that one crucial mat just gives them that.
Okay, so that was game 9. So there's 10, 11, 12. So there's 3 more.
Teams who were tied inside that top 3 now just shoot way past everyone else in the lobby. How far did Booga and Miro go?
We'll have to find out. Game 9 is going to be an iconic one and honestly could be the defining moment for Booga and Miro, but we'll find out. Let's send it on over to Kelly and the crew.
Booga, with 3 years of terror,
Right.
showing up that he is still
The man.
champ right now. 5 solos at the very end there as well, but I love what Booga did. He went up to high ground and he let Cold, with ice in his veins, take down everyone else in the low ground.
And then killed him.
Played that so well. We saw Booga and Miro there. They were a duo at one point during this end game, and eventually Miro, unfortunately,
You only have to kill the last guy.
Down, but we've seen it time and time again. The solo clutches that this duo can perform, they're just otherworldly, and I love the fact that Booga instantly goes for the win as soon as he sees Miro go
Y'all gonna
down.
play it all today or
Probably
no?
tell that there are
Say that
so
again,
many
D-Man.
solos left that he
Y'all gonna
knows
play afterwards?
No, not tonight, Z-Man. No, we're just gonna watching the FNCS tonight.
against all of these solos. I mean, this is just great. But like
I gotta work early tomorrow
he
morning.
gets that elimination, the
Oh,
refresh is there,
how rude.
instantly realizes
I gotta
that
be there at
check out
6:15
whatever
a.m.
the
Eastern.
team it is now mine.
Jeez.
Like 5:15 for me.
Right, so
This was not like easy. Like he went down to
Blue, I think you might be right. Blue, Booga. We'll see. Got 3 more good games.
Look at this lead now.
These games are just getting better and better.
Oh, it's only clicks.
Right now, and even though I had them in the pre-game piece about how solo clutches.
No, it's
I like
not.
this 33. I tell you, I really have my money on Canada. Sorry, Billy. I like this 33 Acorn kid. I like the story behind him, but I think Blue's gonna be right. I think he'll end up being Booga. What are you trying to say, Billy?
4-point lead for Miro and
It's
Booga.
gonna be
And look
Booga.
at some of the teams that are jumping up our leaderboard.
Either gonna be Booga or
Commandment and Avery, having Pamsto, in fact, that was in first place,
Well, they
now
ain't
dropping
fair.
down all the way to 5th.
Yeah, I think Pamstone Facts had a
Billy,
run
there's still 3 more
2011,
games, my man.
and they have not gotten any points coming into this game right now, so they do fall very.
You have
down
to
the
win
leaderboard. But
all
I've
3
seen it happen
games,
throughout the day.
basically.
Every single time one of these
They could
top
drop a
3,
20
top
bomb.
4 teams have gone down, Acorn and Edgy have had a good game, and this game right here was no different. They are now sitting in 2nd place. And listen, yeah, they are trailing by a little bit.
Yeah,
only
can
34
this
points.
anonymous dude please
Just, it's all you. Just ignore it. It's all you. You think they'd turn the toggle thing on so you could toggle it full screen?
He has a championship, but that's on a whole other region. He's looking to claim it here on the East region, and none other than
Just
Acorn.
practicing some solo games right now.
They're
Nice.
doing wonderful things, and honestly, a lot of what they're doing right now is just that natural chemistry.
It's 2 minutes 48 to the next game.
And I love the fact that you mentioned chemistry because everything
How
they
long
do
did
is
you
done.
have
You
it to
almost
be
never see a
in here
situation
till
where
you
one of
you
these
got
guys
to give
has to be in a
vanilla back?
situation in the solo clutch. If it ever comes to
Um,
fruition, like sure they can do
Is it
it, but they're just always doing the same exact
I mean, if there's one, I haven't seen if there's one today, Billy. I think it was for all the. I got it for the all the pre stuff, right? I don't know if there's one for today.
Stinger SMGs, same wall, same timing, same
But
everything, and it shows
there's one on Twitch if you want to go to, if you want to open up on your device. There's Twitch drops enabled, and that has a backlink.
Never, right, Jacob?
Yeah, better late than never is
I don't know
definitely a thing.
Twitch drops
other
are.
than Iamzo and Jamper, who's also
It's free stuff when you tie it. It's free stuff when you tie your Twitch to your Fortnite.
Contested drives throughout every single
Where
Oh, how do you do that?
And honestly, they have been able to do it off of the back of that same style.
Go to your Twitch settings and it'll be somewhere in there. Tie it to Fortnite somehow. See, man, I did a. You're asking the wrong guy here. I'll find somebody that can help you as we go through it in the next day or two. But I'm sure if you Google it, it'll come up. But it gives. I got backbling. I've got emote. I don't know if I got an emote from Twitch. I got backbling for sure. The Rocket League game. And pickaxe.
So they lost that high ground, and then Booga ultimately had it. But I really do think if Rise and Trashy didn't go up for that, then we could have had a different victory royale winner right here.
Yeah, we already kind of talked about the storm surge of
Stop talking, just go to the game.
To get to a game like this, you see him 388 above the damage threshold again. Even though we kind of dropped off of there, we didn't see the end game performance last time we were breaking it down. But you've seen what that's able to do. A cushion of damage like that, they're able to freely play exactly how they want. But unfortunately enough, sometimes everything comes crashing down.
I'm so confused.
And honestly, listen,
yeah.
Me and this kid killed each other. No one won. We both killed each other.
We've had that before. We trade kills with the. I've done that in game where you trade kills.
We
with
both
somebody.
shot a gun and we killed each other at the same time.
Yeah, it's called
I'm
trading
so
kills.
confused.
That is the moment when a lot of these teams, as soon as
I did that in a game, and it was final guy.
Well, just like the laws of gravity,
I've done it too.
those that rise must
It's annoying AF.
And guys, we're at the halfway point
Go ahead, Billy.
for the FNCS finals.
And like, it ain't even
competition.
neither of us at the win.
Jacob,
See,
what
man,
are some of
Booga's
these
not gonna
teams
win.
that are
Let's go.
outside of the top 10 that I have to do to try and
We
climb up
just
for that
don't
big
know
one?
when.
I don't know, Billy. Blue likes him. I like my Kanata. I really liked this new group 33, whatever the hell they are.
No, listen, winning it is everything, but remember, every
Clips isn't gonna win either.
Right? Well, don't overlook them though, right? They could ruin somebody's day.
We do have 3
They
more
could, but
games
they're
to
not
go
gonna
here.
win.
Right?
Can
3
anyone
more
stop
games.
Booga and Miro? Well, we're gonna have to find out.
There
in
we
the
go.
next game.
Follow someone on D-line.
Okay, let's go.
The last leg of the race, and somehow, Monster, somehow, it's gonna get even more exciting than that.
At this point, jackets off, it's over. Let's get into game 10. That was a cold, chilling finish, but I am heated up. I'm ready for the rest of the action. NAEs is really starting.
These people land here every time and 2v2 each other every single game.
Breakaway lead happening at this point, or will someone decide to take fate into their own hands?
That's what happens when
They splashed each other, they pick up minis.
Speedway home.
Dead.
With that big VR, Casco though this time gonna switch things
Hey,
up.
I could type in your
Take
chat
out
like how
Blaze will be
I
the next
follow
one in
you.
his sights. Nico also hopping around in the business. They're looking really good with control so far. This is not an SMG though, Casco. I don't think the air is going to help you in this situation. What does
God, I
Nico
can't
have
like
to clap
follow
back?
you or
Because he's going on
anything.
a timer.
Maybe you already are. I think you already
Oh,
are.
it's different. It's up top, not down low. That's odd.
Alright, well,
Literally got my
found it.
food's worth at this point. You know, like when you walk in and the meal, you get the whole value deal. I mean, this is the value finals right now for me. Just after that alone,
And the
has really
Trovo.
set things up for us here to have such an interesting day. In the feed, Dubs, the risky reels battle finds end pins and things conclude over there.
These guys do this every game too. 2v2. It's insane. Land at the same.
The last time they won this, they went all the way to top 10. Can they do it again?
I doubt it.
Possibility for them so far. The thing is, when they're in the top 10,
DK.
they don't affect that much. Same with Nevify 2. We're going to be honing in on teams that might have a chance to stop some of these other upper echelon individuals.
DK's for sure not gonna win that thing.
Bank Tahi. Over and over, I feel like this fight's
He's
just getting
good, but he's not
longer. Maybe
good
just
enough to win.
overall, because either way, neither team really rises through the ranks.
These guys are taking it nice and easy here.
Booga's always really been around the top, like since World Cup happened.
Good and survive these early games. They can earn some more money.
He never really died out. He always like stayed like a level skill. Like he never really changed his standings.
Down to no shield and in the middle of the water. That could be a target of choice here. But users and Skuga, the longer they stick around, the more likely.
Skuga and Booga. Let's go.
Tahi and Bank will also have to play defensively and wait this
I didn't know
one
there was a player called Skuga.
They end up just going right beside this little bit of a Ridge, farming out the base completely. On the top side of the boards, though, that 40-point type of lead, Miro.
Hey, I got a UFO.
I mean, what a performance in terms of.
I'll be so glad when they leave
all the way
tomorrow.
to high ground, having it towards the
They're
end.
not really annoying. They're just useless, I'd
What
say.
Mammoth and Avery were doing, they've got eyes on all sides. And that's when they have that zone a little bit towards.
To me, they seem kind of fun.
Point towards that desert.
That's cool. That's what makes the
Question
game
is what happens
fun.
when they have to move.
They dip stuff in and take it out and change stuff up and dip it in again and keep it fresh and exciting.
They didn't do that. That wouldn't have ended that way.
Rise is definitely all the way up there too. Tried his best to stick around, but sometimes you slip and fall. Every Commandment, Rave Cave, things might switch up here towards the last 3 games. Also have to remember the plan Bs from a bunch of these teams that are rolling in. They might just be like, okay, my scavenger drop spot on the right side of the map that is 3 pixels long might not be working. Let's go to the biggest POI on the map that just has a few teams contesting it. Try our chances.
It is right. On over to Peterbot and Vila. We're in that conversation.
Peterbot, that's the one I was thinking of, was the other one that was the sleeper team. Peterbot and Bylaw.
I haven't seen them happen yesterday.
Sleeper team.
Yesterday, yeah.
And then today happened. They've earned only 10 points today. A very, very rough start for them after the first 3 rounds of Fortnite. What has changed from yesterday to today?
It's just the way some of these teams are rotating. That's all these mistakes that teams are making from drop spot to mid-game base.
Savage mom, hello.
How you doing?
Have been issues on day 1. So the way people are traveling now on day 2, they're interrupting a lot of other route
Talking, we
paths.
can't hear you.
For example, Bash and Pam still running in. And stop the good about Bala at 1 point. 20 is with them as well. Actually seeing Jamper and Yamzo a lot more. So all these edge zone type of players are getting into positions that they weren't there on day 1. They're interrupting comfortability. Bash and Pam still, they were looking really good with it. And towards that first and second game. Now at 3, when it mattered most, they vanish.
Shows you how falling behind 1 game
Tell him.
and allowing a team inside the top 3 position to break away.
It's what's most annoying is that they have 3 lives. That's just stupid.
All tied up with Booga and Miro and everyone else inside that top 3.
Why do you need 3 lives, bruh?
The difference. It's not like they didn't make it there. It's not like they didn't earn points via placement. It's they didn't make it to endgame. And that's
They dropped down to 6th place now.
Currently. You have to make it to endgame every single time currently if you want to keep up the pacing to win the tournament here. And so far, Booga and Miro, although they weren't in first place coming in today, although they were slightly behind, they have managed to play the best in the first 3 rounds.
The best in the first season as well, and really, really well in the second one. We're on season 3, and for Booga and Miro, I feel like the stakes are very, very different. They've won, they get that championship right back under their belt.
Interesting.
The only other team that can relate to them pretty much is Peterbot and Vila, who won the last season. Both of them up inside the top 5.
That is true.
They're 2
It's
shots.
no secret. Miro just has the genetics
That
at this
gun's
point.
kind of annoyed me now.
And it takes a long time for the second, whenever you need to use it again.
Press the engine and
No, I mean, like, if people get, like, a good headshot on you, you're basically dead.
And what I'm saying is if you miss your headshot, it's a long time before you get to use it again.
Hello?
Hello.
I'm happy about having this team here, stealing away at their route, but what can you do? Either take a fight, risk it all, or play it slow and be smart.
Are we gonna do the Can You Hear Me Now thing?
Trying to find anything for the moment. Reminder as well, 2-day type of format. A lot of these stories happen on day 1. You can tune in with them for a bit. Qualifiers as well, polarized quantity. Lots of control there. In that set lobby though, with the greatest teams all taking away those power spots, the big dynamics. You change the way you play your game. And that changed the polarized quantity. Not hitting that full stride.
This zone though is starting to go towards the favor of Pamps and Bash. Every other time we've seen it here, they've managed to play and particularly well. Polarizing Quanti though have to win this fight in order to get comfortable here. It's up again, Nyx and Nick FN here. This is Demonics.
They're showing all the B teams and stuff that don't make it to the end game. They all get their 30 seconds on FNCS video.
Take a look at this here. Polarized
as they die.
Swing around finally. They have Nyx against the wall. Nick FN is defending well too.
Oof.
He steps out 120.
Damn, that was a corner peek and a half. Wow.
Quanti there too. Both sides are hurt, but not hurt enough. Quanti and Polarized do have the advantage here. There goes the Siphon, they pick it all up, but he's not reloaded. That's not good. Quanti has to back
Had
up.
that happen before.
Read like a book there.
It's up to Polarized. Can he take him out? Absolutely. And does pick him up. But man, that's a huge cost. That's a lot of time. That's Quanti down. The book reading, the education is going to cost him as the fight continues. Not ages.
Kanata, let's go, buddy.
Always looking good.
I can hear you.
Working towards a storm surge strategy right now.
Remember what you said.
Oh, we're waiting. Trust me, this is going to be a long play, Z-Man. Just wait for it. We've done this before.
I do indeed. Acorn and Edgy, second place going into.
Well, I don't think they realized. they literally have done this before, Z-Man. Then they do the in, the out, the in, the out, in, the out, in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out for like I don't know, the next hour.
He's using the position effectively well as well.
Wow.
So whilst Edgy is getting all the materials, getting all the loot, he's able to.
I'm getting 28 just sitting here.
Getting as many tags as he can.
I 249 try to play a game. Please don't lost. Please.
I'm getting the Callum just sitting here.
Yeah. This guy with the dragon corn can just leave, please.
I like it. Not a lot of teams will be able to split up that type of spot and or roles. Actually, they don't.
A lot of people's parents did not pay attention to him this morning.
Center map. You can do so much more. No matter where the zone goes, you have so much time.
know all too much about being
I'm not one up.
Right. I'm liking this Peterbot though, Billy, right?
They're doing a great job supporting one another here as well. It's looking very, very solid.
I connected to the wrong NAE server.
That's pretty nice because you don't really want to use your other heroes' advantages that are going to be the solution for him now. And they're forced to hunker down for a second.
We find to slow things down.
Fishy's fun too. I watched. Yeah, they had them on the other day, yesterday for a bit.
Miles per hour depends on the country, I guess. But every time there's a fast fight, every time there's chaos, this duo thrives. Very good at seeing through it. But so many teams have switched up the way they're playing in this final.
Did I say who's the Fishy?
Disengaging. You know something's changed.
It did, yeah. That's one of the. They're in 10th place, I think they said.
Really also.
They're called Who's Fishy, yeah.
No, it's Who Fishy.
Thank you. And I like that OMG Me Too. That's a funny one too. OMG Me Too.
Everything is not going down. I don't like this.
They're definitely showing all the lower tier teams here.
They went into the 6th zone with 11 elims rocking through. Put out a 20 bomb. All the way.
I have better ping on Middle East servers than I do on NA East right now.
That's insane.
OMG Me Too is
imagine
just a couple more 100 hours away from
that one of
here. They've really shown some opportunities of greatness today, and I say
the lower tier teams win a match.
Well, that literally has happened. That's how this 33 Acorn team that you're watching right here, Billy, has come up. They were literally a nobody here. That's why my money's on this team right here, 33 Acorn kid.
And that's what it takes to be.
Killed a kid with 250 ping. How do you feel?
he could get on
good.
And play
good. I felt real good. Congratulations.
Been at the pinnacle of Fortnite success. Acorn's previous FNCS
it was funny when you said that. We were spectating a guy with a burst AR scope about 250, and he didn't make the kill.
So many chances and have yielded.
He's dinging him though, Miro. He's dinging him. Are there any she's? I guess that's to be a polite thing to ask. Are there any at all? Or are they all he's in the whole thing? Does anybody know the answer to that?
Mostly, but there's still like female players out there that are well known. Like
but any FSCS though.
Yeah, no, not normally.
One team will focus on to have a replay to rock in that way to Chubbs.
It's a dig.
Yeah. We're looking really good to move.
Oh, thank you, Billy.
Now VR rocking through.
Ding is a D-I-N-G.
Back and forth action and darkness. They're gonna be able to
hold
the name's D-I-G.
They're up against Avery and Commandment before.
They've had too much caffeine. They're not paying that much attention, Billy.
Fight too, because in the distance you have Iamzo and Jamper looking inwards right now. That are also
I'm talking to you.
not quite safe. So
Oh.
this spells disaster
I
all
can't
around.
build.
Peterbot and Bio recognizing the danger. They're going to back off and actually
You
go
said
towards the
dig,
storm as they have
ding
no
mirror.
for them. Remember, this is their drop
Gotcha.
spot. They know
And
where every
I was
single
like,
other
it's
piece
dig
of leftover
mirror.
loot is.
Okay.
You
Thanks
have
for
a
pointing that
couple
out,
left to play for
Billy.
later. Notice the other
Pointed
teams
out
sitting around. They are
enough
hungry
fights today?
to get a piece of this action here, especially Jamper. Even
Did you need some extra attention today, Billy?
that is such a tough spot. Peterbot and Bila do not seem
Why do you
to
say
have
that?
luck on their side right now. As after the first 3 games, it has been very difficult, but it's also looking difficult for Booga and Miro now. 34 points ahead of the rest of the competition, and you are in this much of an issue and struggle. No more heals, 2 armored walls. They do have a little bit more to work with. It's Vert and Blake who continue to push and fight them here on this outer edge.
Game after game, they either take them off the throne or give them a pedestal to just rise straight towards king status. Look at the amount of investment from both teams in this spot. There was a chase down from start to finish. Went from metal to wood to brick for Booga and Miro. They've got nothing now. And also don't have time to actually confirm this fight. Jamper also now finally taken out. So him and Iamzo will be put on freeze. Oh no, Miro in trouble. Desperate for a few shots.
Booga's in trouble too.
Booga, half a second, comes in with the mini. Miro now not going to be able to survive. Booga taken out by someone else. It's Cam that drops down and finds
Booga's out. What? 74th place.
Cam though, I'm looking for Booga's body. Yeah, just 29 above for Miro.
Miro's still up.
Not good with Booga down here, but also Pamsel finished in the
Can you get a card and reboot him?
We already know that Pamsel and Thatch rotate death side around the east.
I'm lagging so bad I just died to some.
That's unfortunate.
But now Kim has a decision to make. Do you push this duo right here? Or do you give them an opportunity? He wants to fight this one out. He has to take on Miro in a head-to-head clash. He does not know the HP situation. Narwhal says, give me that one. I want it. He swings in from the side. And they close out Booga and Miro. 34 points frozen in time. The lead will be lost here.
One team will catch up from Narwhal and Cam. They must be asking, what the heck was that? Booga and Miro looking that weak coming right by.
Did Miro die?
Yes.
That was why. I mean,
that's what I
it's
thought.
just too much. First place, all that pressure, and now every team can catch up.
Thatch and Pamstel, the opportunity they could have only prayed for, comes to life before them here. Pamstel's no longer in this game. Thatch is by himself. This is a chance for Clicks and his duo Duke to jump back into it. This is a chance for Acorn and Edgy to come back. This is a chance for Peterbot and Bila to take it all and close that gap. So many teams now have a chance. Commandment.
Didn't look good for Peterbot right there, though. Oh! Peterbot's dead.
He didn't do it.
Nope.
Patent denied. The strategy that works every single game. Their product. The send in one player, get a knock and trade. Peterbot cannot deal enough damage. This entire base now, so much noise. Policing from the outside, Slacks and Clarity G. Gonna be able to take down Hoofishy and Kaz. They're right beside Peterbot and Bila just for seconds. This is just tragedy for so many different duels across the board.
You couldn't ask for a more competitive end game now at this point. You couldn't ask for a better NA East Finals finale, because what's happening here is we continue to make the top 10 become more and more competitive. There is no one who has the runaway train. With 2 teams inside the top 5 falling now, that will effectively open up the standings well to the top 10. Officially, teams like Hoofishy and Kaz, a win here, a great placing, finish will definitely put you up inside that 200+ point threshold. And the problem with that is we are approaching the tail end of the tournament. We are approaching that desperate territory where you don't have many more chances
Yeah,
left.
no builds. Sit down, dum-dum.
You don't even have a chance in this game if you're Hoofishy, right? We've seen how it happens for solos who start off in like the 4th zone. They only get to about maybe the 6th if they're lucky. If you're Clicks or Miro, you might be able to almost win the game.
No way,
so.
seconds on Storm Surge. No way.
They're out of shield completely. Two big pots left for Edgy and Acorn. Burning through the med mist. Look at all these
Guys
tools
just
they use
standing
to
in your
win
way.
games.
I know.
Being absolutely
Ooh, item
out
shop
for
refresh.
maybe just an essence
Oh,
of
let's
more
go.
time. A chance at slight survival. 22
Nothing
damage,
really
85
good.
below. Do the
That's
math. It's not even out.
Chaos Agent, so I'll go to everyone's spell.
Oh, right through his own open window.
Shots might fly by. Edgy is just taken out.
Team 3. That's why Avery here. They recognize that. We got Avery. And Avery comes right on in alongside Commandment. They want to finish Acorn here as fast as possible. There's no shot. They're going to allow second place to get away with this. They need this loot for the refresh. But more importantly, they need to finish this team in order to take their position in the tournament. Instead, they back off slowly. They want to play smart. They have to get to the zone. But you know, and you best believe they will have eyes on Acorn right now.
Yeah, if Nut and Chucky are denying a box fight and moving, that means these teams also have to move. Those guys always aggressive, always looking to get on towards any type of damage. Acorn, 208 below, and has a job to rotate.
Damn.
Yeah, I have 137
damage,
ping.
all
What
by
is
himself. That checklist, just way too large. Even the thought of it is just weighing him down. The movement now, Avery Commandment has set over the trap. They make him walk backwards.
He's dead. He's so dead.
Only their POV.
He's so dead.
Chucky and Nut are trying to steal away this elimination as well. This will be huge if
33
Avery
not
picks
winning
it up.
the tournament.
Metal, usually denying people a chance to keep rattling over at builds, will not stop the pressure from Commandment and Avery this time.
Oh, by the way, Booga's in first by 4 points.
Not anymore.
Behind Acorn.
Right, not anymore.
Situation, 4 big points up for grabs.
Booga's up by 4 points.
Avery looking for anything.
Flix is in 10th. Not bad.
To pick up that medal to top him off as well.
Oh yeah, they did that. And so is Acorn.
Amongst all the chaos here, so they're looking good. All Storm Surge, which means Clicks and Dukes are still in the game right now. First place is out, second place is out. Avery and Commandment have a chance here. Pamstool and Fatch are still in this as well. Fatch is solo. We talked about him needing to make the moves here. So far, so good.
So far, a miracle as well. He's kind of pulled that zone.
Oh my gosh.
It's going to be fine for him to just stay alive a little bit longer, but he has to move slightly. 44 bills. We'll have to use about 15 of them to get into this next spot. Fix and Duke in a position of power. They used quite a lot, and the loadout's also looking a little bit well worn. They still have a little bit of ways to get into the zone, into a nice overall position as well. My favorite team to watch so far inside these end games is Avery and Commandment. I think 80% of the time I've watched so far, they have never pulled the zone that they want. They've had to work to get towards the next spot. This is a max pull, and Commandment's already moving all the way across into the next portion of his game. He has a chance to come back again against all these factors that are against him. They've never had a single time so far, Monster, but they've had a free game from start to finish.
Let's give all the respect to Commandment as well.
Give it hang on, G-Man. We're getting right to the end here.
FNCS finals, and then all of a sudden putting in that work these last couple seasons, people counting him out because he wasn't
Dude, he's
practicing
got
as
0.
hard.
He's standing
He
there
was
with
playing
0.
a duo mate that was not as invested as he wanted to be, and the moment he got
literally desperate
desperate
for somebody to pay attention.
Not for Commandment, not for the name that I've built so far, and he's put in so much work.
I do not
and I'm
have
so
a
happy
crown
Avery's been there alongside him because Avery's someone who's worked so
I mean, I
hard.
see it with some people.
I almost want to friend him and say, come run a game with us and get him a win, 1 crown.
This time they want to play for that victory royale. We know this
Everybody
is
should have
definitely
1
do it.
for you,
They've been here and they've
At
done it
least
before.
1 win a season.
Right.
Not an Agers also.
Crown win, I mean, this is kind of different though, because you have to win the game and get the crown, which can be hard to come around sometimes.
Yeah, or just be lucky and pick one up on your way through. We've had enough of those too.
Yeah, that's happened
Be like,
quite a bit.
found a piece of candy, as Z-Man says.
That's what a lot of our crown wins were back in like season 1 of Chapter
Oh yes, just picking stuff. Yes, absolutely. More than half, I would even say, probably.
Yeah, because a lot of it was, well, because everyone had a crown. It wasn't really that hard to come around.
We're at the end here. Let's watch this. Here's Clicks.
I want Clicks to win, because he doesn't normally win.
Already starting off the height range threats. Find Skuga.
It's all up to him right now.
Big pick up there.
When they start in their active, they don't stop shooting monsters until the
They're
end of the game.
one of my favorite players.
An AR or an SMG active on a height.
Trashy gets another one onto Clarity G as well. So
he's up there, I'd say.
Meanwhile, Fatch is still alive, holding on here. Solo, 36 below, so he needs to find a
my
single
favorite, like, content creator, I'd say would be Laser Beam. But like out of the most, I would pro player would be.
They're also below the surge here, and meanwhile, Fatch is on the outside. He might just run into Ritual in TK. That story will conclude here if he faces.
Who's your favorite player, Cal?
I'm thinking Booga at this point.
That took his teammate out.
I just got 2 legendary chests in the same room.
Frozen on their base.
Billy,
They
what's
haven't
your
made a
favorite?
single build so far. They've only been focused on shooting. That's giving opportunities for everyone. on that middle ground to open up and take a few more shots of different builds. Tibble Taco low now.
Dude.
You just see the damage from threats. 5
Left
healers
his
for
roof
both these
open.
players now. It's just huge as Playify goes down. Kanata and Ager, because of all the pressure that's happening up top, they have this
Probably
opportunity
say
to
mine
just keep
would be
having mid-ground box fights. 5 seconds of
Uga,
just pressure on walls.
mainly
big
because
shots,
I
raining through Avery and Commandment, though.
watched a lot of his
Time out to use the zone
content,
to get
so
exactly
I
where
got
they need to go. Fat still somehow
kind of
surviving.
like him.
The fourth
So.
zone all the way up to now and takes a big shot.
Damn, he got his feet. That was insane. His floor didn't form, so his feet were down, and he didn't realize it. Wow. It's his own fault. He should have realized his floor didn't resolve in and jumped up.
Clicks and Duke are still alive too. Everyone is starting to catch up to the 260 points that Booga and Miro left behind. This will become closer and closer now for so many different teams. Meanwhile, Fact's alive on the front side of the zone here. Great rotates, playing smart and calm, collected, but he is out of material. Macwood and Threats have height, and they have it under control.
They got ultimate
here,
height.
They're also out of material. They're starting to run thin.
That's funny.
That's my third legendary chest at this building. Holy.
Who was that? I think it's Teo.
You got D-Man, we're ready to finish here.
Fact's actually the one to pick it up, so even more mats to use. What a solo performance from Thatch. Pamsto in that driver's seat cerebrally telling him exactly also where he needs to go. Of even Donnie still alive too.
A team that is fighting for it here. Thatch is down low.
No way,
one. He finds it. He finishes it. Can he get this one too?
He did.
It doesn't matter. Top 7, he's happy with that. Aviv is now in 12th place. How in the world has this team managed to climb into a top 10 conversation? It will baffle me for the rest of the weekend, but let's go back to the real action, right? Clicks is on the front side of the zone. He's holding on now. He's in 5th place currently. And
gonna have your duo as next season, Cal.
Clicks. Yeah, if you can make sure you're able to play, I think that's a good idea.
I most likely will, so that seems good.
Sorry, you
to me.
hadn't confirmed. Yeah, you hadn't confirmed that it was officially.
Officially, I am doing nothing on school days, really. So. And usually I have one day off every weekend.
Let's watch the finish. Hang on.
Huge cypher to be able to come in. Aviv also working as a solo. Once again, this will be a slow burn. He goes across the right way. Asia's going to be interrupted, but not shaken for now. 5 teams still remaining.
Kanata's still up, guys. I'm not gonna be that guy, but
that's my 4th legend. And all of them have been 2 shots.
For the moment.
But I'm gonna say something real quick.
There's Aviv on the backside.
Give it a second.
Avery and Commandment survive a little bit longer. They will be our new
There's a
number
viewing
1
party
place
for the
team.
FNCS, not your creative
Five
game.
more eliminations and win this. They'll jump
Dude,
to the top
dead.
3. Avery continues to open up the gap here. It's looking good. 6 eliminations on the low ground, but they're completely out of material. They're gassed now.
Have to work with teams, Cam pick
Knocked.
up Agers and interrupt the team that wanted to win, that wanted to climb back in the top 5. Mac was hearing and seeing all this happen and is angry that he doesn't get to stay in the conversation. So see you later, Kanata. Threat's not close and personal as well. On the wall.
Kanata's dead.
On the last ramp that they have, Avery sees it coming. Cam makes the first move. Threats with the mantle. Might have an angle. And they were
Dang.
shot, but he gets denied. Now up to Mac.
There it is. There it is, Avery.
What a heist! In the last moment, the safe is broken.
Wow. GG. Sorry, D-Man, what were you trying to say?
8 eliminations will be
The one thing that I usually have to do a weekend, that's kind of flexible from when I do it. So.
Okay.
Sunset they go to live out with the riches.
I don't use on Booga.
Because now those riches will be
I'm telling you now, it's either gonna be Booga, this, or the 3 people.
33s are, yeah, they're the darling of the night, evidently.
Well, they're insane, and they're like brand new to the competitive
Yes,
scene.
unheard of.
So,
Nobody even knew.
yeah.
Nobody knew who they were exactly.
Well, no one knew who the Acorn kid was, but Edgy is known. Edgy is known.
It's a bounce back type of zone. Just make sure you stay alive. Avery is just following
Boom.
bodies and doing big damage. Huge on the threats and a big win. Now they catch up and make it a 2-way race.
Not only that, that was just game 10. It continues to get exciting here. Avery and Commandment will win. And now we get to start stepping into the championship territory where
2 more games.
All
right, I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom.
here, and you have to maintain.
The stories, the overall legacy right now, back-to-backs on one side, a comeback from Booga on the other, and then Commandment and Avery from like almost 50th place, rising to the first spot from last time against that monster. There's so much on the line.
We'll have to see it. Let's send on over to our analyst here.
Avery and Commandment definitely on cloud 9 right now after that incredible play against Macwood and Threats. A lot of these times that we see the low versus high ground team, the low ground team will kind of wait for the high ground team to drop down to them, but that is not what Commandment and Avery did right there.
Avery and Commandment, like, that was just phenomenally played right there. They know that there's 5 players left alive, right? 2 on the higher ground, and then them 2 on the lower ground. So where's this solo at? Avery dips out into the zone, and as soon as he starts to hear the shots come off, he makes the comm. Commandment, was that you that just shot? No, it wasn't. So that means the higher ground team is fighting the solo, and that is exactly when he strike. That little bit of a distraction was everything for this duo, and that's how they closed it out. But I mean, the lead up was even more impressive, absolutely running through every team that existed on the low ground.
And Kelly, you asked the question, what do these teams have to do at the halfway point? I told you, depending on where they're at on the leaderboard, but Booga Miro had such a good gap between the rest of the competition, it was gonna come down to eliminations and victory royales. Commandment and Avery, they snatched up both.
But you know that gap goes down so quickly when you go down in the early game, and that's exactly what happened to Booga and Miro. But here you have it. I mean, Vivid, Commandment, Avery just playing absolutely insane. Going from, 3 elims to 8 elims over the span of a minute.
Look at this. 1 point separates it. Oh my goodness. And listen, honestly, Cam was doing everything this game, right? He took out Booga and Miro, kind of halted them in their place right there, and then in the end, helping Avery and Commandment to win that game against Macwood and Threats. Like, MVP kind of goes out to him right now, because this race at the top, it just never ends.
Yeah, it's not going to stop at all. Hopefully you got enough gas left in the tank, because this could come down to the final game. You said it, 1 point separating, 20 points after that, 13 points after that. This is truly anyone's game, because throughout each and every one of these games, we're seeing large point swings each way.
And obviously, these solo clutches at the
Alright, I'm back.
break or make or break.
Commandment's on top with Avery.
Sandstone Fat.
Miro and Booga.
The gap between Booga and Miro and second place coming into this game, it was absolutely phenomenal. And the fact that every single time these gaps keep closing means that none of these teams are safe, so they have to keep playing. And one of them that is just pulling out all of their cards, it's got to be Pamstone Fetch. This is a team that you think about. They have been a duo now for 6 consecutive FNCS finals, and they love to play, like I said, as a duo. They like to be cohesive. So
I don't know why they're both called 33. Is that a gaming team, Z-Man? 33 like NRG?
Never heard of them, but I know it's probably a gaming, probably a clan.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. It's probably their clan, right?
Most likely.
Yeah.
As soon as he goes for the loot, somebody does unfortunately jump into that box, but I mean, still keep themselves in contention right now. 3rd place.
Yeah, and you talked about kind of one of them going down. That was Pam, and I saw him on Twitter kind of tweeting away, said, "I want to cry, 555, full heals." Batch probably looked at him and said, "Boy, you better delete that tweet. My run is not over yet."
Jacob, you called it, the Cinderella story, and they started it off in the qualifiers, cleaning the gutters, sweeping the basement,
right.
And then once they made it into the semifinals, that's when they went to the ball. But right now, this is their redemption.
We've done that, right, D-Man? Cleaning the gutters, playing in the basement.
To show up on their door.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a Cinderella story. Honestly,
there's a guy spinning boats at my build fight.
Nice.
There's boat rockets, whatever you want to call them.
For a second, because they
hey, Kelly, who's in first?
What's that, Billy?
Who's in first? I can't read that.
The one that just won. The one that just won.
Channeling that energy right here to try to bring them as close to first place as possible. And
just give it a second. I'll think of it.
Top teams going down early. If that happens yet again, we could see another first place team taking over.
Yeah, it's honestly crazy.
Booga? No. Booga died early, dude. What part of that did you miss?
After that day 1 performance where they found themselves in 12th,
I mean, in first place.
Booga is not in first place.
Into the name, into the top of this leaderboard. And this game right here is kind of the start
Dude,
of
did
that,
you
right?
not pay attention?
Right now can seriously
no, I was AFK for like...
That's what I figured. It wasn't you couldn't read it, you were AFK, and now you're trying to be relevant. I see.
Then there's a leaderboard that popped up, and I couldn't read it. Seriously.
So close. And let's break down the math for a second here. A victory royale plus double-digit eliminations, which is the best case scenario, will get you around 50 points. If the 2 games
that
left. You
game.
can still
No.
gain around 100 points. But again, best
We'll
case
find
scenario
out.
in that situation.
It'll come to me in a second,
so a lot
Billy.
of these teams in the top 10, if we have our top teams like Peterbot and Byla, Buga and Mira going down early, still have a shot at that first place spot.
Or just
That's why
gonna
you're
watch
seeing
and
the
look for the
leaderboard get tossed
leaderboard.
and turned upside down
There we
every
go.
single game.
Go
And
ahead,
it has
Billy.
me at the edge of a seat on the back. Almost has me even standing up, celebrating
Is
with each other.
Booga in second at least?
Yes, I believe he's in second.
But I
Yes.
cannot wait to watch
Who's
it.
in first?
I cannot wait.
That's the answer we're all looking for, Z-Man. We're gonna give it a second. It'll come to me.
Starts now.
As soon as I see the name, it'll come to me. I just can't think of it. It's not Kanata. It's the other K thing.
Breathtaking opportunity here.
Oh, I
in
think
front
I know
of
what you're
everyone, of
talking
course, and
about.
It's only becoming more and more
Casco.
competitive, but the battle
No.
box is here. There's
Oh,
no time
never
to
mind.
waste.
It's not
Top
that.
one in, Shayo.
Last season, if you guys were
That's not
watching, there
possible.
was no mystery. There was a
But
spotlight
I
on who was
didn't
winning
even
the
know
entire
player
FNCS
named
of
that.
this
Me
season.
So
This season now it's changed.
I just made it up.
We need
We
some
know.
production. We need some detectives. We can do it anyway every single game, Monster, and right now it's a two-way race.
And we really have seen that. We really have seen how many different directions this vehicle can swerve. Normally the train is on the tracks and it's only a single direction.
Dead.
It's forward,
Damn,
backward,
could you imagine
east,
dying
and
on
west.
drop like that?
We're in an aerial craft. We have
Wow.
360 movement, up, down, left, right, and everything in between. Because
Your game's over. Dude,
realistically,
dead.
We don't know how this will work, but what I do know is if a team goes down now, essentially end of the road. You cannot fall early anymore.
I'm actually
Even if
being
you are
good
doing
in
these
my game
50-50s
for
off
once.
spawn, 39th, 40th
Nice.
place.
I'm a
You
little
still have a lot of
scared.
money on the line if you win these games.
Well, not
If
really,
you end up
but
even just winning off
there's
of
moving
spawn,
people
getting
left eye after
accumulation,
he
so
kills.
no one
Choose
can
your
My
words
other games I'm
carefully.
not doing.
Just take a look at Donnie and
Yeah.
Aviv. They are
I'm
probably
gonna
the
fly
peak
off
example
soon.
of a team that has just done something.
Well, I look forward to see you do the duo or the solo, whatever they call it, tomorrow.
Like top 5 or at least top 8, which is
That's
I
the
think I already
one.
have my drop spot made off and my rotation plan, so
I think Billy's gonna do it, and if Billy, if you want to do it against the Z-Man, I'll put up a, I don't know, we'll say 1,500 V-Bucks or something for the winner of whichever one of you two, if you both show up, and start on time and do an actual contest. We'll see.
What is it? Nah, contenders.
The contender, I believe it's called the Hype Cup.
yeah, it's the contender hype cup.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'm down.
All right. Just be here on, just be on time, be here, so it makes a bit of a stream.
Why, hello there.
If anybody else would like to take the challenge, you're more than welcome to.
A team that have also just all of a sudden jumped into a fight
Oh,
against Neverfly and crew.
Timberlet. See, Timberlet.
Found success
No,
with
that-
hitting south
no.
before. They managed to do it again here so far into game 11.
If you look on the left, they're in 38th place or something. They're like, I did not know what it was, but they
I
were.
missed your shot.
I think they have some of the biggest experience so far in the early game in fighting. So when it comes to pressure, even if it is a third-party team in a
Yeah, they're team number 40, Billy. They're
just got a double
40th
team.
place.
I threw
Alright,
steamers.
easy, man. We're watching the FNCS. I know you didn't get enough attention from your mom today, but we're here watching the FNCS, buddy.
Is gonna stop him from competing against Chris. Spade has more mats though. Third-party shots coming in from the far side. They're not gonna be able to actually.
See, I can't do grapplers like that. Open a roof and just grapple out like that.
Still left. Him and Chimp will just disengage.
He's like, I'm out of here.
Gonna be huge. I can't believe 1v2. My boy Chris just actually holds down the line.
Let's take a look at another fight, of course, at Synapse Station. These are these early game fights that have been going. A big headshot, 100 to the body. We all know that that packs a punch. Acorn and Edgy also a part of the early game package here. This time, Jack and Nos try to land right on top of Acorn.
Why would you do that?
This is their home territory.
Literally.
They do an excellent job of fending them off.
Oh, these boys, Commitment Avery, just took over by 1 point.
Is there Packer Punchers playing in this?
I don't. Commandment.
Yeah, it's Commandment and Avery.
It just come to me. It just came. It's Commandment.
It's not just one-hit wonders. It takes a lot of effort to be at that top spot.
Do not forget either. Avery fell in game 9.
So
Crazy ambush.
you don't know if it packs punch. What type of name's that?
Into an exceptional endgame followed by
7 Zeds. Yeah.
overcoming some of the most difficult positions that you could be
Avery
in.
and Commandment are probably going to win because they're like 30 points higher than second place. If they don't die off the bat, they're going to win for sure.
Maybe. And they're a 33 as well. I just saw that, Billy. That 7Z's teammate is also a 33 clan member.
At 17 cold.
Yeah.
Never heard of that clan before.
They're definitely something, though, right? They got 3 teams in the FNCS.
Unless Bila can climb back here, but look at that. 7Z and Cold know better. They back off. They want to play smart here.
Pretty big. I would say that.
To not third party them as Aviv and Donnie are here, and they're not going anywhere.
And Matrix.
As far as
and Centennials.
And this is a 4-way concoction.
Booga was up 37 points, and then they lost.
It can happen.
Yeah, well, this is the last game, though.
No, this one plus one more.
Oh, never mind. Then they might not win. I'd say if it's like the last game, they're that high up, they're probably going to win.
Right.
But if
No.
there's more than one game, there's a chance someone else can get up there.
Yep, indeed, one more.
Like, Booga's just going to make like a comeback game. He's right back at first.
7Z can just stick the SMG close range. Everyone now disperses as they realize all these fights are just going to take too long to actually break out. Donnie and Aviv inviting a box fight is not going to be that tantalizing for any player.
Mind you, Vivid's in the back here, rubbing his hands together, licking his lips, the closer and closer going to rise up, because we do have a fun competition between ourselves with our predictions, and this is his. Cold, though,
Okay, the box.
takes down Aviv. He's happy about that one. Here comes the follow-up. Down goes Donnie as well, and just like that, they find themselves 4 more points.
Wait for it. Watch out, watch out, watch out.
They're getting third-partied, yeah.
It's over.
Straight into the box. You're calling it, and you're right. Ooh, armored wall. Cold buys time at 1
That was a
HP.
good plan.
That was so clear from Miamzo and Jamper first. They have the ambush in game 9 now. They have the ambush here in game 11. But Cold is not giving up without a fight here. A great tag on Miamzo is going to put him in desperate territory. But Jamper is more than happy to take a fight at 200 HP. And smart not to walk into the enemy builds there. He walks and waits. And now looking for the new angle here. Cold's going to completely disengage here, leaving behind the body of Scented. Meanwhile, Bila potentially playing for the pickup first.
What happened there is so much distraction on the way on this north side. Bila gets the reboot up. So Peterbot back in the business, or whatever way it was working in terms of who was alive. Peterbot, who got the reboot on Bila, back in the business. That's going to be huge because they don't want to stay out of this race. It says 6, but they're basically just 3rd. They're basically just one of the other teams that are right behind the 2 top teams that are all the way towards the top.
So what happened there is Bila saw the opportunity to get the pickup. Peterbot comes down, edging Acorn, take out Peterbot as he's coming down. It had to be, and then slides in potentially to finish the fight, but things slow down. And they managed to stay in the game. So 4th and 6th with an interesting exchange there too. Take a look at some fights that was going down in the meantime. While all of that was happening there, Nasen and Bryce, of
Dang, just dead.
we get to continue to see this head-to-head go back and forth. I'm not keeping count, but both sides are fairly even
dead?
as far as the exchanges there.
I just watch how he just whipped open that wall, just edited the wall, and boom, just one shot dead.
Here's Avery and Commandment, first place. AV and Golden on the other side of the wall. A desperate team is there, and no, they back up. There's no reason to fight them, not this soon, not like this.
I talked about it at the start of this game, about the mystery of what's happening between all these teams. I have a very special guest. It's Mr. Minor Holmes with the deduction.
Thank you, Shire. Now, Duke and Clicks, they've had a very lucky game so far. They've got the zone, luckily for them, which is really, really good. They've done really, really well when they've had the zone. They had a really, really good bust path as well. You can see Clicks picking up the burst assault rifle, already getting as many tags as he can on the teams that are landing to the south, or the team that is landing to the south of them. So really, really solid stuff from them. Of course, as I mentioned, they did get the zone once again, a home zone for them. When they've had a home zone today, they've had a victory royale and a 6, so they're set up for success. They also had a really, really nice vending machine that got them that blue pump as well. And if you notice, they're actually boxed up a little bit more central in the zone, so they have really, really good positioning as well. Could this team be on for a winner here? They're in 5th at the moment going to this game. I think this could be a really, really good game for them.
All right.
Definitely a great breakdown. Thank you for that, Minor. That puts us in an interesting position and conversation, a talking point for Clicks and Duke. Like he said, they have that consistency behind them when they pull the zone to their side.
And the 300 ping just came back to me. Let's go.
For the first time, not going to be an issue.
Absolutely. We have the foresight now to see what's up, but the mystery is not solved. The big
That's
issue is
unfortunate.
5th, 6th, whatever their situation is, they're about 34 points behind as to where they should be. towards the top spot. If one of those teams, whether that's Miro, whether it's, you know, second place rocking in, they'll be able to just look at what's going down. Commandment Avery, Miro, Bugha. If they survive, even if Clix and Duke are winning, they're not going to be having any chance to actually catch up and be in that top 3 situation.
That is true. You really have to find a way to catch up there. And that comes off the back of big plays, but Shadow here has to catch up as well. He has lost his teammate Walkers. It seems like he didn't make it into the game, so Shadow has to play this one out by himself.
Dude, could you imagine not even loading in?
He's playing great Fortnite here, and they're in 13th, so they're not a team that's out of the conversation for making great money this weekend, but also continuing to prove themselves as being great players.
What do you mean not even loading in?
They just said Shadow's teammate didn't load in, didn't get in the game.
The new age, the new generation, and now Walkers joins into that conversation as well. Alongside
As what happened to Bugha last season or the season before, like, he would have won if he loaded into the game. The game just, like, wouldn't let him load in.
Could you imagine how frustrated you'd be?
They were having a really fun time.
I would be ticked.
The comms there were great, so...
I mean, you just lost out at like 100 grand. Why wouldn't you be? That's not even your fault. That's just the game screwing you over.
Not get scented, picked up there. We get to actually run that back one more time. Don't worry. We have all of the action covered. Take a look here. Swings around the side. Cole thinks he's gonna exit. Looks like he gets trapped.
Like, imagine that made you lose. Like, you could win, and then that just screwed you over completely.
AR beams to follow. You're about going to be able to pick up.
Well, and then even still, they got screwed because they could be a better placement. Like, some of these placements from one level to the next is big money.
They have to get past, but if they do just, you know, ace this test that they have in front of them.
Even if Bugha doesn't win,
keep moving by.
he's winning bad to the end.
If you didn't believe me before,
they're winning more than
maybe
$2
you
grand.
believe me now. DJen is no easy player. He's been around for a very long time, and Shadow just went up against one of the best and did that with a very, very big health lead. Just to show you how optimal he was in that fight there. He's quick on his toes. Take a look here, though, at a team that has been very, very quick on their toes today. Clix and Duke, again, they had that dominant position for high ground. It looks like they play out of that to get closer and closer to center zone, and it works out because now they have the edge here in zone 3. Agers and Kanata have to continue to make their move to the new safety, and it looks like it's going to be an easy rotate for them here. Kanata gets cracked. Some big shots in the distance there, possibly from behind, because you don't see any of the other teams looking inward, so...
Thing with Sada and Asia so far is that their strength, the power they have together, has been split apart by so many different teams game after game. They haven't been able to play a lot of these end games out as a duo. The reverse for Clix and Duke is they have stayed side by side, and you can see the difference in who's climbing on the boards and who's falling overall. Trashy and Rise, although it looks like they are being a little bit more consistent, we've seen what it takes to be in the top 3 inside NAE so far. It takes more than just consistency, more than just being average and kind of being from that top 10 to top 5 game after game. You have to really have nice wins, and at the same time, lots of elims and starstruck games over and over again.
That's right. You will need that extraordinary factor in order to continue to maintain the pacing that our top 3 teams have managed to put themselves into. Once again, though, we tune in with Bugha and Mira, who are in a very interesting situation. We have ourselves 3 teams in their general area. Chewy and Magnolia being some of them. B-Roller Knifer again there too. Dubs and Rocane in front, and then a world of other teams positioned just beyond that. And we already know teams positioned on the south side on the edge. Clix and Duke that have managed to maintain and position themselves here. So it's not looking like it's going to be easy to rotate. And more importantly, there are no easy options, but they don't have to fight just yet. If Duke and company have not found the tags that they need, they will be the first option of choice here. Bugha and Miro, the closest duo besides Zeus to the side. And we already saw what Zeus and Costa did to Bugha and Miro last game. They literally were the reason they were eliminated.
Can they beat the curse again is the question. It was Bugha just kind of driving by. You mentioned it a little bit. It's all about making it to the next portion of the zone and keeping that 30-point lead.
Clix is out. He rotates. Starts to move north. Look at where he's headed. Straight to the Daily Bugle. We haven't seen an endgame here this weekend, but now we get to see some of this in play. This is a very, very peculiar place for the zone to end. These mountain edges, this crater is extremely steep, and yes, there are ways to accelerate yourself up and over, but it is not easy, my friends. I think everyone in the chat has played Fortnite before, and if it's ended in Daily Bugle, you know it can be very, very difficult. It can get crazy. Imagine that plus 40 pros on your back. It is only that much harder.
It only happens in a few of these games overall. Two look at Avery and Commandment, and we know that Taxi is low HP. They can see it too, but absolute protection for tapping in death. They get to actually exit when they want to. Avery Commandment desperate for that chase. They're playing like they're 20 points behind, but they're straight up in the lead.
Acorn and Edgy actually find the tags onto death there, completely remove his shield, and had they not tagged Commandment, they might have actually finished that full fight there. But everyone continues to move on through. 4th place of Edgy and Acorn, now sitting next to our 1st place, Commandment and Avery. Meanwhile, 5th of Clicks and Duke again on the southern side with Booga, who are in 2nd place there. Top teams begin to position themselves all around the southern area. The only team that lands north is Fatch and Pamsu, who are just up there. And look at this, they have space on the horizon here to work with.
They can go anywhere this next zone's about to pop up. Thing is though, mats, ammunition, and heals, specifically just the mats and the heals right now, have to be saved for the rest of this game. We're playing almost a daily Google zone. You might be put in a situation where you're
Booga's still alive, right? Or did he die?
100 meters high. You have to use about 80 mats to be able to
Listen,
get past that.
sometimes they don't show it.
Okay, so then just take a minute and watch for a second. Just
So far away.
chill.
They've had to invest a lot of materials. Down to 32 for Shonier. Similar situation for me too, I would assume. Violet down to Sphinx. Violet's down once again. Peter Bot gone out. That should be both. A reboot always spells disaster for the rest of the game. Sphinx will delete the team that had a reign on NA East for
Imagine getting a reboot off
and a whole day one too.
And they almost had the chance to go back-to-back this weekend. At this point, the only way that their story can continue to FNCS championship territory is for all of the direct competition to go down, as Commandment and Avery are jumping up to near 300-point territory if they can get an end game. And that would be unsurmountable for a team like Peterbot and Bila now, who have now fallen far too soon for about 4 games in consecutive order.
2 different heroes up for the moment. It'll be Booga Miro, Commandment Avery, who basically just have a mini fighting game going on with each other. 2v2 the entire time, tag team. Avery Commandment was happening over here, utilizing that. They left the low HP for a reason. Sprang straight to the build too. They were just cut for it, tapped and they down. And that's how they got to that 270 point
He
range.
died of an explosion in your
The
truck.
refresh right there, this setup, they get the material that they probably desperately needed, and you can see that it's not that much. It's enough to kind of stay in the game at this point.
I'm just surprised for the moment. I understand it's a tough rotation to make, but they've got nothing for the moment. This means they're going to be forced to stay higher mid-ground. If they drop down to low, I mean, they might not survive for long at all with these big craters in the way. Staying at mid, though, requires a lot of materials. You have to be permanently tarping almost, especially if that zone does not have a single bounce back. So the game will decide the fate of our top teams.
I'm also curious, how are Duke and Clicks doing? How is Booga and Miro? Perfect. We get to jump into Booga right here because they're under pressure too. The surge is active. The shots are coming in, and we already saw they were desperate on the rotate, and that desperation now starting to reveal itself inside that loadout right there. Take a look. Material count now dwindling down. They're down to just metal here this early in the end game. That is absolutely not where you want to be. Mid-game situation.
Okay, I got my answer.
Like Rise here, except you would like to have your teammate alongside you, and Rise has that issue to deal with now as well.
Have a huge Shoney and back up. He just went down, so having a refresh would be phenomenal for the man. Edgy with another one. He's the one who took down Shoney. Attracts this duo to be within box-to-box distance, and he picks up Rise as well.
Oh, he pulls half.
They have pulled half and half. When we see this happen, I mean, Minnie was talking about that home zone. A win and a 6th place from the team. Yes, it pulls slightly north for now. Inside this game, Clicks and Duke might just win another. They have a huge airdrop to claim and prime mountain position.
And that was the smartest thing they could have done. Got out of that low ground because everyone else is going to have to rotate literally into that small pocket. That is the only position. There's no shot, no chance. You get up and over that mountain, not easily. So they do the smartest thing they could have done is elevate themselves there. Meanwhile, Kanata and Agers have a world of trouble. We talk about that pocket. We knew there was going to be a lot of teams here, and this is what happens. Kanata gets hunted down, taken down, but hold up, dropped into the box.
I
Agers
found
might
a
be able to save
server
him,
with
but no, D-Roller and Knifer are
like the
both on the
33A
heels here.
Oh, nice.
Second. Are we going to see it happen? Maybe.
This might be just sneaky enough. Ager's kind of making it seem like, yeah, there's no one left in this base. I moved completely out. That's going to be clutch for him. You're asking about the cost. I think Ager's and Kanata might have taken a geyser or something that just propels him into the air. It costs you a body to rotate like that in the zone. Even the people with grapplers, Bluga, Miro, if they don't pull this next one, it could be dangerous. But they have the chance for points right now, something that Clix and Duke might not be able to be privy to all the way so high up in the sky. Look at Miro, knows exactly where to shoot already. Bluga's there with the pressure as well. Both teammates reloading at the same time when there was a window of opportunity to keep the pressure on Tanasin, who's going to be low HP, taken away by another player. Bluga still doing as much as possible to gain any type of loot. Another big pot up in the inventory.
Absolutely desperate to get these points right now because they need to overtake Avery and Commandment, who have managed to finally
Imagine being on tippy top there.
open up the point threshold between them. They have that little bit of extra cushion, not only the single point lead in, but the extra elim they picked up. Meanwhile, Teo on the high ground, starting to set up the visuals outside, but it's going to pull
Imagine it getting shot to death.
Well, so I'm sure you've noticed there's a lot of building in brick and metal, though, Billy. That's a lot. You'd have to do a lot of shooting to do it, which draws a lot of attention to yourself when you're shooting at it.
The next zone is non-traversable. You have to move up a huge giant cliff.
Yeah, we just got a kill.
I think so.
If you don't have those grapplers, even then
yeah.
you can be blocked. Half these players might just go down. We have 19 teams, and only about 7 can live comfortably.
C9.
Second opportunity.
Avery.
And
you know how tough it is
Commandment.
when they're up there.
And the Commandment didn't get any more points.
But they're doing good, though. No, Commandment's doing good.
The Daily Bugle. We run into the town first, and then we have to pull up
yeah,
craters.
Commandment's
still really have to think about what they're doing right now. They're jumping down into the Daily Bugle, into these enemy builds.
Commandment and Buga might be tied.
Last place gets 1,400 dollars.
This is excellent.
Gets how much?
Absolute low ground though.
1,400.
Because no one can move up. Clix and Duke.
In what? The cash cup?
No, FNCS finals.
They get like 300,000, D-man.
No, first place is 160,000.
First place in NA. Oh, okay, maybe it was EU. It was 300,000.
Yeah, there's more players in EU.
Okay.
More competitive than EU.
They're not looking good right now. They're below the surge as well. It's all going to come down to this. They absolutely need
last place is like 1,400.
They get money though, which is good. For some of these kids, that's that's.
That's like retirement, like money that you can do.
Oh, dead. There's your Avery dead.
Like if you just keep that money and like just buy yourself a nice house and some cars, you'd really retire at a young age. Like these pro players don't even worry about having to go to work, they just get to play video games. They're very lucky.
What are you trying to say, Billy?
That Buga and them has the chance to win this.
They got a chance for everybody to move up, don't they?
Yeah.
Probably now it's gonna be Commandment. The way they're staying up top, they're probably gonna win.
So every person who uses all these maps to get to this position loses their feet, loses their shoes. Edgy now with 21 has one last opportunity to have a voice here.
Miro die?
I don't know, Billy. You gotta watch. For 33 fetches up still.
Threats is still looking for punishment. 2 elims only. That's way too low for this team.
But they have connected all the way to the builds, so they are so.
I'm not watching Miro, that's for sure.
Armored walls separate them from finding any kind of opportunity here. Another wall to protect Fatch here. Miro by himself too. No Max as well. The same story on all of our top 3 teams now. Another one. So it is going to come down to just a single player for Acorn here. Let's see it though. Paper looking for a chance. Big shot there. Can he disrupt another duel? Yes, he can. And now we might be looking at another solo play, but no, the fight back. In fact, falls to Miro. Miro finds another one. He is starting to break away here.
Chain reaction on all sides, and it's Miro to be the catalyst for now.
Miro though.
Up in the business, playing that
armored in
situation all the way on second height layer. Teo's there too though. Down below, C-Stay, the duos protecting themselves from all the punishment. Mac and Fred are just putting down on the rest of the lobby. Miro's just taking every single one up. 4 eliminations, taking that first place spot straight towards the skies. 300
Miro's dead.
As he goes down. Ritual TK. They're up now.
Imagine dying.
Down below them, Season surprise, surprise, but Ritual
found his way
into just a squirrel situation. TK up against Day. Macwood helps out Day a little bit as he picks up all the residual mats, but now it's time. for the red carpet victory lap for Macwood and Threats. They know exactly what to do. Is drop down and take out the Titan.
Here it is, though. Day starts to crank
2v2.
out. High ground, they don't have material.
Yeah.
Threats is in the build.
Dang.
It's not looking good. Day has an actual chance to win this one and turn this around here. Day commits. He jumps down. A shot and a follow-up.
Dead.
No, the 2v1 opportunity is not going to be enough there. And Day falls in the end.
I'm gonna win more fights.
Yeah.
Figured it out.
The story.
How?
Don't never box up. Always stay aggressive in the fight.
I've been playing that. You're not wrong, Z-Man. It's hard though, right? You're nicked a little bit, or you're knocked a little bit. You took a bit of a ding.
I just realized what happened. Whenever I was playing a while back, dropping on Kaiko games, I didn't hide. I just kept pushing and pushing. But how I'm playing now, I'm getting more of a scaredy cat. So I kind of noticed already what I'm doing. So I'm gonna try to play smarter now. Again with the 200 ping.
Man City. Threats in Macwood. Wow. They're not going to show us the board. They're not going to show us the board, though. I don't think they'll show us the leaderboard. This is one more. The last one's right here. Coming
Yeah,
up.
last one's already playing. Commandment's still in first, so if they keep it up the way they've been playing, they're going to win.
Maybe.
For sure. If they don't die of spawn, they're going to win with how much points they're in the lead with. They're still above by like 20 to 30 points. So.
Miro saw Booga earlier on
I
in
don't
the
think they're
day.
gonna show us the leaderboard.
She said, you know what, one for
Good,
me
Demon.
too as well. But
I'm saying they should at least have hogs in the arena.
again have been so close to that VR. Finally grab it.
We have been searching, Jacob, through qualifiers, through semifinals. Where is
They bonk you out of your bush, though, Z-Man.
who wants to rule the high ground, and who better than
Yeah, but
Max
they're not
to
as bad as
show up
cars.
during
Agreed.
finals and say, listen, this is the
But the other thing is people would literally get on a hog and ride and just go around the whole map just hunting. Then it was getting annoying.
As they have been able to hold it now twice, and then that third time that they held high ground, they did go down a little bit early, but even so, this is just phenomenal gameplay.
Yeah, steady progression throughout the finals. That's what you want to see here in a situation like this. And Macwood and Threats, they really knock it out of the park because they're picking up crucial eliminations. They get the victory royale. They have 4 total. They're bumping themselves up the leaderboard. I'm not even looking for a second, but I want to give you a quick stat. It's been 11.
All right, Miro and Boog on top.
We've had 10
Commandment and then Avery, and then that 33 Fatch, and then 33 Acorn.
Is how top heavy
Clicks is 5th, Kanata's 6th, and they are all almost 50 points apart.
This seems to be the story every game, that the top team goes down a little early, and that's what we saw.
Booga and them are only 2 points ahead.
They're more than 2. They have 301. The other team has 281.
Give us Christmas early right now with this leaderboard.
It shows a 217 for
Okay.
Booga and them.
Hang on, let me see what I'm looking at on the right-hand side.
Solo clutch out of Miro. This is what is keeping them at the top of the leaderboard in first place. You think about it, as Kelly mentioned, that solo victory route from Booga early on, and then Miro just absolutely popping off in the end game. And yeah, you know, you see these eliminations happen in the end game, but it honestly comes from the great call from Booga. I saw him throughout this game. Look at this zone, all the way up at Daily Bugle. Some people are complaining all these zones all the way up north. No, Booga adjusted, and we have not seen anybody grab a med kit in I don't know how long, Jacob, but they each had med kits, and they were popping med kits, late rotating throughout those first couple of zones, and it worked so well.
And if you're having that feeling of, wait, I think I've seen this episode before.
You have.
Chapter 2, Season 6. Commandment Avery were leading in that 11th game.
Wow.
But guess who was hot on their heels? It was Miro and Co. Much a different roster, but it still has the base of the team Miro. And guess what? How that story ended. Miro was a champion at the end of the day. So hopefully Commandment Avery are writing a different script.
If you can't stop this guy when he is a solo, like how are you going to stop them as a collective? You know what I mean? Coming into this last game, 20-point comfort zone right now. I mean, honestly, 20 points, yeah, it's a bit, but it is definitely not enough for them to feel comfortable.
Well, Jacob, if we're going to look to the past, we also have to look to Avery and Commandment. Avery won Chapter 2, Season 1, all the way back in 2019. And
Oh, never mind. I was looking at something else.
3 years later, and honestly, if you don't learn from the past, you're doomed
My
to kind
bad.
of relive it. And for Avery, that might not be too much of a doom. For the rest of the other 49 teams, that's going to be a big downfall. But one more game 20 points difference, and we've seen these leaderboards change so far, so I wouldn't be surprised if it happens again.
I'd love to say it. Like I said, again, this is just going to be
Is
phenomenal.
this
I'm
is the
just overall
champions?
surprised by Avery and Cameron right now. You know, not because I
What do you mean the champ? What do you mean?
are very, very good at this game, but
Is this
I feel like coming into this season, they
champion?
were kind of quiet, and then to show up during
FNCS
finals,
champ.
no better time to do it.
That's literally what the FNCS stands for. Fortnite Championship Series.
But they have been paying those mid.
So,
Yes, this is the final round.
Commandment at one point in time regarded as the best player
what
in
I
the
mean.
East region, and really showcasing it here today.
And obviously, so much goes
Wait.
into being in the top 10.
So,
right
there
now,
ain't
whether
no
that
more
is
after
your play
this
style,
one,
your
right?
mechanics, but also
This is
know
game
the
number
map
12
and
right
ways to
here.
rotate, especially dead side rotation.
I mean,
There are tons of rotations that allow a bunch of these teams and players to kind of, you know, get through a lot of these zones, and one of them, I got to
Booga and them will
be
play
Nico
the
and Casper. They're
whole
gonna be landing down here at Cyanide Station. Now,
FNCS
again, we've
if
talked
they
about
win
these
the
zones.
rest
They're
of the
so
game.
tough. They're going all the
They
way
win the
up north.
NA
I was
East
just thinking we'd get all
FNCS,
of it.
yes.
Well, they got the map knowledge down. There are actually
Okay.
risks that spawn here, so they're going to use it, and they're going to go along the south. And you're like, Vivid, what do you mean they're going south, like the zones up there? Well, no, there's more rifts down here in this corner, and they're going to use those ones as well. And you're like, all right, Vivid, well, they're still kind of going south, and well, there's more rifts over here at this island, and they're going for them. Unfortunately, they did not end up being rift under there, but they ended up just swimming in anyway. And this is a prime example of a dead side rotation. And the reason why it is this type of rotation,
You like that, don't
is
you?
that
You
can
meant
see
dead
the
side
zones
rotation.
pulling in from the west towards the east. So anybody on the east side of that, there's like going to be nobody over there because the majority of the players have to come in from the west. And it's just really great, you know, gameplay and knowledge coming out of this team to know where all these things are around the map, so that way they can make this rotation happen. And you can see it right here. Look at the map. There's nobody. There are absolutely no arrows around them. This is a prime example of a dead side rotation. And coming into this last game, rotations like this are
I think
going
the
to
Z-Man
make
timed out at 9
when it
o'clock.
comes to who is going to be at the top of this leaderboard. And honestly, listen, looking at it, I love seeing teams
See that,
break out
Z-Man?
some just random little rotations going, bouncing from rift to rift, especially in finals.
Yeah, what I liked about that though is you kind of look at the damage that they were above the Storm Surge 94, which wasn't much at all, which means they're not getting greedy. They're not forcing any of these plays. They're getting just enough to keep ahead of the rest of the pack.
And the reason they can do that is because they are contested off spawn. So it's part of the game plan through and throughout.
This is it, guys. The final
I can't
chance,
believe
the final opportunity for these teams to do whatever.
So there you go,
they can
Billy.
to
The
make
final
points
chance, Billy. The
possible.
final
Because after this
opportunity,
game,
Billy.
We are going to be crowning our Chapter 3, Season 3 FNCS Finals.
Boo,
So everyone, with
go,
that being
boo,
said,
go,
game number
boo,
12
go.
starts now.
Game 12.
Welcome to the finale of the FNCS, the last act of the finals, Game 12 of NA East.
$692,000 is on the line. We'll get to see who walks away with the final prize.
$692,000 right here,
The games
Billy.
are starting to ready up. We've had ourselves quite the day.
Shrouded in mystery are the champions at the end of the day, but I want to jump right in and see who has the first say in that conversation. Is it Miro and Booga? Is it any other team that's towards the top? Only time will tell.
Commandment and Avery truly have a chance now. 20-point difference between them and, of course, our leaders, the FNCS most decorated set and duo team that we've seen, probably collectively the most amount of FNCS wins together in this lobby as it stands. And like that comes big responsibility, a huge task at hand.
But the action starts fast. It's not just the top teams. Lots of pricing all across the line over at Loot Lake. The same story for Tahi Bank, users and Skooga. No chance for the moment for either team to find anything in terms of eliminations. Donnie stopped by 7Z, a battle that's been going on for days so far. Looks like they also claim the lead.
Understand here and now, every team that falls ends their tournament run. This is the end of the road. This is game number 12. There are no more chances this weekend to fight for that prizing, to earn yourself a little bit more, to solidify yourself amongst the greats here. But we will thank you, of course, for making it this far if you're a player, and most importantly for those of you tuning in from home and online, because what we have right now is an iconic weekend of games that have been that great this far.
Absolutely. And
How much
those
is
hands
it
at the
for
top changed upwards
a
of 10 times. You heard it from Jacob.
string of eggs
All the way
where you
the
live?
throne.
Probably
Over and
$4.50,
over.
$5.
No one Lance claimed to it so far.
For a dozen.
Wow.
How much for you?
To aggression over at Chonkers.
I mean, like,
That team starting to look in. That is costing.
got 24
eggs. Have managed to literally.
So 24 eggs would probably cost me $10.
Game after game, they've slowly continued to bite a little bit more and more.
Where we
You
live,
give them an inch,
17 something.
and now a complete mile.
$17?
Have the Chonker speed rate to themselves.
Yeah.
Miro was
That seems
in a desperate
expensive.
situation there.
How intense
Yes.
was it really? The start of Miro's game. You can see his glide in. Bugha taking maybe one of the first shots. 30 HP. I know it's a replay, but so close. Oh my goodness. They're alive now, and they're fine.
Miro and Bugha were that close to seeing the end.
Disaster.
Of the NA East Finals.
Dude, that would have been bad.
It could have been over then and there, but you saw he managed to get away with just 30
Yeah,
HP.
that
It was
would have
slightly
been.
enough. Pamster and Fatch have a crazy chance now, too, to do something big, but my gosh, it's going to come off of the back of a little bit of luck and even better performance. How much can you ask of the French Canadians that have played so well this weekend?
Hopefully, Avery and the Commandments
They
die.
need to catch
Oh.
up and get all the way towards the top still.
There's of them, they pop up.
It's the 15th all the way down to the 30th that are trying their best to move all the way
Hopefully
up. Have to
they
be more
die.
aggressive. Look at the shots from Nuts.
Boy.
Following that line. Absolutely flawless on beams towards the sky. Gets the drop down reversal, wrap around mantle too. I like that.
As we continue to tune in with our top teams to give you guys an idea of where they are, not only in the tournament and their draw spot, but in the competition. Tens of thousands of dollars online with every single interaction as players start to combat one another for the last time here today. Keep that in the back of your mind. Here's a look at Clips and Duke last game. They got lucky with the vending machine, granting them some upgraded weapon. Here and now, the arsenal looks to be coming together very nicely. So
Epic
far,
chest.
they're also in the conversation here again. They're doing well this weekend. They've played so great, even for a player like Clicks, for a teammate like Duke here. They'd be
Tomorrow
so
night,
happy to hang their
Callum,
hats
when
on
we
the top
play,
body, top
I'm
position.
gonna
That would
give
be by
you
far the
something.
best accolade for
Okay.
Clicks that he's ever put up in an FNCS finals lobby and setting. Kanata and Agers, they were
Because
hoping
I
to
think
finally
you don't
walk home
got
with the
it.
crown themselves, but
I don't
that's
got
far
it.
and out of reach now as the teams have broken away. But
don't
my gosh, what a
have it.
weekend! What a performance they managed to put on! What a
Okay.
season in general! Solo Cash Cup wins out the gate, and now a
Dang.
great FNCS finals appearance so far.
I think this is one of the most decorated teams of this entire season. Absolute shoo-ins to win it all, but today the zones just have not gone their way. Nico Castro, we talked about the edge map type of dead side rotates from Castro. Right now they'll run into a little bit of trouble.
Dead.
with Cam. No, he's the lead actually taking them out. Yamzo Jamper doing their own thing, but the big focus too has to be on where this zone lies. You can see that line right north of Tilted Towers curving towards the top on the mini map on the bottom right side of your screen. This zone is home to Miro and Bugha. It's home to Glix and Duke. But most importantly, if Bugha has it, every time he does Monster, they end up doing phenomenal things in Chonkers in the desert towards Tilted either. They have control now, and they have time to work with. They're far in the lead.
That's right. The Miro and Bugha fact they've really been, if the zone goes eastern, they just play it so well. They have a great game plan and they execute even better. And more importantly, when you look at who is landing on the eastern side in general, not many top 10 teams. A lot of the better placing teams all in all are on the north and western sides of the map, so they really don't have that much.
You want to play one duos match after this, Billy?
Once they start getting past some of those early hurdles for Avery and Commandment, they're right center in the mix here, though, coming straight out of the rain cave here at the Yamzo Jamper
Thank
up
you, Billy.
above them. Cease and Day there, too. And with Threats and Macwood here, though, have jumped their way up to top 9 after that win from the last game.
High ground Heralds, every single game almost just finding their way up there, no matter the difficulty of the zone.
I think I might do grind some arena later tonight.
Okay.
Narwhal, Cam, also, just mid-game, like speed blocks. Every single time a duo gets up against them, they just suck away their speed and time. Have a nice pinch as well that naturally develops. Cam just doesn't go down fast enough. Nix and Nick will be here, and a lot of times they end up fights really fast. But this time, It won't be the case. Overrock Sanctuary right now, it's definitely not a paradise. It's a little bit sticky to get through all these builds.
They're just breaking through enemy builds at this point, trying to escape onwards and upwards to their old big base, and there it is.
Look at this base. I want to build bases like that in games.
Split up between him. They control a nice wide variety of
You don't need to push, just get in circle and build up.
As Lawrence manages to continue to maintain.
We're over here, buddy.
Nothing flashy from this team, but pure consistency. They have been in the top 10.
Once they get rid of
Continue
grapplers.
to just play well enough to be there, and they are slowly but surely earning themselves their way to a very nice prizing, because you're inside that top 10. It is
They got circle though.
thousands of dollars more than as you continue.
They literally got circle.
Absolutely. Every single jump, every single shot could just end up giving you so much more money. Miro right now, regardless of what happens in this game, I feel like MVP of the entire season so far. So great as he keeps playing. Avery Commandment, the closest team behind him right now, is going to have a tall task to not only close the gap between 20 points, but then go even further beyond past that. The issue for the moment is that with Miro and Bugha having zone, there's no risk for them at all. They're not going to go down to like the 6th or 7th, the very last quarter of this game. And if that's the case, hey, FNCS is done. We have our champions.
FNCS could end that quickly.
It could literally pull all the way to them because it's been pulling towards them. That could be fun, actually. Bugha could get circle all the way down here.
Can happen here now. Like you said,
That's what he's trying to
cancer
say.
At this point, what more can you ask of a team that has played so well? One of the last teams to make it out of the semifinals, literally 48th to 50th or so. The last couple slots, they managed to come in the final moments and be here today to then turn that into a top 3 position so far after 12 games against the best.
I mean, I can just confirm it. They are the last place seed that came in. The very
literally last, yes.
Day 3, and the only reason they qualified is the team ahead of them won. So if that didn't happen,
that was a story on Reddit.
Just so many stories clashing here. Rise and Trashy, what a phenomenal day 1. They wanted to rock out here too. Miro and Bugha, absolutely comfortable. Costa and Zeus can change everything by going straight for this fight. There's no reason to. They literally are just never going to be in trouble for the next 15 minutes.
Dude.
That's right. Unless something absolutely uncharacteristically plays out here, which can happen, you never really know.
Absolutely. Let's see exactly how deep these teams goes. One more time, Mini Miner, take us home.
Thank you, Shah. Let's give a quick update on the top teams. Of course, we have Miro, Bugha, and Avery and Command. Let's start off with Miro and Bugha. We can see Bugha and Miro being very, very careful at the moment. Bugha being able to farm that metal as he usually does, but interestingly enough, difference here is that Miro is staying very, very close by. He's protecting. He's almost like a bodyguard for Bugha at this current stage. He's not letting any teams go anywhere near him. They're playing it very, very safe. And look at this from Avery. Able to get a huge beam, just lurking outside of the reality tree. Another unfortunate fellow using that, and Avery using that as a perfect example and an opportunity to get some tags. Perfect.
And then get tagged.
Just beautiful from Mini. Every single player keeping it close to the chest, as you can clearly see, and looking at the skies. And I want to keep this man close to the chest, Monster. So much good information from one brain on 2 regions the entire time in this FNCS.
That's right. We already pulled him in once, and he's managed to maintain the positioning there. So thank you, Mini, for the breakdown, the update to keep us in the loop right now, because Bugha and Miro, Avery and Commandment are truly our 2 teams right now that have the best chances of being the FNCS finalists. Acorn and Edgy, though, in 4th place right now, hip to hip with Pamsto and Fatch, almost direct rivals themselves between the 2. Those spots are also up for grabs, of course. Here's Pamsto and Fatch now. We get to jump in. Couple tags have already been put down, but look at this. Fatch does not have an inventory slot in use at this moment, which means the chug barrel, they've already used it. More often than not, they use it and then look for exchanges, but there aren't teams that are taking the bait here. There it is, someone on the outer edge. That team's also gonna have to rotate. That could be the perfect situation for them. They have 1 minute and 30 seconds to literally farm this team back here, and that is Chimp and Spade, my pick of the weekend, that have been playing so unfortunately this weekend. But back on over to Avery and Commandment here for 400 damage above.
they have such a gap to close and not really finding any teams.
I hope Avery and the commandment die before Booga and them.
Maybe more fights here or take risks in the end game. But if they take risks,
I don't know. I'd like to see Commandment pull it off if he can.
More placement was guaranteed points.
They've come up.
And then they're going to go down. The thing is,
really
though, once
come
again,
up.
paradox situations, they don't do that. They'll stay in the same spot. Blah 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 blah. Miro and Booga just get to stay ahead.
I think Blue's going to be right there with Booga.
Eliminations, or to outplace them by 10 plus placements and more elims as well. Just a single one. So that performance threshold right there is very, very difficult to ask for, especially considering Miro and Booga have been making just about every single opportunity a great one for them. But look at this. They're on the threshold. They're on the border.
I'll be back. I'm gonna go use the
Finally,
bathroom.
they get some tags, but not before getting punished.
No way.
Both sides here. Miro down to 22 HP. A team on their heels. He has to stop and heal. He does not have white HP. Will this duo jump on top of Miss Costa and Zeus? We already know how much trouble they put in front of this duo here, and now they're right behind them, but there are teams left, right, and front and center. One of the worst spots to be in right here.
Drop some medkit from Miro. Not sure exactly what he left behind, but Booga will be able to pick that up. This is dangerous. Every single team's going to be looking at this line of sight for all their surge.
It's not over yet, but he's got a good run.
That's desperate for damage. He's going to be looking at Booga and Miro to find any type of shot they need to keep ahead of the threshold. Booga, Miro, a spotlight up inside what seems to be an absolute jail cell of a situation. How will they escape?
Literally like a repeat performance of the last game, but this time Duke and Clicks are on this edge zone and they're below the surge. They have to fight. 5th place is on the line here. Their entire tournament run is on the line here. Not only do they have to overcome the damage threshold, they have to deal with the teams coming in here that are moving quickly.
Every single team box fights. As a result, I think, yeah, Booga and Miro just go by all the way on the left. One team now is looking at them. I'm just trying to read this off the mini-map for the moment.
Here it comes.
Those yellow arrows are moving in. Costa Zeus moving into Duke and Clicks.
Dude.
Fights on both sides.
Oh, no.
All these top teams put to the test. Duke down, Costa down, up to Zeus now. Throw some lightning in, my man. No, the pressure stopped. Enough damage for both sides. They can get that revive. Miro and Booga get in free for now, but they've run out of all their white heals, it seems like. Chewy and Taco are the ones challenging them, and they lose that fight too.
But look at that, as Duke gets picked up there, he was holding on to the Tug Splashes. That will be able to get them back in the game. They sit inside the storm for a little bit, but it is now a 2-2
I'm back. What did I miss?
Just chill, just watch. Nothing. It's just getting interesting.
Right now. Every single team's on the left. The more right Clicks and Duke go, the more control they gain. There's no team on the right side of the shrines, and they know it. They're moving free. The Bills reserved. They're farming now. They found freedom.
And just like that, they're out of the worst position they could have been in. And they get a clear rotate directly to the safety of the zone to repeat what they just played. That entire situation could have ended in so many different ways.
That means the left side's the most troublesome. Look at this team right now. 2nd place, Avery Commandment. The version of our protagonists who can take down the tyrants up top, Booga and Miro, who've been playing so well. It's almost like they have 4 teammates worth of damage and knowledge up in their business. Still have to do this entire rotate. There's so many teammates or just players around them up and down. Avery Commandment taking up even more damage from that storm. This is going to be tough. Knife for now, right behind them. What's going on in the zone? Avery has to make this move. 150 HP each. That's just a few burst shots. They make themselves vulnerable in the sky. Jack right below them. Avery's taken out both players just 2 games ago. They're going to be hungry for that revenge, but they go fast through the jungle. Avery Commandment really making the move almost into safety. They have a pocket. They just need to keep moving.
All the while, Duke finds an Elim in the feed there. So everyone continues to get active on this rotate. That has not been easy by any means.
Avery
there are
down.
going to be casualties.
Wow.
No way.
Wow.
But not completely finished. The quick drop of the armored walls is going to give him a time, an opportunity to possibly save his own teammate. Commandment goes for the cap off first. Wants to make sure he has the best advantage possible here. But no, the pressure from up above. That is Jack and Nosh who are here to clean up house. And Commandment now might just have lost his chance to save Avery for good in this tournament. And we are asking him to win this game and possibly overcome his threats. And he does at least that. He finds the elimination against all odds, but a 5-tick. This might just be the end of the tournament. He's realizing now that he has to find a way out and get to safety. 2nd place is in shambles.
They're lost. They're destroyed. There's no way. And I know
no way he's getting out. There's no way not at 5 DPS.
The backside. There's one arrow right below Commandment on that mini-map. That's still lingering behind. One more solo player that can trip him up. He's gonna have to make a run now. Has to build perfectly.
Dang.
That upwards vertical, diagonal type of tarp. It's one of the hardest to do in the game. Avery doesn't pass that test. Plus there's pressure.
Boom.
Knifer finally sees him and makes the move.
There it is. He slides to the new zone. Everyone has to worry about that now. Luckily, Commandment will have just a brief moment to go ahead and recuperate
No whites, though.
himself here, mentally gather himself, and now make the rotate of a lifetime. And as we tune in
There's
from
your Booga.
second to first, we see a completely different story here. Booga and Miro hand in hand with one another, but starting to run out of material as well. We could very likely see first and second places fall extremely early here, as now the zone is going to the coast. This is about as bad as it can get for any squad now.
Also unfamiliar territory, or at least uncomfortable territory for Miro. Really good at getting picks while everyone's moving. When it comes to forcing boxes, I know he's got that moxie. I understand he has the confidence, but it's a very difficult situation to force someone out of their position, especially when they're expecting a big dive. Once again for Quicks and Duke, go towards that right side. No one is there. They can keep building. There's just one team on what seems to be the foundation all the way up top, or just on one of those mini islands. Duke and Quicks will claim as much as possible. They're keeping up on their materials. That is huge. This team, for the moment, just nuts in position right now.
That solo team is Pamsto and Thatcher. You can see them there in third place currently. I knew it was going to be the team on this. They had to be that.
I called this Thatch kid, man.
Until we see if they actually pull the half in, half out. Meanwhile, Booga continues to find Elans, and those are desperate refreshers. We know they need it there, Shayo.
Absolutely, and they're going to have it for the moment. One team separated from the rest of the lobby.
Yeah.
Could be a POV of a win, because we know Booga and Miro
are hard pushed, yeah.
25 teams still alive. Clicks has the zone. Fashion Pants, so not far away from home. Aegis Kanata have already picked up Mason up in 6th place. They can also skyrocket. Miro and Booga need to move.
They're targeting. Aegis and Kanata are targeting Miro and Booga here. They saw a chance to break those weakened floors. Look at the refresh. What is it giving them? Just 11 builds. That is nothing. On the other side, Commandment still alive here. No issues with the surge. All that matters is that he rotates and he outperforms
573
Miro
above.
and Booga right now.
Wow.
It's just 100 meters. It's so close. For Booga, it's just about 50. Not far away at all, but they have no mass, no resources to make it. Booga and Miro are going to have to move while everyone else does. It's not their usual MO. They like that fast move, maybe 5 seconds before everyone else, but they really need to jump into a box here. Commandment, one mission.
Commandment.
Gets his own
Still
grapple glove. There's no better time to use it than here and now.
Yeah, his
Booga,
teammate's
meanwhile,
dead.
Goes for a
He's
peek
still up.
and gets tagged. You cannot get tagged right now if you are Miro and Booga, because they do not have anything to truly sustain themselves later into the game. On the other side, Batch and Panso continues to remain away from any threat in the initial area. Booga and Miro go for the ground rotate. Miro gets tagged.
Dude.
Terrible. Another tag on the side. Booga now starting to run out of material. They are desperately down in a terrible spot here. If they fall this early, that is wrapped. The floor will open up.
They've got no builds to even protect themselves in these walls. They found a spot though, and his Commandment is in the hot seat. 700 builds though. He can really move and just chill for now. Peterbot also active alive in this game, finds Nawson. But the big focus is on Booga and Miro. They've got one building left. Miro's down. That wall's getting rattled out up above.
Dang, Booga's out.
And 11 points. The first team.
No.
Yep.
It was a guarantee. They had the zone, they had everything, but they're down for the count.
This is it. Avery has a chance now, and Commandment have a chance. They have an opportunity. 20 points is the difference. 2 Elans for their team, 2 Elans for Booga. That means it is a 20-point difference. They just have to outplace, and guess what? Look at the point threshold there. There is room. A top 5 performance will be enough for Commandment here, but he has to clutch up. He has to play the perfect game of his career.
When it comes to Fortnite, even before the FNCS, before the concept of a Chapter 1, Commandment was synonymous with clutch. Right now in duos, he's in that driver's seat.
What's going on? Tell me.
We have to tune in and see exactly how he moves with
My
this
game
zone. Jamper's moving 240 points. Yamzo will go down to Macwood right in front of him. But it's all on Commandment. 19 points away from where he needs to be. 49 builds. I've only seen this happen once before, and that was with Hen on EU. An amazing quest to be able to just survive. For NA East now, we've seen how it works. The surge is different. Commandment will not only need to live but take out life after life as we focus on that top right.
Don't forget, Panther and Fast are still in this as well, and they're together. They have so much material and a lead advantage now as well. They can truly do this. On the top side, though, Commandment makes the rotate. Fast finds a Elin.
Batch has it though. I'm focusing on Commandment and I'm keeping things Commandment focused right now. I understand Rise and Trashy have height, but first place is all on this top right POV. They're really looking to see what happens next. Commandment is going for a few beams. He's not gonna find much for now. All around his box, every single duo is just surrounding him.
No!
The elims he gets now will
Getting
be
drilled.
the difference maker, will be what separates how much more placement he has to make in this end game. Look at the build. He's clean, but he's now out.
He's out.
This is where Commandment has to live up to his name, the Mr. Highlight, the clutch man, the 200-0.
12 points still left for him to catch up. He's made it all the way up top to have a breathing chance at the next stage of this competition. Now it's 11 points. He needs something, anything, a miracle, a chance of desperation. It's all the way over to the right side, moving to the zone. Right
There you go.
Huge taken out, but he needs to the body.
He got it.
Two from Commandment.
He got the finish.
And he's grabbed a few mats.
And he got the mats.
Up on top of his build, up to 305 points. He's
Dude.
away.
Literally several placements separate him.
Are you not watching? Okay, then just shh. Just go watch something. Just be quiet.
Commandment literally needs more elims. There is
Fetch.
no difference between the two. There is only an opportunity
Commandment.
now for Commandment. No, this is it. No match. The edit comes in.
Dead. No, oh, he's dead.
He survived, but will there be enough placement points there?
Commandment's the dead.
Yes.
Yes. Is a mirror
Dude,
dead?
just go back to the lobby or something. Just shh, quiet.
Rise up top two, but all they can do is just change the fate for this French-Canadian team down below, almost at 300 points.
It's now down to Fast and Pantsu. How badly do they want it? Do they want it more than Booga and Miro? Do they want it more than Commandment and Avery? 2v2. It's all or nothing. Shadow gets hit with a big shot. It's not enough to finish it though. We're still at 4 elims.
Win the FNCS by winning this game and take that trophy home. That's all Fast and Pantsu have to do. They're gonna try for it. A lot of people going down though, so has that chance also gone away? Have Miro and Booga done it? Was Commandment's clutch enough? Lots of new questions raised as these boys just stay quiet on that low ground. One final 2v2 monster. They might just need that win.
They absolutely need to win right now. Peter Bot in the box. That's one. Can they get the second one now? It's a 2v1.
Dude.
The side jump. Pantsu and Fast. The French Canadians have shown up from the last place to the first. Will they be able to win the final game here now and get another one? It's all down to you, Fast. Hit the shot that matters.
Dude, he did it.
And they do it. 6 elims. Fast and Pantsu win the game.
All the way to the top. The question's up in the air though. Wasn't enough for the FNCS place.
I'm gonna watch him for a second here, Billy. I'll meet you in the lobby whenever. We'll run a duo match here.
And if it comes down to the wire, if it comes down to
I want to see the leaderboard.
that will be the deciding factor. Pantsu and Fast have found another one here in the end. This is incredible. Up against last season's FNCS champions, Peter Bot and Vila, who make the heroes run in the very end. This has been by far the closest NAE's finals we have seen, and you could not ask for a better one.
I wasn't keeping track of points close enough to be able to tell you what the leaderboard will be.
After a final game, we are completely out of absolute juice. We had a clutch all the way to the end. We had a team play perfectly all the way through. NAE, what a journey.
That was great. That was all I got to say. Kelly, please, pick it up.
I don't know if I can. I feel like I'm almost in tears right now. That was such an incredible run by so many players. Pamstone and Fadge, congratulations on that victory royale, but we also got to talk about Commandment's incredible solo run.
Yeah, I don't even know where to start. Where do we start, Jacob? You know what I mean? Like,
I don't even know.
Commandment, I don't know if he did it, I don't know if he didn't, I don't know if Boogamira did it. I have no idea, but the effort was there. Commandment left as a solo, picked up so many eliminations, put everything on the line. Game 12 of this FNCS. I don't even know what to say.
My eyes were glued to that leaderboard, counting down the point. He needs 6, he needs 5, he needs 4. I was counting down like it was New Year's.
No, we almost forgot to leave the green room and come up on stage because we couldn't leave our screen. I mean, how could you with such an incredible run? But also to have Peter Bot and Bila be the second place team as well, holding out so strong. I mean, just so many incredible duos competing here today.
Yeah, I mean, if the question here is, you know, like who won, it's probably Booga and Mira. It might be Avery and Commandment, depending on how many eliminations that he picked up. But one thing is for sure, that top 10 is just absolutely everywhere. And I think it is time, Kelly. Here we go.
Your first place.
Dude! Let's go. 1 point.
Booga. Pam Stone Fat taking out third
Dude.
place. Duke and Clicks in fourth, and Agers and Kanata in fifth place. But
Wow.
What
with the
Wow.
most clutch solo run we have ever
And
seen
Kanata
in
still came in
FNCS
fifth.
history, takes the first place spot and $180,000.
I just
Shout out to Alden for one moment for taking me down a trip down memory
Was that
lane.
thing Booga lost?
Chapter 2, Season 6, they led into Game 11. They let that one slip through their fingers. Guess what? They powdered those heads. They made
38
sure
elims,
and
1
they held on to
victory.
that placing.
There are moments throughout every single FNCS. We think about them all the time. We remember them. This one right here, I think it tops every single one we have ever had the blessing to witness. Commandment, what do you mean? What do you mean? You just solo clutched your way to an FNCS
Literally.
And you could tell in that game that he was nervous. He was making mistakes left and right. But when it came down to the eliminations, when it came down to the refashes, where it counts the most, that's where he had it in spades. By a single point, they beat out Miro and Booga, the 3-time FNCS champs.
Yeah, and honestly, he needed those eliminations. Without those extra points
GG's
through
blue.
eliminations, they would not have been able to pick up that
That's good.
victory. Because look it was 1 point. That one game or end game elimination really won them the championship at the end of the day. I bet you they're gonna remember that when they're swinging that axe of champion.
It was quite literally the last elimination that he got. We saw him, he was using the grapple gloves, he's making the rotations going forward. He had no materials left. He finds himself next to this just random wood build. He realizes there's a player on the inside of it, and he takes him out. That right there, every elimination being worth 2 points, and then he also bumps himself a placement because he takes out another team in doing so. Right here it is. This is the winning moment. Takes out Tabney.
Hello.
2 points elimination. Boom, bumps
I'm in
himself up
lobby.
placement.
Yeah,
Has
we
a
know.
3
We're
point
watching the show
lead
here.
there,
Just chill
and
for a
that
second.
is why $160,000 is going into the pockets of Commandment and Avery.
$80,000 per player here. That is life-changing money by a single
By a
point,
single point.
single elimination. But honestly, all 10 teams, all 50 teams should be proud of themselves to make it here after the multi-week journey that is taken through qualifiers, through semifinals, and now the 12-game, 2-day series that is the FNCS Finals.
Yeah, honestly, it's very, very hard for me to even get out and make it past it. But for these guys to do it,
cannot
grueling
believe
12 games, 2
That was good.
different
It
days,
was a lot of fun.
really proved that it was a marathon. It wasn't a race, because if you let up off the gas just a little bit, the leaderboard shows you would have lost thousands of dollars, let alone that championship.
Jacob, coming into this game, how many leaderboard changes at the top do we have?
Ooh, I like it.
Commandment 8 going back up, that's 11 leaderboard changes out of 12 games.
Almost every single game we had somebody different at the top of this leaderboard, and it shows in this leaderboard as well. Pamsel and Fash at 1 point being very, very close, only 3 points away from their very first FNCS championship. I don't even know what to say. Everybody played so well today.
There's really not much that can be said. Pamso and Fatch squeaking through, holding on to that third place. Even they were in contention, 3 points shy of at least tying that first place spot. And then guess what would have happened? It would have came down to VR. And even that, I don't know if that was tied, but if that one was tied, it would have came down to eliminations. We would have had so many tiebreaker scenarios. Pamso and Fatch, even though you didn't win, you definitely won my heart.
And listen, they won this last game right here, right? So they got like pretty much all the points they really could have throughout the game. They just needed to find a couple more eliminations. 2 of them would have been the difference right now, and they would have been the FNCS champs. But I mean, third place, nothing to be sad about for sure. Fatch and Pam still putting on one show this weekend.
And also, second place, $100,000 going to Miro and Booga there. Considering the fact that they have now gotten 3 first places in a row, a third place, and a second place.
Yeah.
They might be the best team in all of FNCS.
Wait, hold on. There's still that in-person FNCS Invitational that I think is going to be perfect to go ahead and cement some legacies, whether it's this region or the next. I think that is where we're going to end the year strong.
There you have it. I mean, listen, honestly, ending strong. Talk about it. Duke and Clicks as well, sneaking in that 4th place position. They were keeping themselves in that top 10 throughout the entire competition. And it's also great to see Kanata and Agers finding a 5th place, still on the hunt for the win. But I mean, 5th place, that's still a really great accomplishment.
Yeah, Agers and Kanata kind of had a bit of a struggle yesterday, and going all the way up into this 5th place spot, they definitely deserve it.
I know it was duo FNCS. I know Agers is one phenomenal player, but it wasn't for Kanata and his solo clutch just taking over endgame after endgame. Who knows how far they would have fallen? So even though it's a great, fantastic team effort, Agers better give him a great pat on the back.
I mean, honestly, all of these duos need to give their respective duo a pat on the back because they all played so well, especially everybody in this top 10. I really feel like at any point in time, a lot of these teams, doesn't even matter, a lot of them could have been in contention for winning this. But I cannot wait to hear my man Shia wager. Like, it's a big question mark. He did it. Commandment did it. How does it feel?
It feels good, man. That was insane from just his perspective to watch. How far back he was, Monster, way in that zone by himself. And like, it's an impossible rotation as well. Everything about that clutch was perfect.
And not only that, this is one of the special moments where having this job is like one of the coolest things because you get to see it firsthand. You get to be in that driver's seat, call those moments. And it was truly a question mark for us. I didn't know if Commandment did enough. I knew he was doing something crazy, but then Panso and Fatch, man, to win that game.
It's huge. The big thing, too, $60,000 elimination. That was the big difference in that moment.
$60,000 for one elimination.
I mean, come on. Man.
I want to know who that person was he killed.
If you're watching unbelievable scenes, guess where they were going into today? Ninth place going into today. I had a little look. I wanted to see where were they going into today. 9th place. And if it wasn't for that solo clutch, we can't say it enough.
Hello, Billy.
They wouldn't have done it, but they came
What
first.
if they tied?
They gave us such a good shot.
Oh, they have breakdowns. How many elims, how many victories, average placement. It goes deep. It's in the rules. If you pull up the rules on the FNCS, it tells you the step by step how they do it.
Back in 2019. This means so much more than the money, but the money is also very nice.
Think about the story overall, right? Last season, Monster, me and you were talking about it.
They got it all set up.
The W. You said that backstage, like literally.
All the way up to hero, because we're talking about a player that literally took somewhat of a season off and then just had some inner reflection, worked even harder, pairs up with someone like
That was friggin' fantastic.
Vivid is so happy to see back on top. This is what makes it really cool. And not only that, I've been like honestly champion for a player like Commandment in such a long time because he has had some of the biggest highlight moments as an individual ever.
Oh, yeah.
And one of the first players to ever go from not only just being an individual player when it comes out to combative skills, but also be tarping as a co-IGL and developing the space as a whole. So it really does mean a lot that he has won this entire tournament just now.
Absolutely, he's on top. If you look at the screen right behind me as well for all these players, that top 10, every single predictions list, if you just look at the quality of the lobby, those
Best
are the
match
names.
for sure.
Those are the big names everyone expected to be up there. It's crazy to just take a step back and look at all those performances, all those stories. Kelly, it's just huge.
And I mean, speaking of huge, $692,000 for the prize pool going to all 50 teams right there. And it's just all of them deserve it wholeheartedly. I can't believe it, what they won there. And also, we've obviously had a little bit of a competition ourselves throughout the days, and we are tabulating the score because me and Jacob were very close. And at first, I thought that I kind of had it quite easily. But Kanata and Agers jumped up to
That camera is not making that guy look any much taller than.
You
She got the two little hobbits standing next to her.
I honestly think that Commandment solo clutch did more than just clutch them the championship. It could have clutched me the championship because I feel like the only way that you would have won is Booga and Miro coming in first. You get those bonus points, 32 to 29. So not only did this game come down to the wire, our predictions are going to come down to the wire.
Well, let's look at the predictions right now. Who is going to come out on top for our team?
Dude.
And it is, I got 168.
I needed it. You guys didn't feel, Kelly knows, but you guys didn't feel what I went through on West. I was getting tossed around. I was like luggage through an airport. Nobody wanted to go through what I went through, but I believed in Arkham and Epic back then, and I believe in so many teams today. Just like Kanata and Agers, I knew it wasn't necessarily going to come down to a win. It was going to come down to a day two performance.
This is from the EU. This is from the EU.
You know, I told Vivid, I said one way or another, I'm taking Vivid home with me. Enough is in picture form.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man.
Congratulations. Look at that. How do you feel, Jacob?
You gotta watch the EU one to see where that came from.
It looks great.
I mean, congratulations, Jacob, and obviously the hard work that you have put in, and you can see the scores there. I think you have under 26 points in only one of those weeks right there.
Yeah, I blame a little bit of slacks and clarity for that one. I'm gonna go ahead, but honestly, it was because they were going for those grapple gloves. As soon as they switched up their drop spot, as soon as they switched up their game plan, they performed so much better. But man, imagine that scoreboard leaderboard if they would have performed on that one day.
That's crazy. What a season, though. I think we can all agree. What a season. Not just what a finals, what an overall season across all different regions. It's been an absolute blast, hasn't it? I mean, realistically.
Suddenly, my glasses stopped working when it came down to reading that leaderboard because I may or may not be in last place there, but we'll go ahead and clean the shades a little later there. So I'm not gonna talk too much about it.
I mean, this has been absolutely incredible, and I mean, thank you guys
All right, Billy.
for watching and joining us, and of course to our incredible EU
I think
team,
we're coming.
the incredible production team that we have here that has been sticking with us until the early hours of the morning, and to all of our players for competing today. Thank you guys so much, and we can't wait to see you next time on the Battle Bus.
Beep, beep.
Okay.
Beep, beep, beep. Indeed. All right, Billy. Let's do this. That was good, Blue. That was really good. I enjoyed that. They asked us to do them. Watch parties. All right. I don't know why you're crying. We've had that conversation before as well. Team Rumble. Let's put it on no-fill. And again, the emotes don't work because I can hear the Legends Landing, so I get no emotes for a bit. Dilly, stop with that. I keep talking to you about this. How many times? Fix your emote wheel. Sort yourself out.
I'm stuck it on this one.
No, you need to go into your wheel and sort your shit out, my friend. Come on, man. We've had this conversation.
I thought we were playing a duos.
We are. I want to do some Rumble first. Get my fingers moving.
As it just like. So will I lose my crown?
No.
Okay.
Alright. See, no emotes. Can't hear anybody's emotes. Alright. Here we go. Seriously, does that every time. Found my SMG. I got bullets in my gun. Here we go.
Found my hammer.
Yeah, I haven't found a hammer yet, but it seems like they dial them down in this mode for some reason. Not as many. I won't go up there. Might go this side yet. Stinger. Let's go. Clomberries. They'll steal your gun, but they won't steal your med kit. Still no hammer. It's a thank you. Well, thanks for wasting my shield, Jaga. Oh, there's another right here. Where did he go? Oh, he's behind me. Nice. Thank you very much. Still no hammer. Still no hammer.
Crap.
Doesn't sound good.
Nope, they killed me.
Someone's already been over here. No hammer. First. Maybe. Dude. Let's go. Just here for the bullets. We gotta head over that way. Still no hammer. It's a burst. Dude. Oh! Well, that was most unfortunate. Come here, buddy.
Oh, shit.
Oh, there's one behind me. It's all on fire. The burning. Let's go. What happened, Billy?
I said crap, but there's another one.
Oh, UFOs are here. Let's go. Let's go, buddy. Speaking to the microphone. Oh, he dropped all his loot for me. That was nice of him. Is that a blue hammer? Because it looks like it might be a blue hammer. No, it's a blue two-shot. Storm's coming right to me. Slowly, slowly, and boom. I should have shockwave, but I don't really like shockwave. Let guess. I'm happy I got 2. 2 is good. Red kits will be handy.
Yeah, I'm lagging. I was wondering why my shots weren't hitting.
Has nothing to do with your bad aim, it's because you're lagging.
Yes.
Okay.
Because my is bad right now.
Okay. Make your shot, Grandpa. He junk rifted. Oh! Let it go. I got sniped. 52 meters. Billy got shotgun. Let's freaking go. Still annoyed I haven't found a... Oh! Seriously, man. Who is shooting at me? I don't even see where that came from. My kingdom for a hammer. Oh, what do we have here? Don't mind if I do. What happened?
This pepper killed us.
Nice. Oh, it's right here. Stop. Free loot. He's right there. Another one right here. Let's go! Ding dong! That was insane.
You got me.
I got mad. I got knocked.
Move, dude.
That didn't sound good. Oh! I came so close. Let's go. They get ran over. We're getting killed, dude. 82 to 58. Damn, we are bad, dude. Oh no! Ah! Oh, let's go!
Our teammates just running us over.
I literally got run over as well. I'm beating Billy! Let's freaking go.
Ooh.
Kill that guy right here. He's dead! He's so close to dead. Next guy, next guy, next guy. Oh, let's go! How many did I get? I get 7. 7.
I got 4.
Let's go. I saw that. Alright. Put it on dual. Alright. Here we go. Now your crown counts. All right, here we go. Oh, you almost got me. All right, Billy, I'm marking this one. You know where we're going. As if there was ever any doubt.
In my mind.
10. 3, 2, 1. All right, here we go. Calumkiller. Thank the bus driver. There's a loop boat we can roll out to after we roll to the house.
I think I might have got poison ivy.
It's fun. And I'm out in 3.
Normally I'm immune.
Dude. Nobody's immune. You just don't break out in an itchy response. Your body handles it internally. At some point, your viral load becomes too much and it overwhelms your body, and next thing you know, bingo, bongo, boingo, you got itchy scratchies. Next thing you know, you got reds. Go ahead.
Unless it's just these stupid spiders that they keep on biting me.
Dude.
And if they only come out at nighttime.
Look at Billy, there's a present here for you, my man.
Where is it? Oh, look, there's a present right here for me. Oh, that's big.
Did you get the loot llama? It sent the loot llama running. Oh, you didn't get the loot llama.
No.
Let's go. Legendary. Boom. Dang it. I got a rift to go. We hitting this thing? I don't know what you're doing, but I'm not waiting all day. You know how this works.
Getting them from up here.
Okay, lovely. And let's go find that loot llama and the loot poo. Anything else? Hammer. Where's the rest of it? What's there today? Fort to fort. Nah, no thanks. Coming to you. I hear a lot of shooting banging going on.
Just bought.
Alright, just remember this is... Yeah, I'll do that. Boo. Oh yeah, there it is. Don't mind if I do. Bullets. More bullets. Alright, you need anything, Billy?
No, sir.
Alright. I'm looking for a Stinger SMG. Still. And an auto shotgun. But I might run with this striker. Uh-oh, I got one right here. Over here somewhere. Don't make too much noise, dude. You're making a lot of noise. Dude! Let's go. Did you get him?
Yeah.
Can I have that hammer?
Yeah, you can have it.
Thank you. Can I have that auto?
Yeah, you can have anything. I got a puppy watch.
Here, I got a present for you.
What is that?
A gold DMR.
Yo, I see.
I don't know. 6 to 1, half dozen the other. Which one do you prefer? Probably the burst, I guess. Go ahead, what?
Ranger or the bus?
Yeah, no, so I'm asking you, what do you prefer?
I don't know.
Okay.
Depends. What do you prefer, the Ranger or the striker bus?
I'd carry a Ranger myself, but I have trouble with the aiming feature. I don't like the aiming. Oh, my bad. I was trying to build and I shot my shotgun. I don't like the zoom in feature of the sniper thing. I'm gonna hire this dude, I think. Dropped a stack of minis. Oh, I got a lot of shooting offset. You get him?
Yeah, I should have clucked that. No joke, I should.
Alright, did they die immediately or did they get knocked first?
They died immediately. I jumped onto the umbrella and boom!
Okay.
Shotgunned them. Done.
I hear a lot of shooting off to your right.
Yeah, and
Let's go to circle. Let's just go to circle.
yeah, let's do it. I got 6 splashes to 3 big pots.
I have 3 big pots in the spray.
Oh yeah, let's go, buddy.
We pulled circle, dude. It's good. We're here. Let's just sit for a second. We don't need to move. Are you going up? Is that what you're trying to do? Yeah.
I'm getting up to just. I don't know if you want to push that or not.
I think you know the answer to that, but
I said no.
circle's that way.
Okay, come on. Let's take this line over. to tag them in a note. Oh, wait, maybe.
Are you tagging him or are we going to circle?
I'm gonna tag him. Okay, never mind. I'm going circle. We'll get that. That you got it. Heavy.
Come on, Billy. What are you doing? Let's go.
I'm coming.
There's a lot of shooting to our left. We gotta get past this. Let them all find the other ones to fight each everybody.
Oh, holy!
Dude. Are they chasing you?
Yes, they did that snipe me first time. Is that a sniper? Is that a sniper?
Yes, the purple one.
Okay, bring it over here.
I'm not bringing anything. I'm getting the hell out of here. Come on, dude. Pretty sure last time I looked, you have a crown on your head.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't know, do you need anything? Ah. Oh crap. Just stay there, don't move, don't. They're going by. Alright, we're in. Basically. I got 5 armored panels. I thought they were going the reboot van. I got 24 heavy if you need them.
Thank you. I think we need to get on this hill.
Work our way that way. I don't think it's in. Then let's not go there. Let's not go. Let's just work our way to circle. There's mushrooms here. Eat the mushrooms.
Alright. Kill that wolf for me.
If he comes over here.
Oh,
Eat the mushrooms. What are you doing? Eat the mushrooms. What are you doing?
Are they all?
What are you talking about? They're right here. There's one right there. There's one right there. There's one right here. There's one. I am going to kill it. Come here, buddy. Speak into the microphone. I hear him, I don't see him. Still don't see him.
Me neither.
There's a green auto here. Dude.
You need help?
No, special delivery. You had a gold crow come to me. You went way up there. Let's go. Man. 10 people, dude. 6 teams. 1 off behind you. I don't see them. You got a sniper. Nine. 5 teams.
Let me know if you hear footsteps or anything.
I'm watching. Take your shot. I got your back here. Just don't get out too far in the open. Just don't get out too far in the open. 1 minute, you gotta move. You start moving up too. Flyers coming around. Here you go. Come on over here. You can get a better shot. There's one right here. We're not in. We're not in.
Yeah, I know.
What do you mean you're back?
I had your mom called me.
I've been literally talking to you for the last 4 minutes. There's a player hiding right in here somewhere. Oh, maybe he moved off. I don't know. We gotta roll that way though. Six people. 3 teams. Billy, there's some shield kegs right here. And a shield splash and more shield kegs. Shark's gonna jump us. Off to your right, off to your right, off to your right, off to your right. It's everybody. It's everybody. They got an NPC. Let them fight. We gotta move up. Let's just rotate around and move up.
Me too.
Is it really? Alright. Well, push him, I guess. Here we go. On the hill, in the what? You know the shark's gonna jump on it.
The stupid metal fencing thing.
I don't know what that means.
Metal fence.
Where did they go? Lock in. Woo! She thought she had the corner on me. Where are you going? Oh, damn it. Oh! Then... What, Billy?
Good job. Last one, right?
I didn't quite knock him, no. But he tried to peek the corner on me and I saw it coming. So as soon as he ripped it open, I shotgunned him right into the mouth.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it didn't do enough damage. Alright, we'll see everybody tomorrow. Thank you, Billy. Thank you, everybody watching. GG.